Red skin, white masks. Indigenous Americas. Robert Warrior. Forward. Taayak Alfred. Not so very long ago, in Canada there numbered just less than 14 million inhabitants, 13 million human beings, and 500,000 natives. The former had the land, the others had the memory of it. Between the two there were hired chiefs, an Indian affairs bureaucracy, and a small bourgeoisie, all three shams from the very beginning to the end, which served as go-betweens. In this unending colony the truth stood naked, but the settlers preferred it hidden away or at least dressed. The natives had to love them and all they had done, something in the way a cruel father is still loved by the children who are wounded by his selfish hands. The white elite undertook to manufacture a native elite. They picked promising youths, they made them drink the fire-water principles of capitalism and of Western culture, they educated the Indian out of them, and their heads were filled and their mouths were stuffed with smart-sounding hypocrisies, grand greedy words that stuck in their throats but which they spit out nonetheless. After a short stay in the university they were sent home to their reserves or unleashed in the cities, whitewashed. These walking lies had nothing to say to their brothers and sisters that did not sound false, ugly, and harmful, they only mimicked their masters. From buildings in Toronto, from Montreal, from Vancouver, businessmen would utter the words, development, progress, and somewhere on a reserve lips would open, augment, gress. The natives were complacent and compliant, it was a rich time for the white elite. Then things changed. The mouths of natives started opening by themselves, brown voices still spoke of the whites' law, democracy, and liberal humanism, but only to reproach them for their unfairness and inhumanity. White elites listened without displeasure to these polite statements of resentment and reproach, these pleas for reconciliation, with apparent satisfaction. See? Just like we taught them, they are able to talk in proper English without the help of a priest or of an anthropologist. Just look at what we have made of the backward savages, they sound like lawyers. Whites did not doubt that the natives would accept their ideals, since the natives accused the whites of not being faithful to them. Settlers could still believe in the sanctity of their divine civilizing mission, they had Europeanized the natives, they had created a new kind of native, the assimilated aboriginal. The white elites took this all in and whispered, quiet between themselves over dinner, as good progressive persons of the post-modern world, let them cry and complain, it's just therapy and worth the expense. It's better than giving the land back. Now the sham is coming to an end. Native thinkers and leaders are coming on the scene intent on changing things, entirely. With the last stores of our patience, native writers, musicians, and philosophers are trying to explain to settlers that their values and the true facts of their existence are at great odds, and that the native can never be completely erased or totally assimilated. This new indigenous intelligentsia is trying to get settlers to understand that colonialism must and will be confronted and destroyed. It is not 1947, we're not talking about reforming the Indian Act so that we can become little municipalities. It is not 1982, we're not talking about going to court to explore empty constitutional promises. It is the 21st century. Listen, what is treated in the Canadian discourse of reconciliation as an unhealthy and debilitating incapacity to forgive and move on is actually a sign of a critical consciousness, of our sense of justice and injustice, and of our awareness of an unwillingness to reconcile. Coulthard is talking about rising up, seeing red, about resurgence and the politics of authentic self-affirmation. This is a call to combat contemporary colonialism's objectification and alienation and manipulation of our true selves. He understands that in Canada today settlement of conflict means putting the past behind us, a willful forgetting of the crimes that have stained the psyche of this country for so long, a conspiracy of collective ignorance, turning a blind eye to the ongoing crimes of theft, fraud, and abuse against the original people of the land that are still the unacceptable everyday reality in Canada. So how could we settle and accept and not question and challenge the naturalized injustice that frames and shapes and gives character to our lives? There is nothing natural about the dominance of white people on the North American continent and the removal and erasure of our people, our laws, and our cultures from our homelands. Glen Coulthard is a leading voice of the new indigenous intelligentsia, and he has accomplished so much with this book. To have rescued Karl Marx from his 19th-century hostage chamber in that room in the British Library and to expose him to the full breadth of history and the light of the human landscape was enough to make this a great work of political theory. He's gone beyond that accomplishment in correcting Jean-Paul Sartre's and Frantz Fanon's narrow vision, something you have to excuse them for given they were doing philosophy while in the midst of a ferocious physical fight, and brought Marx and Sartre and Fanon together with his Dean elders and me and you, reader, to show us all how our psycho-affective attachments to colonialism are blocking the achievement of a just society. As such, this book is a profound critique of contemporary colonialism, and clear vision of indigenous resurgence, and a serious contribution to the literature of freedom. Introduction. Subjects of Empire. Real recognition of our presence and humanity would require a genuine reconsideration of so many people's role in North American society that it would amount to a genuine leap of imagination. George Manuel and Michael Posluns, The Fourth World. From Wards of the State to Subjects of Recognition. Over the last 40 years, the self-determination efforts and objectives of Indigenous peoples in Canada have increasingly been cast in the language of recognition. One consider, for example, the formative declaration issued by my people in 1975. We, the Dean of the NWT Northwest Territories, insist on the right to be regarded by ourselves and the world as a nation. Our struggle is for the recognition of the Dean Nation by the government and people of Canada and the peoples and governments of the world. And while there are realities we are forced to submit to, such as the existence of a country called Canada, we insist on the right to self-determination and the recognition of the Dean Nation. Point 2. Now fast forward to the 2005 policy position on self-determination issued by Canada's largest Aboriginal organization, the Assembly of First Nations, AFN. According to the AFN, a consensus has emerged around a vision of the relationship between First Nations and Canada which would lead to strengthening recognition and implementation of First Nations governments. 3. This vision, the AFN goes on to explain, draws on the core principles outlined in the 1996 report of the Royal Commission on Aboriginal Peoples, RCAP, that is, recognition of the nation-to-nation relationship between First Nations and the Crown, recognition of the equal right of First Nations to self-determination, recognition of the Crown's fiduciary obligation to protect Aboriginal treaty rights, recognition of First Nations' inherent right to self-government, and recognition of the right of First Nations to economically benefit from the use and development of their lands and resources. Point 4. Since 2005 the AFN has consistently reasserted and affirmed these guiding principles at its annual General Assemblies and in the numerous resolutions that these gatherings have produced. These demands have not been easy to ignore. Because of the persistence and dedication of countless Indigenous activists, leaders, communities, and organizations, we have witnessed within the scope of 4 decades the emergence of an unprecedented degree of recognition for Aboriginal cultural rights within the legal and political framework of the Canadian state. Point 5. Most significant on this front was Canada's eventual recognition of existing Aboriginal and treaty rights under Section 35(1) of the Constitution Act of 1982. This constitutional breakthrough provided the catalyst that led to the federal government's eventual recognition, in 1995, of an inherent right to self-government. 6. As well as the groundswell of post-1982 court challenges that have sought to both clarify and widen the scope of what constitutes a constitutionally recognized Aboriginal right to begin with. When considered from the vantage point of these important developments, it would certainly appear that recognition has emerged as the dominant expression of self-determination within the Aboriginal rights movement in Canada. The struggle for recognition has become a central catalyst in the international Indigenous rights movement as well. As the works of Will Kimlicka, Cheryl Lightfoot, Ronald Neeison, and others have noted, the last 3 decades have witnessed the emergence of recognition-based approaches to Indigenous self-determination in the field of Indigenous state relations in Asia, Northern Europe, throughout the Americas, and across the South Pacific, including Australia, New Zealand, and the Pacific Islands. Point 7 Although varying in institutional scope and scale, all of these geopolitical regions have seen the establishment of indigenous rights regimes that claim to recognize and accommodate the political autonomy, land rights, and cultural distinctiveness of indigenous nations within the settler states that now encase them. Although my primary empirical focus in Red Skin, White Masks is Canada, I suspect that readers will find many of my conclusions applicable to settler colonial experiences elsewhere. On a more discursive plane, the increase in recognition demands made by indigenous and other marginalized minorities over the last 40 years has also prompted a flurry of intellectual activity that has sought to unpack the complex ethical, political, and legal questions that these types of claims raise. To date, much of this literature has tended to focus on a perceived relationship between the affirmative recognition and institutional accommodation of societal cultural differences on the one hand, and the freedom and autonomy of marginalized individuals and groups living in ethnically diverse states on the other. In Canada, it has been argued that the synthesis of theory and practice has forced the state to dramatically reconceptualize the tenets of its relationship with Indigenous peoples, whereas before 1969 federal Indian policy was unapologetically assimilationist, now it is couched in the vernacular of mutual recognition aid. In the following chapters I critically engage a multiplicity of diverse anti-imperialist traditions and practices to challenge the increasingly commonplace idea that the colonial relationship between Indigenous peoples and the Canadian state can be adequately transformed via such a politics of recognition. Following the work of Richard J. F. Day, I take politics of recognition to refer to the now expansive range of recognition-based models of liberal pluralism that seek to reconcile Indigenous assertions of nationhood with settler state sovereignty via the accommodation of Indigenous identity claims in some form of renewed legal and political relationship with the Canadian state. Point 9 Although these models tend to vary in both theory and practice, most call for the delegation of land, capital, and political power from the state to indigenous communities through a combination of land claim settlements, economic development initiatives, and self-government agreements. These are subsequently the three broad contexts through which I examine the theory and practice of indigenous recognition politics in the following chapters. Against this variant of the recognition approach, I argue that instead of ushering in an era of peaceful coexistence grounded on the ideal of reciprocity or mutual recognition, the politics of recognition in its contemporary liberal form promises to reproduce the very configurations of colonialist, racist, patriarchal state power that Indigenous peoples' demands for recognition have historically sought to transcend. To demonstrate the above claim, Red Skin, White Masks will theoretically and empirically map the contours of what I consider to be a decisive shift in the modus operandi of colonial power following the hegemonization of the recognition paradigm following the release of the federal government's infamous Statement of the Government of Canada on Indian Policy, also known as the White Paper, in 1969.10. In the 2 centuries leading to this historic policy proposal, which called for the blanket assimilation of the status Indian population by unilaterally removing all institutionally enshrined aspects of legal and political differentiation that distinguish First Nations from non-native Canadians under the Indian Act, the reproduction of the colonial relationship between Indigenous peoples and what would eventually become Canada depended heavily on the deployment of state power geared around genocidal practices of forced exclusion and assimilation. Point 11 Any cursory examination into the character of colonial Indian policy during this period will attest to this fact. For example, this era witnessed Canada's repeated attempts to overtly uproot and destroy the vitality and autonomy of Indigenous modes of life through institutions such as residential schools, 12 through the imposition of settler state policies aimed at explicitly undercutting Indigenous political economies and relations to and with land, 13 through the violent dispossession of First Nation women's rights to land and community membership under sexist provisions of the Indian Act, 14 through the theft of Aboriginal children via racist child welfare policies, 15 and through the near wholesale dispossession of Indigenous peoples' territories and modes of traditional governance in exchange for delegated administrative powers to be exercised over relatively minuscule reserve lands. All of these policies sought to marginalize Indigenous people and communities, with the ultimate goal being our elimination, if not physically, then as cultural, political, and legal peoples distinguishable from the rest of Canadian society. 16 These initiatives reflect the more or less unconcealed, unilateral, and coercive nature of colonial rule during most of the 19th and 20th centuries. Although Indigenous people and communities have always found ways to individually and collectively resist these oppressive policies and practices, it was not until the tumultuous political climate of Red Power activism in the 1960s and 70s that policies geared toward the recognition and so-called reconciliation of native land and political grievances with state sovereignty began to appear. 3 watershed events are generally recognized as shaping this era of native activism in Canada. The first was the materialization of widespread First Nation opposition to the previously mentioned 1969 White Paper. Instead of serving as a bridge to passive assimilation, the White Paper inaugurated an unprecedented degree of pan-Indian assertiveness and political mobilization. The National Indian Brotherhood, now the Assembly of First Nations, issued the following response to the federal government's proposed initiative: "We view this as a policy designed to divest us of our Aboriginal rights. If we accept this policy, and in the process lose our rights and our lands, we become willing partners in cultural genocide. This we cannot do." 17 Although designed as a once-and-for-all solution to Canada's so-called Indian problem, the White Paper instead became a central catalyst around which the contemporary Indigenous self-determination movement coalesced, launching it into a determined defense of a unique cultural heritage and identity. 18 The sheer magnitude of First Nations resistance to the White Paper proposal forced the federal government to formally shelve the document on March 17, 1971.19. The second watershed event occurred following the partial recognition of Aboriginal title in the Supreme Court of Canada's 1973 Coulthard decision. 20 This landmark case, which involved a claim launched by Nisga'a hereditary chief Frank Coulthard to the unextinguished territories of his nation in northwestern British Columbia, overturned a 75-year precedent first established in St. Catharines Milling and Lumber Company v. The Queen, 1888, which stated that Aboriginal land rights existed only insofar and to the extent that the state recognized them as such. 21 Although technically a defeat for the Nisga'a, the 6 justices that rendered substantive decisions in Coulthard all agreed that, prior to contact, the Nisga'a indeed held the land rights they claimed in court. 22 The question then quickly shifted to whether these rights were sufficiently extinguished through colonial legislation. In the end, 3 justices ruled that the Aboriginal rights in question had not been extinguished, 3 ruled that they had, and 1 justice ruled against the Nisga'a based on a technical question regarding whether this type of action could be leveled against the province without legislation permitting it, which he ruled could not. 23 Thus, even though the Nisga'a technically lost their case in a 4-3 decision, the Supreme Court's ruling in Coulthard left enough uncertainty around the question of existing Aboriginal rights that it prompted a shift in the federal government's policy vis-a-vis native land interests. The result was the federal government's 1973 Statement on Claims of Indian and Inuit People, a federal native claims policy, which effectively reversed 52 years, since the 1921 signing of Treaty 11 in the Northwest Territories with the Sato Dean, of state refusal to recognize Indigenous claims to land where the question of existing title remained open. 24. The third event, or rather cluster of events, emerged following the turbulent decade of energy politics that followed the oil crisis of the early 1970s, which subsequently fueled an aggressive push by state and industry to develop what it saw as the largely untapped resource potential, natural gas, minerals, and oil, of northern Canada. 25 The federal government's holding of 45% equity in Panarctic Oils led Indian Affairs Minister Jean Chrétien to state that it is very seldom in public life that a minister of a government presides over that kind of profit. 26 The proposed increase in northern development was envisioned despite concerns raised by the Métis, Dean, and Inuit of the Northwest Territories regarding Canada's proposal to sanction the development of a huge natural gas pipeline to be carved across the heartland of our traditional territories. as well as the resistance mounted by the Cree of northern Quebec against a similarly massive hydroelectric project proposed for their homeland in the James Bay region. 27 The effectiveness of our subsequent political struggles, which gained unprecedented media coverage across the country, once again raised the issue of unresolved native rights and title issues to the fore of Canadian public consciousness. In the following chapters I will show that colonial rule underwent a profound shift in the wake of these important events. More specifically, I argue that the expression of indigenous anti-colonial nationalism that emerged during this period forced colonial power to modify itself from a structure that was once primarily reinforced by policies, techniques, and ideologies explicitly oriented around the genocidal exclusion/assimilation double, to one that is now reproduced through a seemingly more conciliatory set of discourses and institutional practices that emphasize our recognition and accommodation. Regardless of this modification, however, the relationship between indigenous peoples and the state has remained colonial to its foundation. Karl Marx, Settler Colonialism and Indigenous Dispossession in Post, White Paper Canada. What do I mean by a colonial, or more precisely, settler-colonial relationship? A settler-colonial relationship is one characterized by a particular form of domination, that is, it is a relationship where power, in this case, interrelated discursive and non-discursive facets of economic, gendered, racial, and state power has been structured into a relatively secure or sedimented set of hierarchical social relations that continue to facilitate the dispossession of indigenous peoples of their lands and self-determining authority. In this respect, Canada is no different from most other settler colonial powers. In the Canadian context, colonial domination continues to be structurally committed to maintain through force, fraud, and more recently, so-called negotiations ongoing state access to the land and resources that contradictorily provide the material and spiritual sustenance of indigenous societies on the one hand, and the foundation of colonial state formation, settlement, and capitalist development on the other. As Patrick Wolfe states, whatever settlers may say, and they generally have a lot to say, the primary motive of settler colonialism is not race, or religion, ethnicity, grade of civilization, etc., but access to territory. Territoriality is settler colonialism's specific, irreducible element. 28. In thinking about colonialism as a form of structured dispossession, I have found it useful to return to a cluster of insights developed by Karl Marx in chapters 26 through 32 of his first volume of Capital. 29 This section of Capital is crucial because it is there that Marx most thoroughly links the totalizing power of capital with that of colonialism by way of his theory of primitive accumulation. Challenging the idyllic portrayal of capitalism's origins by economists like Adam Smith, Marx's chapters on primitive accumulation highlight the gruesomely violent nature of the transition from feudal to capitalist social relations in Western Europe, with an emphasis placed on England. Marx's historical excavation of the birth of the capitalist mode of production identifies a host of colonial-like state practices that served to violently strip through conquest, enslavement, robbery, murder 30 non-capitalist producers, communities, and societies from their means of production and subsistence. In Capital, these formative acts of violent dispossession set the stage for the emergence of capitalist accumulation and the reproduction of capitalist relations of production by tearing indigenous societies, peasants, and other small-scale, self-sufficient agricultural producers from the source of their livelihood, the land. It was this horrific process that established the two necessary preconditions underwriting the capital relation itself. It forcefully opened up what were once collectively held territories and resources to privatization, dispossession and enclosure, which, over time, came to produce a class of workers compelled to enter the exploitative realm of the labor market for their survival, proletarianization. The historical process of primitive accumulation thus refers to the violent transformation of non-capitalist forms of life into capitalist ones. The critical purchase of Marx's primitive accumulation thesis for analyzing the relationship between colonial rule and capitalist accumulation in the contemporary period has been the subject of much debate over the last couple of decades. Within and between the fields of indigenous studies and Marxist political economy, these debates have at times been hostile and polarizing. At its worst, This hostility has led to the premature rejection of Marx and Marxism by some indigenous studies scholars on the one side, and to the belligerent, often ignorant, and sometimes racist dismissal of indigenous peoples' contributions to radical thought and politics by Marxists on the other. 31 At their non-dogmatic best, however, I believe that the conversations that continue to occur within and between these two diverse fields of critical inquiry, especially when placed in dialogue with feminist, anarchist, queer, and post-colonial traditions, have the potential to shed much insight into the cycles of colonial domination and resistance that characterize the relationship between white settler states and indigenous peoples. To my mind, then, for indigenous peoples to reject or ignore the insights of Marx would be a mistake, especially if this amounts to a refusal on our part to critically engage his important critique of capitalist exploitation and his extensive writings on the entangled relationship between capitalism and colonialism. As Tsimshian anthropologist Charles Menzies writes, Marxism retains an incisive core that helps understand the dynamics of the world we live. It highlights the ways in which power is structured through ownership and exposes the state's role in the accumulation of capital and the redistribution of wealth from the many to the few. 32 All of this is not to suggest, however, that Marx's contributions are without flaw, nor is it meant to suggest that Marxism provides a ready-made tool for indigenous peoples to uncritically appropriate in their struggles for land and freedom. As suggested above, rendering Marx's theoretical frame relevant to a comprehensive understanding of settler colonialism and indigenous resistance requires that it be transformed in conversation with the critical thought and practices of indigenous peoples themselves. In the spirit of fostering this critical dialogue, I suggest that three problematic features of Marx's primitive accumulation thesis are in need of such a transformation. The first feature involves what many critics have characterized as Marx's rigidly temporal framing of the phenomenon. As early as 1899, for example, anarchist geographer Peter Kropotkin made note of what seemed to be an erroneous division drawn in Marx between the primary or primitive accumulation of capital and its present-day formulation. 33 The critical point here, which many contemporary writers have subsequently picked up on, is that Marx tended to portray primitive accumulation as if it constituted a process confined to a particular, if indefinite, period, one already largely past in England, but still underway in the colonies at the time Marx wrote. 34 For Marx, although the era of violent, state dispossession may have inaugurated the accumulation process, in the end it is the silent compulsion of economic relations that ultimately sets the seal on the domination of the capitalist over the worker. 35 This formulation, however, clearly does not conform well to our present global reality. As the recent work of scholars as diverse as David Harvey, Sylvia Federici, Taiak Alfred, Rana Kuakainen, and Andrea Smith, to name but a few, have highlighted, the escalating onslaught of violent, state-orchestrated enclosures following neoliberalism's ascent to hegemony has unmistakably demonstrated the persistent role that unconcealed, violent dispossession continues to play in the reproduction of colonial and capitalist social relations in both the domestic and global contexts. 36. The second feature that needs to be addressed concerns the normative developmentalism that problematically underscored Marx's original formulation of the primitive accumulation thesis. I stress original here because Marx began to reformulate this teleological aspect of his thought in the last decade of his life, and this reformulation has important implications with respect to how we ought to conceptualize the struggles of non-Western societies against the violence that has defined our encounter with colonial modernity. For much of his career, however, Marx propagated within his writings a typically 19th-century modernist view of history and historical progress. This developmentalist ontology provided the overarching frame from which thinkers as diverse as Immanuel Kant, George W. F. Hegel, John Stuart Mill, and Adam Smith sought to unpack and historically rank variation in human cultural forms and modes of production according to each form's approximation to the full development of the human good. 37 As Michael Hart and Antonio Negri point out, this modernist commitment often led Marx, along with Engels, to depict those non-Western societies deemed to be positioned at the lower end of the scale of historical or cultural development as people without history, existing separate from the development of capital and locked in an immutable present without the capacity for historical innovation. 38 As a result, Marx's most influential work tends to not only portray primitive accumulation as a historical phenomenon in the sense that it constituted a prior or transitional stage in the development of the capitalist mode of production, but that it was also a historically inevitable process that would ultimately have a beneficial effect on those violently drawn into the capitalist circuit. Take, for instance, Marx's often quoted 1853 New York Tribune writings on colonial rule in India. There he suggests that, although vile and barbaric in practice, colonial dispossession would nonetheless have the revolutionary effect of bringing the despotic, undignified, and stagnant life of the Indians into the fold of capitalist modernity and thus onto the one true path of human development, socialism. 39 Just as Hegel had infamously asserted before him that Africa exists at the threshold of world history with no movement or development to exhibit, Marx would similarly come to declare that Indian society has no history at all, at least no known history. 40 Clearly, any analysis or critique of contemporary settler colonialism must be stripped of this Eurocentric feature of Marx's original historical meta-narrative. 41. But this still raises the question of how to address this residual feature of Marx's analysis. For our purposes here, I suggest that this can most effectively be accomplished by contextually shifting our investigation from an emphasis on the capital relation to the colonial relation. As suggested in his critical appraisal of Edward G. Wakefield's 1849 text, A View of the Art of Colonization, Marx was primarily interested in colonialism because it exposed some truth about the nature of capitalism. 42 His interest in the specific character of colonial domination was largely incidental. This is clearly evident in his position on primitive accumulation. As noted already, primitive accumulation involved a dual process for Marx, the accumulation of capital through violent state dispossession resulting in proletarianization. The weight given to these constituent elements, however, is by no means equal in Marx. As he explicitly states in Chapter 33 of Capital, Marx had little interest in the condition of the colonies as such. Rather, what caught his attention was the secret discovered in the New World by the political economy of the Old World, and loudly proclaimed by it, that the capitalist mode of production and accumulation, and therefore capitalist private property as well, have for their fundamental condition the expropriation of the worker. Emphasis added. 43 When examined from this angle, colonial dispossession appears to constitute an appropriate object of critique and analysis only insofar as it unlocks the key to understanding the nature of capitalism, that capital is not a thing, but rather a social relation dependent on the perpetual separation of workers from the means of production. 44 This was obviously Marx's primary concern, and it has subsequently remained the dominant concern of the Marxist tradition as a whole. 45 The contextual shift advocated here, by contrast, takes as its analytical frame the subject position of the colonized vis-a-vis the effects of colonial dispossession, rather than from the primary position of the waged male proletariat in the process of commodity production. 46 To borrow Silvia Federici's useful formulation, at least 4 critical insights into our settler colonial present emerge from the resolution of these first two problems. First, by making the contextual shift in analysis from the capital relation to the colonial relation, the inherent injustice of colonial rule is posited on its own terms and in its own right. By repositioning the colonial frame as our overarching lens of analysis, it becomes far more difficult to justify in antiquated developmental terms, from either the right or the left, the assimilation of non-capitalist, non-Western, indigenous modes of life based on the racist assumption that this assimilation will somehow magically redeem itself by bringing the fruits of capitalist modernity into the supposedly backward world of the colonized. 47 In a certain respect, this was also the guiding insight that eventually led Marx to reformulate his theory after 1871. Subsequently, in the last decade of his life, Marx no longer condemns non-Western and non-capitalist social formations to necessarily pass through the destructive phase of capitalist development as the condition of possibility for human freedom and flourishing. During this period, Marx had not only come to view more clearly how certain features of non-capitalist and capitalist modes of production articulate, albeit asymmetrically, in a given social formation, but also the ways in which aspects of the former can come to inform the construction of radical alternatives to the latter. 48. A similar insight informed Kropotkin's early critique of Marx as well. The problem for Kropotkin was that Marx not only drew an erroneous division between the history of state dispossession and what has proven to be its persistent role in the accumulation process, but that this also seemed to justify in crude developmentalist terms the violent dispossession of place-based, non-state modes of self-sufficient indigenous economic, political, and social activity, only this time to be carried out under the auspices of the coercive authority of socialist states. This form of dispossession would eventually come to be championed by Soviet imperialists under the banner Socialist Primitive Accumulation. 49. I suggest that by shifting our analytical frame to the colonial relation we might occupy a better angle from which to both anticipate and interrogate practices of settler state dispossession justified under otherwise egalitarian principles and espoused with so-called progressive political agendas in mind. Instead, what must be recognized by those inclined to advocate a blanket return of the commons as a redistributive counter-strategy to the neoliberal state's new round of enclosures, is that, in liberal settler states such as Canada, the commons not only belong to somebody the first peoples of this land, they also deeply inform and sustain indigenous modes of thought and behavior that harbor profound insights into the maintenance of relationships within and between human beings and the natural world built on principles of reciprocity, non-exploitation and respectful coexistence. By ignoring or downplaying the injustice of colonial dispossession, critical theory and left political strategy not only risks becoming complicit in the very structures and processes of domination that it ought to oppose, but it also risks overlooking what could prove to be invaluable glimpses into the ethical practices and preconditions required for the construction of a more just and sustainable world order. The second insight facilitated by this contextual shift has to do with the role played by indigenous labor in the historical process of colonial capital accumulation in Canada. It is now generally acknowledged among historians and political economists that following the waves of colonial settlement that marked the transition between mercantile and industrial capitalism, roughly spanning the years 1860 to 1914, but with significant variation between geographical regions, native labor became increasingly, although by no means entirely, superfluous to the political and economic development of the Canadian state. 50 Increased European settlement combined with an imported, hyper-exploited non-European workforce meant that, in the post-fur trade period, Canadian state formation and colonial capitalist development required first and foremost land, and only secondarily the surplus value afforded by cheap, indigenous labor. 51 This is not to suggest, however, that the long-term goal of indoctrinating the indigenous population to the principles of private property, possessive individualism, and menial wage work did not constitute an important feature of Canadian Indian policy. It did. As the Commissioner of Indian Affairs in 1890 wrote, the work of subdividing reserves has begun in earnest. The policy of destroying the tribal or communist system is assailed in every possible way, and every effort has been made to implant a spirit of individual responsibility instead. 52. When this historical consideration is situated alongside the contemporary fact that there has been, first, a steady increase in native migration to urban centers over the last few decades, and, second, that many First Nation communities are situated on or near lands coveted by the resource exploitation industry, it is reasonable to conclude that disciplining indigenous life to the cold rationality of market principles will remain on state and industry's agenda for some time to follow. 53 In this respect, Marx's thesis still stands. What I want to point out, rather, is that when related back to the primitive accumulation thesis, it appears that the history and experience of dispossession, not proletarianization, has been the dominant background structure shaping the character of the historical relationship between indigenous peoples and the Canadian state. Just as importantly, I would also argue that dispossession continues to inform the dominant modes of indigenous resistance and critique that this relationship has provoked. Stated bluntly, The theory and practice of indigenous anti-colonialism, including indigenous anti-capitalism, is best understood as a struggle primarily inspired by and oriented around the question of land, a struggle not only for land in the material sense, but also deeply informed by what the land as system of reciprocal relations and obligations can teach us about living our lives in relation to one another and the natural world in non-dominating and non-exploitative terms, and less around our emergent status as rightless proletarians. 54. I call this place-based foundation of indigenous decolonial thought and practice grounded normativity, by which I mean the modalities of indigenous land-connected practices and long-standing experiential knowledge that inform and structure our ethical engagements with the world and our relationships with human and non-human others over time. The third insight to flow from this contextual shift corresponds to a number of concerns expressed by indigenous peoples, deep ecologists, defenders of animal rights, and other advocates of environmental sustainability regarding perceived anti-ecological tendencies in Marx's work. Although this field of criticism tends to be internally diverse and some have argued, overstated, I am thinking here of eco-socialists like Joel Covell and John Bellamy Foster. At its core it suggests that Marx's perspectives on nature adhered to an instrumental rationality that placed no intrinsic value on the land or nature itself, and that this subsequently led him to uncritically champion an ideology of productivism and unsustainable economic progress. 55 From the vantage point of the capital relationship, which, I have argued, tends to concern itself most with the adverse structural and ideological effects stemming from expropriated labor, land is not exploitable, people are. I believe that re-establishing the colonial relation of dispossession as a co-foundational feature of our understanding of and critical engagement with capitalism opens up the possibility of developing a more ecologically attentive critique of colonial capitalist accumulation, especially if this engagement takes its cues from the grounded normativity of indigenous modalities of place-based resistance and criticism. And finally, the fourth insight that flows from the contextual shift advocated here involves what many have characterized as Marx's, and orthodox Marxism's, economic reductionism. It should be clear in the following pages that there is much more at play in the contemporary reproduction of settler colonial social relations than capitalist economics, most notably, the host of interrelated yet semi-autonomous facets of discursive and non-discursive power briefly identified earlier. Although it is beyond question that the predatory nature of capitalism continues to play a vital role in facilitating the ongoing dispossession of indigenous peoples in Canada, it is necessary to recognize that it only does so in relation to or in concert with axes of exploitation and domination configured along racial, gender, and state lines. Given the resilience of these equally devastating modalities of power, I argue that any strategy geared toward authentic decolonization must directly confront more than mere economic relations. It has to account for the multifarious ways in which capitalism, patriarchy, white supremacy, and the totalizing character of state power interact with one another to form the constellation of power relations that sustain colonial patterns of behavior, structures, and relationships. I suggest that shifting our attention to the colonial frame is one way to facilitate this form of radical intersectional analysis. 56 Seen from this light, the colonial relation should not be understood as a primary locus or base from which these other forms of oppression flow, but rather as the inherited background field within which market, racist, patriarchal, and state relations converge to facilitate a certain power effect, in our case, the reproduction of hierarchical social relations that facilitate the dispossession of our lands and self-determining capacities. Like capital, colonialism, as a structure of domination predicated on dispossession, is not a thing, but rather the sum effect of the diversity of interlocking oppressive social relations that constitute it. When stated this way, it should be clear that shifting our position to highlight the ongoing effects of colonial dispossession in no way displaces questions of distributive justice or class struggle. Rather, it simply situates these questions more firmly alongside and in relation to the other sites and relations of power that inform our settler colonial present. With these four insights noted, I can now turn to the third and final feature that needs to be addressed with respect to Marx's primitive accumulation thesis. This one, which constitutes the core theoretical intervention of this book, brings us back to my original claim that, In the Canadian context, colonial relations of power are no longer reproduced primarily through overtly coercive means, but rather through the asymmetrical exchange of mediated forms of state recognition and accommodation. This is obviously quite different from the story Marx tells, where the driving force behind dispossession and accumulation is initially that of violence. It is a relationship of brute force, of servitude, whose methods, Marx claims, are anything but idyllic. 57 The strategic deployment of violent sovereign power, then, serves the primary reproductive function in the accumulation process in Marx's writings on colonialism. As Marx himself bluntly put it, these gruesome state practices are what thrust capitalism onto the world stage, dripping from head to toe, from every pore in blood and dirt. 58. The question that needs to be asked in our context, however, and the question to which I provide an answer in the following chapters, is this: what are we to make of contexts where state violence no longer constitutes the regulative norm governing the process of colonial dispossession, as appears to be the case in ostensibly tolerant, multinational, liberal settler polities such as Canada? 59 Stated in Marx's own terms, if neither blood and fire nor the silent compulsion of capitalist economics can adequately account for the reproduction of colonial hierarchies in liberal democratic contexts, what can? Frantz Fanon and the Politics of Recognition in Colonial Contexts. To elucidate precisely how colonial rule made the transition from a more or less unconcealed structure of domination to a mode of colonial governmentality that works through the limited freedoms afforded by state recognition and accommodation, I will be drawing significantly, but not exclusively, on the work of anti-colonial theorist, psychiatrist, and revolutionary Frantz Fanon. 60 At first blush, turning to Fanon to develop an understanding of the regulating mechanisms undergirding settler colonial rule in contexts where state violence no longer constitutes the norm governing the process might seem a bit odd to those familiar with his work. After all, Fanon is arguably best known for the articulation of colonialism he develops in The Wretched of the Earth, where colonial rule is posited, much like Marx posited it before him, as a structure of dominance maintained through unrelenting and punishing forms of violence. In colonial regions, writes Fanon, the state uses a language of pure violence. It does not alleviate oppression or mask domination. Instead, the proximity and frequent, direct intervention by the police and military ensure the colonized are kept under close scrutiny, and contained by rifle butts and napalm, emphasis added. 61 And considering Fanon wrote The Wretched of the Earth during one of the 20th century's most gruesome anti-colonial struggles, the Algerian War of Independence, 1954–62, it is not surprising that he placed so much emphasis on colonialism's openly coercive and violent features. Given the severe nature of the colonial situation within which The Wretched of the Earth was produced, one could argue that the diagnosis and prescriptions outlined in the text were tragically appropriate to the context they set out to address. But this simply is not the case in contemporary Canada, and for this reason I begin my investigation with the sustained engagement with Fanon's earlier work, Black Skin, White Masks. As we shall see in the following chapter, it is there that Fanon offers a groundbreaking critical analysis of the affirmative relationship drawn between recognition and freedom in the master-slave dialectic of Hegel's phenomenology of spirit, a critique I claim is equally applicable to contemporary liberal recognition-based approaches to indigenous self-determination in Canada. 62 Fanon's analysis suggests that in contexts where colonial rule is not reproduced through force alone, the maintenance of settler state hegemony requires the production of what he liked to call colonized subjects, namely, the production of the specific modes of colonial thought, desire, and behavior that implicitly or explicitly commit the colonized to the types of practices and subject positions that are required for their continued domination. However, unlike the liberalized appropriation of Hegel that continues to inform many contemporary proponents of identity politics, in Fanon recognition is not posited as a source of freedom and dignity for the colonized, but rather as the field of power through which colonial relations are produced and maintained. This is the form of recognition, Fanon suggests, that Hegel never described. 63 Subsequently, This is also the form of recognition that I set out to interrogate in Red Skin, White Masks. Outline of the book. With these preliminary remarks made, I will now provide a brief outline of the structure and chapter breakdown of the book. In Chapter 1, I use Frantz Fanon's critique of Hegel's master-slave dialectic to challenge the now commonplace assumption that the structure of domination that frames indigenous, state relations in Canada can be undermined via a liberal politics of recognition. I begin my analysis by identifying two Hegelian assumptions that continue to inform the politics of recognition today. The first, which is now uncontroversial, involves recognition's perceived role in the constitution of human subjectivity, the notion that our identities are formed intersubjectively through our complex social interactions with other subjects. As Charles Taylor influentially asserts, the crucial feature of human life is its fundamentally dialogical character. We define our identity always in dialogue with, sometimes in struggle against, the things our significant others acknowledge in us. 64. The second, more contentious assumption suggests that the specific structural or interpersonal character of our relations of recognition can have a positive, when mutual and affirmative, or detrimental, when unequal and disparaging, effect on our status as free and self-determining agents. I draw off Fanon's work to partially challenge this second assumption by demonstrating the ways in which the purportedly diversity-affirming forms of state recognition and accommodation defended by some proponents of contemporary liberal recognition politics can subtly reproduce non-mutual and unfree relations rather than free and mutual ones. At its core, Fanon's critique of colonial recognition politics can be summarized like this: when delegated exchanges of recognition occur in real-world contexts of domination, the terms of accommodation usually end up being determined by and in the interests of the hegemonic partner in the relationship. This is the structural problem of colonial recognition identified by Fanon in Black Skin, White Masks. Fanon then goes on to demonstrate how subaltern populations often develop what he called psycho-affective attachments to these structurally circumscribed modes of recognition. For Fanon, these ideological attachments are essential in maintaining the economic and political structure of colonial relationships over time. This is the subjective dimension to the problem of colonial recognition highlighted in Black Skin, White Masks. With these two interrelated problematics identified, I go on to conclude the chapter with a brief discussion of an alternative politics of recognition, one that is less oriented around attaining legal and political recognition by the state, and more about indigenous peoples empowering themselves through cultural practices of individual and collective self-fashioning that seek to prefigure radical alternatives to the structural and subjective dimensions of colonial power identified earlier in the chapter. I call this a resurgent politics of recognition and take it up in more detail in my concluding chapter. In chapters 2, 3, and 4, I set out to empirically demonstrate the largely theoretical insights that are derived from my applied use of Fanon's critique of Hegel's master-slave narrative through 3 case studies drawn from the post-1969 history of Indigenous, state relations in Canada. These case studies will also serve to flesh out in more detail a number of recent debates within the liberal recognition and identity politics literature, including those that have focused on the following cluster of issues and concerns. The left materialist challenge. The ascendant status of identity, culture, and recognition in contemporary political struggles has not emerged without controversy. Critics on the left, for example, have long voiced concern over what they claim to be the excessively insular and divisive character of many culture-based, identity-related movements. 65 More specifically, they argue that the inherently parochial and particularistic orientation of recognition-based politics is serving, or worse, has already served, to undermine more egalitarian and universal aspirations, like those focused on class and directed toward a more equitable distribution of socioeconomic goods. As Brian Barry explains, pursuit of the multiculturalist recognition agenda makes the achievement of broadly based egalitarian policies difficult in 2 ways. At a minimum, it diverts political effort away from universalistic goals. But a more serious problem is that multiculturalism may very well destroy the conditions for putting together a coalition in favor of across-the-board equalization of opportunities and resources. 66 In such contexts it would indeed appear that recognition struggles are serving less to supplement, complicate, and enrich redistribution struggles than to marginalize, eclipse and displace them, as Nancy Fraser's work suggests. 67 In short, advocates of the left materialist critique challenge the affirmative relationship drawn between recognition and freedom by many defenders of identity/difference politics on the grounds that such a politics has proven itself incapable of transforming the generative material conditions that so often work to foreclose the realization of self-determination in the lives of ordinary citizens. Chapter 2 interrogates the above challenge through an examination of the cultural, political, and economic dynamics that informed the Dean Nation's struggle for national recognition and self-determination in the 1970s and early 1980s. During this period the Dean Nation was the main organization representing the political interests of the Dean peoples of the Northwest Territories, of which my own community is a part, the Yellowknives Dean First Nation. Although sensitive to certain concerns animating the left materialist position, I argue that there is nothing intrinsic to the identity-related struggles of indigenous peoples that predispose them to the cluster of charges noted above. To the contrary, I suggest that insofar as indigenous cultural claims always involve demands for a more equitable distribution of land, political power, and economic resources, the left materialist claim regarding the displacement of economic concerns by cultural ones is misplaced when applied to settler colonial contexts. 68 However, if one takes a modified version of the displacement thesis and instead examines the relationship between indigenous recognition claims and the distinction made by Nancy Fraser between transformative and affirmative forms of redistribution, the criticism begins to hold more weight. 69 For Fraser, transformative models of redistribution are those that aspire to correct unjust distributions of power and resources at their source, whereas affirmative strategies, by contrast, strive to alter or modify the second-order effects of these first-order root causes. As we shall see with the example drawn from my community, the last 40 years has witnessed a gradual erosion of this transformative vision within the mainstream Dean self-determination movement, which in the context of northern land claims and economic development has resulted in a partial decoupling of indigenous cultural claims from the radical aspirations for social, political, and economic change that once underpinned them. However, following my reading of Fanon, I argue that this gradual displacement of questions of indigenous sovereignty and alternative political economies by narrowly conceived cultural claims within the Dean struggle is better understood as an effect of primitive accumulation via the hegemonization of the liberal discourse of recognition than due to some core deficiency with indigenous cultural politics as such. The essentialism challenge. The second constellation of criticisms frequently leveled against the recognition paradigm revolves around the essentialist articulations of individual and collective identity that sometimes anchor demands for cultural accommodation in theory and practice. In recent feminist, queer, and anti-racist literature, the term essentialism is often used pejoratively to refer to those theories and social practices that treat identity categories such as gender, race, and class as fixed, immutable and universal, instead of being constructed, contingent, and open to cultural variation. 70 According to Ann Phillips, when recognition-based models of cultural pluralism invoke essentialist articulations of identity, they risk functioning not as a cultural liberator but as a cultural straitjacket, forcing members of minority cultural groups into a regime of authenticity, denying them the chance to cross cultural borders, borrow cultural influences, define and redefine themselves. 71 In order to avoid this potentially repressive feature of identity politics, we are told that the various expressions of identification and signification that underpin demands for recognition such as gender, culture, nationhood, and tradition must remain open-ended and never immune from contestation or democratic deliberation. The anti-essentialist position thus poses yet another set of challenges to the affirmative relationship drawn between recognition and freedom by uncritical supporters of the politics of difference. Chapter 3 unpacks some of the problems identified by the anti-essentialist challenge through a gendered analysis of the decade of Indigenous mega-constitutional politics spanning the patriation of Canada's Constitution Act, 1982 and the demise of the Charlottetown Accord in 1992. The Charlottetown Accord was a proposed agreement struck between the federal government, the provincial and territorial governments, and Aboriginal representatives on a proposed series of amendments to the Constitution Act, 1982. Among other things, the amendment sought to address issues concerning the recognition of Quebec's distinct status within Confederation, the recognition of an Aboriginal right to self-government, and parliamentary reform. Although I remain indebted to the critical insights offered by Frantz Fanon and activists within the Dene Nation regarding the entangled relationship among racism, state power, capitalism, and colonial dispossession, all paid insufficient attention to the role played by patriarchy in this corrosive configuration of power. Recent feminist analyses of the 10-year effort to constitutionally entrench an Aboriginal right to self-government provide a particularly illustrative corrective to this shortcoming. Specifically, these analyses have done an excellent job foregrounding the manner in which contemporary essentialist articulations of Indigenous culture have converged with the legacy of patriarchal misrecognition under the Indian Act to discursively inform our recent efforts to attain recognition of a right to self-government. However, even though I find much of this anti-essentialist inspired analysis compelling, I nonetheless hope to illuminate two problems that arise when this form of criticism is uncritically wielded in the context of Indigenous peoples' struggles for recognition and self-determination. First, using recent feminist and deliberative democratic critiques of Indigenous recognition politics as a backdrop, I demonstrate how normative appropriations of social constructivism can undercut the liberatory aspirations of anti-essentialist criticism by failing to adequately address the complexity of interlocking social relations that serve to exasperate the types of exclusionary cultural practices that critics of essentialism find so disconcerting. Second, and perhaps more problematically, I show that when constructivist views of culture are posited as a universal feature of social life and then used as a means to evaluate the legitimacy of Indigenous claims for cultural recognition against the uncontested authority of the colonial state, it can serve to sanction the very forms of domination and inequality that anti-essentialist criticism ought to mitigate. Chapter 4 examines the convergence of Indigenous recognition politics with the more recent transitional justice discourse of reconciliation that began to gain considerable attention in Canada following the publication of the report of the Royal Commission on Aboriginal Peoples, RCAP, in 1996. RCAP was established by the federal government in 1991 in the wake of two national crises that unraveled the previous summer and fall, the failed Meech Lake Accord and the armed standoff between the Mohawks of Kanesatake, Quebec, and the Canadian military, popularly known as the Oka Crisis. The commission was established with a 16-point mandate to investigate the troubled relationship between Aboriginal peoples and the state, and to issue a series of comprehensive recommendations that might serve to facilitate a process of genuine reconciliation. The last 30 years have witnessed a global proliferation of state institutional mechanisms that promote forgiveness and reconciliation as a means of resolving the adverse social impacts of various forms of intrastate violence and historical injustice. Originally, however, this approach to conflict resolution was developed in polities undergoing a formal transition from the violent history of openly authoritarian regimes to more democratic forms of rule. This chapter will explore the efficacy of transitional justice mechanisms such as state apologies, commissions of inquiry, truth and reconciliation commissions, individual reparations, and so forth when applied to the non-transitional context of the Canadian settler state. In doing so, I argue that in settler colonial contexts such as Canada where there is no formal period marking an explicit transition from an authoritarian past to a democratic present, state-sanctioned approaches to reconciliation tend to ideologically fabricate such a transition by narrowly situating the abuses of settler colonization firmly in the past. In these situations, reconciliation itself becomes temporally framed as the process of individually and collectively overcoming the harmful legacy left in the wake of this past abuse, while leaving the present structure of colonial rule largely unscathed. In such a context, those who refuse to forgive or reconcile are typically represented in the policy literature as suffering from this legacy, unable or unwilling to move on because of their simmering anger and resentment. Drawing again on Frantz Fanon's work, I challenge the ways in which Canadian reconciliation politics tends to uncritically represent Indigenous expressions of anger and resentment as negative emotions that threaten to impede the realization of reconciliation in the lives of Indigenous people and communities on the one hand, and between Indigenous nations and Canada on the other. Although it is on occasion acknowledged that reactive emotions like anger and resentment can generate both positive and negative effects, more often than not defenders of reconciliation represent these emotional expressions in an unsympathetic light as irrational, as physically and psychologically unhealthy, as reactionary, backward-looking, and even as socially pathological. In contradistinction to this view, I argue that in the context of ongoing settler colonial injustice, Indigenous peoples' anger and resentment can indicate a sign of moral protest and political outrage that we ought to at least take seriously, if not embrace as a sign of our critical consciousness. By the end of Chapter 4 it should be evident why Fanon did not attribute much emancipatory potential to either a Hegelian or liberal politics of recognition when applied to colonial situations. This did not lead Fanon to reject the recognition paradigm entirely, however. Instead, what Fanon's work does is redirect our attention to the host of self-affirmative cultural practices that colonized peoples often critically engage in to empower themselves, as opposed to relying too heavily on the subjectifying apparatus of the state or other dominant institutions of power to do this for them. In doing so, Fanon's position challenges colonized peoples to transcend the fantasy that the settler state apparatus as a structure of domination predicated on our ongoing dispossession is somehow capable of producing liberatory effects. 72 The task of Chapter 5 is to flesh out this self-affirmative thread in Fanon's thought and politics through a critical reading of his engagement with the work of Jean-Paul Sartre on the one hand, and the Negritude movement on the other. Although Negritude constituted a diverse body of inter- and post-war, francophone black artistic production and political activism, at its core the movement emphasized the need for colonized people and communities to purge themselves of the internalized effects of colonial racism through an affirmation of the worth of black difference. I argue that even though Fanon's critical appraisal of Negritude clearly saw the revaluation of pre-colonial African cultural forms as a crucial means of momentarily freeing the colonized from the interpellative grasp of racist misrecognition, in the end it will be shown that he shared Sartre's unwillingness to acknowledge the transformative role that critically revived indigenous cultural practices might play in the construction of alternatives to the colonial project of genocide and land dispossession. I thus conclude the chapter with the claim that, although insightful in many respects, Fanon's overly instrumental view of the relationship between culture and decolonization renders his theory inadequate as a framework for understanding contemporary indigenous struggles for self-determination. Indigenous peoples tend to view their resurgent practices of cultural self-recognition and empowerment as permanent features of our decolonial political projects, not transitional ones. The conclusion begins with a reiteration of the main line of argument defended in Red Skin, White Masks that the liberal recognition-based approach to Indigenous self-determination in Canada that began to consolidate itself after the demise of the 1969 White Paper has not only failed, but now serves to reproduce the very forms of colonial power which our original demands for recognition sought to transcend. This argument will undoubtedly be controversial to many Indigenous scholars and Aboriginal organization leaders insofar as it suggests that much of our efforts over the last 4 decades to attain settler state recognition of our rights to land and self-government have in fact encouraged the opposite, the continued dispossession of our homelands and the ongoing usurpation of our self-determining authority. I suggest that this conclusion demands that we begin to collectively redirect our struggles away from a politics that seeks to attain a conciliatory form of settler state recognition for Indigenous nations toward a resurgent politics of recognition premised on self-actualization, direct action, and the resurgence of cultural practices that are attentive to the subjective and structural composition of settler colonial power. I thus conclude my investigation in Red Skin, White Masks, with 5 theses on indigenous politics that highlight the core features of this resurgent approach to indigenous decolonization in light of the Idle No More movement that exploded onto the Canadian political scene in Canada in the late fall/early winter of 2012. What originally began in the fall of 2012 as an education campaign designed to inform Canadians about a particularly repugnant and undemocratic piece of legislation recently passed by the Canadian federal government, the Jobs and Growth Act, or Bill C-45, which threatens to erode Indigenous land and treaty rights as well as environmental protections for much of our waterways, had erupted by mid-January 2013 into a full-blown defense of Indigenous land and sovereignty. Idle No More offers a productive case study through which to explore what a resurgent indigenous politics might look like on the ground. 1. The politics of recognition in colonial contexts. Humanity does not gradually progress from combat to combat until it arrives at universal reciprocity, where the rule of law finally replaces warfare. Humanity installs each of its violences in a system of rules and thus proceeds from domination to domination. Michel Foucault, Nietzsche, Genealogy, History. For Hegel, there is reciprocity. Here the master laughs at the consciousness of the slave. What he wants from the slave is not recognition but work. Frantz Fanon, Black Skin, White Masks. My introductory chapter began by making 2 broad claims. First, I claimed that since 1969 we have witnessed the modus operandi of colonial power relations in Canada shift from a more or less unconcealed structure of domination to a form of colonial governance that works through the medium of state recognition and accommodation, and second, I claimed that regardless of this shift, Canadian settler colonialism remains structurally oriented around achieving the same power effect it sought in the pre-1969 period, the dispossession of Indigenous peoples of their lands and self-determining authority. This chapter further develops my first claim by providing a theoretical account of how the politics of recognition has come to serve the interests of colonial power in the ways that it has. It is to this question, I claim, that Fanon provides a strikingly perceptive answer. In situations where colonial rule does not depend solely on the exercise of state violence, its reproduction instead rests on the ability to entice Indigenous peoples to identify, either implicitly or explicitly, with the profoundly asymmetrical and non-reciprocal forms of recognition either imposed on or granted to them by the settler state and society. Fanon first developed this insight in his 1952 text, Black Skin, White Masks, where he persuasively challenges the applicability of Hegel's dialectic of recognition to colonial and racialized settings. Point 1. In contradistinction to what he viewed as Hegel's abstraction, Fanon argued that, in actual contexts of domination, such as colonialism, not only are the terms of recognition usually determined by and in the interests of the master, the colonizing state and society, but also over time slave populations, the colonized, tend to develop what he called psychoaffective attachments to these master-sanctioned forms of recognition. And that this attachment is essential in maintaining the economic and political structure of master/slave, colonizer/colonized, relations themselves. Point 2. By the end of this chapter it should be clear in theoretical terms that the contemporary politics of recognition is ill-equipped to deal with the interrelated structural and psychoaffective dimensions of colonial power that Fanon implicated in the preservation of colonial hierarchies. Once this theoretical ground has been paved, I can then proceed in chapters 2, 3, and 4 to evaluate Fanon's critique against 3 empirical case studies drawn from the post-1969 history of Indigenous, state relations in Canada. This chapter is organized into 4 sections. In the first section, I outline some of the underlying assumptions that inform the politics of recognition from Hegel's master/slave to the work of Charles Taylor. In the second section, I apply the insights of Fanon's critique of Hegel's dialectic of recognition to highlight a number of problems that appear to plague Taylor's politics of recognition when applied to colonial contexts. Although I tend to focus most of my attention on Taylor's work, it should be clear that the conclusions reached in this chapter are by no means limited to his contribution alone. In the third section, I hope to show that the processes of colonial subjection identified in the previous sections, although formidable, are not total. As Robert Young argues, Fanon himself spent much of his career as a psychiatrist investigating the inner effects of colonialism in order to establish a means through which they could be resisted, turning the inculcation of inferiority into self-empowerment. 3. Here I argue that the self-affirmative logic underlying Fanon's writings on anti-colonial agency and empowerment offer a potential means of evading the liberal politics of recognition's tendency to produce colonial subjects. The groundwork laid in Section 3 will provide a launching point for my discussion in Chapter 5 and my conclusion, where the theory and practice of indigenous anti-colonialism as a resurgent practice of cultural self-recognition will be taken up in more detail. And finally, in the last section, I address an important counterargument to my position through a critical engagement with the work of Anishinaabe political philosopher Dale Turner. Recognition, from Hegel's master-slave to Charles Taylor's Politics of Recognition. It is now commonly acknowledged that one of Hegel's most enduring contributions to contemporary social and political thought has been his concept of recognition. In the words of Nancy Fraser and Axel Honneth, whether the issue is indigenous land claims or women's care work, homosexual marriage or Muslim headscarves, the term recognition is increasingly used to unpack the normative basis of today's political claims. Recognition has become a key word of our time. For my purposes here it will suffice to limit my discussion of Hegel's theory of recognition to his chapter Lordship and Bondage in the Phenomenology of Spirit. 5. This narrower approach can be justified on two grounds. First, although others have recognized the importance of Hegel's earlier and later writings on recognition, Fanon was primarily concerned, following Alexander Kojève and Jean-Paul Sartre, 6, with recognition as it appeared in the master-slave dialectic of the Phenomenology of Spirit. In this respect, it has been suggested that Fanon's work be read as an important, yet largely ignored, contribution to the so-called Hegel Renaissance that occurred in France's intellectual scene after World War II. 7. The second justification is that this chapter is not about Hegel per se. Rather, it concerns the contemporary appropriation, whether implicit or explicit, of his theory of recognition by activists, political theorists, and policy makers working on issues pertaining to indigenous self-determination in Canada. Only once I have teased out the logic of recognition at play in Hegel's master-slave narrative, can I begin to unpack and problematize this appropriation. As suggested in the previous chapter, at its core, Hegel's master-slave narrative can be read in at least two ways that continue to inform contemporary recognition-based theories of liberal pluralism. On the first reading, Hegel's dialectic outlines a theory of identity formation that cuts against the classical liberal view of the subject insofar as it situates social relations at the fore of human subjectivity. On this account, relations of recognition are deemed constitutive of subjectivity. One becomes an individual subject only in virtue of recognizing, and being recognized by another subject. 8. Our senses of self are thus dependent on and shaped through our complex relations with others. This insight into the intersubjective nature of identity formation underlies Hegel's often quoted assertion that self-consciousness exists in and for itself when, and by the fact that, it so exists for another, that is, it exists only in being acknowledged. 9. On the second reading, the dialectic moves beyond highlighting the relational nature of human subjectivity to elucidate what Hegel sees as the intersubjective conditions required for the realization of human freedom. From this perspective, the master-slave narrative can be read in a normative light in that it suggests that the realization of oneself as an essential, self-determining agent requires that one not only be recognized as self-determining, but that one be recognized by another self-consciousness that is also recognized as self-determining. It is through these reciprocal processes and exchanges of recognition that the condition of possibility for freedom emerges. 10. Hence Hegel's repeated insistence that relations of recognition be mutual. This point is driven home in the latter half of Hegel's section Lordship and Bondage, when he discusses the ironic fate of the master in a context of asymmetrical recognition. After the life and death struggle between the two self-consciousnesses temporarily cashes out in the hierarchical master-slave relationship, Hegel goes on to depict a surprising turn of events in which the master's desire for recognition as an essential being for itself is thwarted by the fact that he or she is only recognized by the unessential and dependent consciousness of the slave. 11 And of course recognition by a slave hardly constitutes recognition at all. In this one-sided and unequal relationship the master fails to gain certainty of being for self as the truth of himself. On the contrary, his truth is in reality the unessential consciousness and its unessential action. 12 Meanwhile, as the master continues to wallow in his sluggish state of increased dependency, the slave, through his or her transformative labor, becomes conscious of what he truly is and qua worker comes to realize his own independence. 13 Thus, in the end, the truth of independent consciousness and one's status as a self-determining actor is realized more through the praxis of the slave through his or her transformative work in and on the world. However, here it is important to note that for Hegel, the revolution of the slave is not simply to replace the master while maintaining the unequal hierarchical recognition. This, of course, would only temporarily invert the relation, and the slave would eventually meet the same fate as the master. Rather, as Robert Williams reminds us, Hegel's project was to move beyond the patterns of domination and inequality that typify asymmetrical relations of recognition as such. 14 It is also on this point that many contemporary theorists of recognition remain committed. In Bound by Recognition, Pachin Markel suggests that one of the most significant differences between recognition in Hegel's master/slave and the politics of recognition today is that state institutions tend to play a fundamental role in mediating relations of recognition in the latter, but not the former. 15 For example, regarding policies aimed at preserving cultural diversity, Markel writes, far from being simple face-to-face encounters between subjects, a la Hegel's stylized story in The Phenomenology, multiculturalism tends to involve large-scale exchanges of recognition in which states typically play a crucial role. 16 Charles Taylor's The Politics of Recognition provides a particularly salient example of this. In this essay, Taylor draws on the insights of Hegel, among others, to mount a sustained critique of what he claims to be the increasingly impracticable nature of difference-blind liberalism when applied to culturally diverse polities such as the United States and Canada. 17 Alternatively, Taylor defends a variant of liberal thought that posits that, under certain circumstances, diverse states can indeed recognize and accommodate a range of group-specific claims without having to abandon their commitment to a core set of fundamental rights. 18 Furthermore, these types of claims can be defended on liberal grounds because it is within and against the horizon of one's cultural community that individuals come to develop their identities, and thus the capacity to make sense of their lives and life choices. In short, our identities provide the background against which our tastes and desires and opinions and aspirations make sense. Without this orienting framework we would be unable to derive meaning from our lives. We would not know who we are or where we are coming from. We would be at sea, as Taylor puts it elsewhere. 19 Thus, much like Hegel before him, Taylor argues that human actors do not develop their identities in isolation, rather they are formed through dialogue with others, in agreement or struggle with their recognition of us. 20 However, given that our identities are formed through these relations, it also follows that they can be significantly deformed when these processes go awry. This is what Taylor means when he asserts that identities are shaped not only by recognition, but also its absence, often by the misrecognition of others. A person or a group of people can suffer real damage, real distortion, if the people or society around them mirror back to them a confining or demeaning or contemptible picture of themselves. Non-recognition or misrecognition can inflict harm, can be a form of oppression, imprisoning one in a false, distorted, and reduced mode of being. 21 This idea that asymmetrical relations of recognition can impede human freedom by imprisoning someone in a distorted relation to self is asserted repeatedly in Taylor's essay. For instance, we are frequently told that disparaging forms of recognition can inflict wounds on their victims, saddling them with a crippling self-hatred, or that withholding recognition can inflict damage on those who are denied it. 22 And given that misrecognition has the capacity to harm others in this manner, it follows, according to Taylor, that it be considered a form of oppression on par with injustices such as inequality and exploitation. 23 In Taylor, recognition is elevated to the status of a vital human need. 24. At this point the practical implications of Taylor's theory begin to reveal themselves. In his more prescriptive moments, Taylor suggests that, in Canada, both the Quebecois and Indigenous peoples exemplify the types of threatened minorities that ought to be considered eligible for some form of recognition capable of accommodating their cultural distinctiveness. For Indigenous peoples specifically, this might require the delegation of political and cultural autonomy to native groups through the institutions of self-government. 25 Elsewhere, Taylor suggests that this could mean in practice allowing for a new form of jurisdiction in Canada, perhaps weaker than the provinces, but, unlike municipalities. 26 Accommodating the claims of First Nations in this way would ideally allow Native communities to preserve their cultural integrity and thus help stave off the psychological disorientation and resultant unfreedom associated with exposure to structured patterns of mis- or non-recognition. 27 In this way, the institutionalization of a liberal regime of reciprocal recognition would better enable Indigenous peoples to realize their status as distinct and self-determining actors. Although it is true that the normative dimension of Taylor's project represents an improvement over Canada's past tactics of exclusion, genocide, and assimilation, in the following section I argue that the logic informing this dimension, where recognition is conceived as something that is ultimately granted or accorded a subaltern group or entity by a dominant group or entity, prefigures its failure to significantly modify, let alone transcend, the breadth of power at play in colonial relationships. 28 I also hope to show that Fanon, whose work Taylor relies on to delineate the relationship between misrecognition and the forms of unfreedom and subjection discussed above, anticipated this failure over 50 years ago. Frantz Fanon's socio-diagnostic critique of recognition politics. In the second half of The Politics of Recognition, Taylor identifies Fanon's classic The Wretched of the Earth as one of the first texts to elicit the role that misrecognition plays in propping up relations of domination. 29 By extension, Fanon's analysis in The Wretched of the Earth is also used to support one of the central political arguments underlying Taylor's analysis, namely, his call for the cultural recognition of sub-state groups that have suffered at the hands of a hegemonic political power. Although Taylor acknowledges that Fanon advocated violent struggle as the primary means of overcoming the psycho-existential complexes instilled in colonial subjects by misrecognition, he nonetheless insists that Fanon's argument is applicable to contemporary debates surrounding the politics of difference more generally. 30 Below I want to challenge Taylor's use of Fanon in this context, not by disputing Taylor's assertion that Fanon's work constitutes an important theorization of the ways in which the subjectivities of the oppressed can be deformed by mis- or non-recognition, but rather by contesting his assumption that a more accommodating, liberal regime of mutual recognition might be capable of addressing the power relations typical of those between indigenous peoples and settler states. Interestingly, Fanon posed a similar challenge in his earlier work, Black Skin, White Masks. Fanon's concern with the relationship between human freedom and equality in relations of recognition represents a central and reoccurring theme in Black Skin, White Masks. 31 As mentioned at the outset of this chapter, it was there that Fanon convincingly argued that the long-term stability of a colonial system of governance relies as much on the internalization of the forms of racist recognition imposed or bestowed on the indigenous population by the colonial state and society as it does on brute force. For Fanon, then, the longevity of a colonial social formation depends, to a significant degree, on its capacity to transform the colonized population into subjects of imperial rule. Here Fanon anticipates at least one aspect of the well-known work of French Marxist philosopher Louis Althusser, who would later argue that the reproduction of capitalist relations of production rests on the recognition function of ideology, namely, the ability of a state's ideological apparatus to interpellate individuals as subjects of class rule. 32 For Fanon, colonialism operates in a similarly dual-structured manner. It includes not only the interrelations of objective historical conditions but also human attitudes to these conditions. 33 Fanon argued that it was the interplay between the structural/objective and recognitive/subjective features of colonialism that ensured its hegemony over time. With respect to the subjective dimension, Black Skin, White Masks painstakingly outlines the myriad ways in which those attitudes conducive to colonial rule are cultivated among the colonized through the unequal exchange of institutionalized and interpersonal patterns of recognition between the colonial society and the indigenous population. In effect, Fanon showed how, over time, colonized populations tend to internalize the derogatory images imposed on them by their colonial masters, and how as a result of this process, these images, along with the structural relations with which they are entwined, come to be recognized, or at least endured, as more or less natural. 34 This point is made agonizingly clear in arguably the most famous passage from Black Skin, White Masks, where Fanon shares an alienating encounter on the streets of Paris with a little white child. "Look, a Negro." Fanon recalled the child saying, "Moma, see the Negro. I'm frightened. Frightened." 35 At that moment the imposition of the child's racist gaze sealed Fanon into a crushing objecthood, fixing him like a chemical solution is fixed by a dye. 36 He found himself temporarily accepting that he was indeed the subject of the child's call. It was true, it amused me, thought Fanon. 37 But then I subjected myself to an objective examination, I discovered my blackness, my ethnic characteristics, and I was battered down by tom-toms, cannibalism, intellectual deficiency, fetishism, racial defects. 38 Far from assuring Fanon's humanity, the other's recognition imprisoned him in an externally determined and devalued conception of himself. Instead of being acknowledged as a man among men, he was reduced to an object among other objects. 39 Left as is, Fanon's insights into the ultimately subjectifying nature of colonial recognition appear to square nicely with Taylor's work. For example, although Fanon never uses the term himself, he appears to be mapping the debilitating effects associated with misrecognition in the sense that Taylor uses the term. Indeed, Black Skin, White Masks is littered with passages highlighting the innumerable ways in which the imposition of the settler's gaze can inflict damage on indigenous societies at both the individual and collective levels. Taylor is more or less explicit about his debt to Fanon in this respect too. Since 1492, he writes, with the wretched of the earth in mind, Europeans have projected an image of the colonized as somehow inferior, uncivilized, and through the force of conquest have been able to impose this image on the conquered. 40 Even with these similarities, however, I believe that a close reading of Black Skin, White Masks renders problematic Taylor's approach in several interrelated and crucial respects. The first problem has to do with its failure to adequately confront the dual structure of colonialism itself. Fanon insisted, for example, that a colonial configuration of power could be transformed only if attacked at both levels of operation, the objective and the subjective. 41 This point is made at the outset of Black Skin, White Masks and reverberates throughout all of Fanon's work. As indicated in his introduction, although a significant amount of Black Skin, White Masks would highlight and explore the psychological terrain of colonialism, this would not be done in a manner decoupled from an analysis of its structural or material foundations. Indeed, Fanon claimed that there will be an authentic disalienation of the colonized subject only to the degree to which things, in the most materialistic meaning of the word, are returned to their proper places. 42 Hence the term socio-diagnostic for Fanon's project. If there is an inferiority complex, it is the outcome of a double process. Primarily economic, and subsequently the internalization of his inferiority. 43 In Fanon, colonial capitalist exploitation and domination is correctly situated alongside misrecognition and alienation as foundational sources of colonial injustice. The Negro problem, writes Fanon, does not resolve itself into the problem of Negroes living among white men but rather of Negroes being exploited, enslaved, despised by a colonialist, capitalist society that is only accidentally white. 44. Fanon was enough of a Marxist to understand the role played by capitalism in exasperating hierarchical relations of recognition. However, he was also much more perceptive than many Marxists of his day in his insistence that the subjective realm of colonialism be the target of strategic transformation along with the socio-economic structure. The colonized person must wage war on both levels, insisted Fanon. Since historically they influence each other, any unilateral liberation is incomplete, and the gravest mistake would be to believe in their automatic interdependence. 45 For Fanon, attacking colonial power on one front, in other words, would not guarantee the subversion of its effects on the other. This is why a Marxist analysis should always be slightly stretched when it comes to addressing the colonial issue. Fanon would later write in The Wretched of the Earth. 46 Here, I would argue that Fanon's stretching of the Marxist paradigm constitutes one of the most innovative contributions to classical Marxist debates on ideology. Unlike the position of, say, George Lukács, who boldly claimed in History and Class Consciousness that there is no problem and therefore no solution that does not ultimately lead back to the question of economic structure. 47 Fanon revealed the ways in which those axes of domination historically relegated in Marxism to the superstructural realm, such as racism, and the effects it has on those subject to it, could substantively configure the character of social relations relatively autonomously. From Capitalist Economics. Lately a number of scholars have taken aim at the contribution of recognition theorists like Taylor on analogous grounds, that their work offers little insight into how to address the more overtly structural and/or economic features of social oppression. 48 We have also been told that this lack of insight has contributed to a shift in the terrain of contemporary political thought and practice more generally from redistribution to recognition, to use Nancy Fraser's formulation. According to Fraser, whereas proponents of redistribution tend to highlight and confront injustices in the economic sphere, advocates of the newer politics of recognition tend to focus on and attack injustices in the cultural realm. On the redistribution front, proposed remedies for injustice range between affirmative strategies, like the administration of welfare, to more transformative methods, like the transformation of the capitalist mode of production itself. In contrast, strategies aimed at injustices associated with misrecognition tend to focus on cultural and symbolic change. Again, this could involve affirmative approaches, such as the recognition and reaffirmation of previously disparaged identities, or these strategies could adopt a more transformative form, such as the deconstruction of dominant patterns of representation in ways that would change everyone's social identities. 49. I think that Fanon's work, which anticipates the recognition/redistribution debate by half a century, highlights several key shortcomings in the approaches of both Taylor and Fraser. Taylor's approach is insufficient insofar as it tends to, at its best, address the political economy of colonialism in a strictly affirmative manner, through reformist state redistribution schemes like granting certain cultural rights and concessions to Aboriginal communities via self-government and land claims packages. Although this approach may alter the intensity of some of the effects of colonial capitalist exploitation and domination, it does little to address their generative structures, in this case a capitalist economy constituted by racial and gender hierarchies and the colonial state. When his work is at its weakest, however, Taylor tends to focus on the recognition end of the spectrum too much, and as a result leaves uninterrogated colonialism's deep-seated structural features. Richard J. F. Day has succinctly framed the problem this way: although Taylor's recognition model allows for diversity of culture within a particular state by admitting the possibility of multiple national identifications, it is less permissive with regard to polity and economy. In assuming that any subaltern group that is granted recognition will thereby acquire a subordinate articulation with a capitalist state. 50 Seen from this angle, Taylor's theory leaves one of the two operative levels of colonial power identified by Fanon untouched. This line of criticism is well worn and can be traced back to at least the work of early Karl Marx. As such, I doubt that many would be surprised that Taylor's variant of liberalism as liberalism fails to confront the structural or economic aspects of colonialism at its generative roots. To my mind, however, this shortcoming in Taylor's approach is particularly surprising given the fact that, although many indigenous leaders and communities today tend to instrumentally couch their claims in reformist terms, this has not always been the case. Indeed, historically, indigenous demands for cultural recognition have often been expressed in ways that have explicitly called into question the dominating nature of capitalist social relations and the state form. 51 And the same can be said of a growing number of today's most prominent indigenous scholars and activists. 52 Mohawk political scientist Taiak Alfred, for example, has repeatedly argued that the goal of any traditionally rooted self-determination struggle ought to be to protect that which constitutes the heart and soul of indigenous nations, a set of values that challenge the homogenizing force of Western liberalism and free market capitalism, that honor the autonomy of individual conscience, non-coercive authority, and the deep interconnection between human beings and other elements of creation. 53 For Alfred, this vision is not only embodied in the practical philosophies and ethical systems of many of North America's indigenous societies, but also flows from a realization that capitalist economics and liberal delusions of progress have historically served as the engines of colonial aggression and injustice itself. 54 My point here is that an approach that is explicitly oriented around dialogue and listening ought to be more sensitive to the claims and challenges emanating from these dissenting indigenous voices. 55 However, if Taylor's account pays insufficient attention to the clearly structural and economic realm of domination, then Fraser's does so from the opposite angle. In order to avoid what she sees as the pitfalls associated with the politics of recognition's latent essentialism and displacement of questions of distributive justice, Fraser proposes a means of integrating struggles for recognition with those of redistribution without subordinating one to the other. To this end, Fraser suggests that instead of understanding recognition as the revaluation of cultural or group-specific identity, and misrecognition as the disparagement of such identity and its consequent effects on the subjectivities of minorities, recognition and misrecognition should be conceived of in terms of the institutionalized patterns of value that affect one's ability to participate as a peer in social life. To view recognition in this manner, writes Fraser, is to treat it as an issue of social status. 56 Although Fraser's status model allows her to curtail some of the problems she attributes to identity politics, it does so at the expense of addressing two of the most pertinent features of injustices related to mis- or non-recognition in colonial contexts. First, when applied to indigenous struggles for recognition, Fraser's status model rests on the problematic background assumption that the settler state constitutes a legitimate framework within which indigenous peoples might be more justly included, or from which they could be further excluded. Here Fraser, like Taylor, leaves intact two features of colonial domination that indigenous assertions of nationhood call into question: the legitimacy of the settler state's claim to sovereignty over indigenous people and their territories on the one hand, and the normative status of the state form as an appropriate mode of governance on the other. 57 Indeed, at one point in her well-known exchange with Axel Honneth, Fraser hints at her theory's weakness in this regard. While discussing the work of Will Kimlicka, Fraser admits that her status model may not be as suited to situations where claims for recognition contest a current distribution of state sovereignty. Where Kimlicka's approach is tailored to demands for recognition in multinational societies, Fraser's project, we are told, seeks to address such demands in polyethnic polities like the United States. 58 The problem with this caveat, however, is that it is premised on a misrecognition of its own, namely, that as a state founded on the dispossessed territories of previously self-determining but now colonized indigenous nations, the United States is a multinational state in much the way that Canada is. My second concern is this: if many of today's most volatile political conflicts do include subjective or psychological dimensions to them in the way that Fraser admits, and Taylor and Fanon describe, then I fear her approach, which attempts to eschew a direct engagement with this aspect of social oppression, risks leaving an important contributing dynamic to identity-related forms of domination unchecked. By avoiding this psychologizing tendency within the politics of recognition, Fraser claims to have located what is wrong with misrecognition in social relations and not individual or interpersonal psychology. This is preferable, we are told, because when misrecognition is identified with internal distortions in the structure of the consciousness of the oppressed, it is but a short step to blaming the victim. 59 This does not have to be the case. Fanon, for example, was unambiguous with respect to locating the cause of the inferiority complex of colonized subjects in the colonial social structure. 60 The problem, however, is that any psychological problems that ensue, although socially constituted, can take on a life of their own, and thus need to be dealt with independently and in accordance with their own specific logics. As mentioned previously, Fanon was insistent that a change in the social structure would not guarantee a change in the subjectivities of the oppressed. Stated simply, if Fanon's insight into the interdependent yet semi-autonomous nature of the two facets of colonial power is correct, then dumping all our efforts into alleviating the institutional or structural impediments to participatory parity, whether redistributive or recognitive, may not do anything to undercut the debilitating forms of unfreedom related to misrecognition in the traditional sense. 61. This brings us to the second key problem with Taylor's theory when applied to colonial contexts. I have already suggested that Taylor's liberal recognition approach is incapable of curbing the damages wrought within and against indigenous communities by the structures of state and capital, but what about his theory of recognition? Does it suffer the same fate vis-a-vis the forms of power that it seeks to undercut? As noted in the previous section, underlying Taylor's theory is the assumption that the flourishing of indigenous peoples as distinct and self-determining entities is significantly dependent on their being afforded cultural recognition and institutional accommodation by the settler state apparatus. What makes this approach both so intriguing and so problematic, however, is that Fanon, whom Taylor uses to make his case, argued against a similar presumption in the penultimate chapter of Black Skin, White Masks. Moreover, like Taylor, Fanon did so with reference to Hegel's master-slave parable. There Fanon argued that the dialectical progression to reciprocity in relations of recognition is frequently undermined in colonial situations by the fact that, unlike the subjugated slave in Hegel's phenomenology of spirit, many colonized societies no longer have to struggle for their freedom and independence. It is often negotiated, achieved through constitutional amendment, or simply declared by the settler state and bestowed upon the indigenous population in the form of political rights. Whatever the method, in these circumstances the colonized, steeped in the inessentiality of servitude, are set free by the master. 62 One day the white master, without conflict, recognizes the Negro slave. 63 As such, they do not have to lay down their lives to prove their certainty of being in the way that Hegel insisted. 64 The upheaval of formal freedom and independence thus reaches the colonized from without, the black man is acted upon. Values that are not created by his actions, values that are not born of the systolic tide of his blood, dance in a hued whirl around him. The upheaval does not make a difference in the Negro. He goes from one way of life to another, but not from one life to another. 65 There are a number of important issues underlying Fanon's concern here. The first involves the relationship he draws between struggle and the disalienation of the colonized subject. For Fanon it is through struggle and conflict, and for the later Fanon, violent struggle and conflict, that imperial subjects come to be rid of the arsenal of complexes driven into the core of their being through the colonial process. 66 I will have more to say about this aspect of Fanon's thought below, but for now I simply want to flag the fact that struggle serves as the mediating force through which the colonized come to shed their colonial identities, thus restoring them to their proper places. 67 In contexts where recognition is conferred without struggle or conflict, this fundamental self-transformation, or as Lou Turner has put it, this inner differentiation at the level of the colonized's being cannot occur, thus foreclosing the realization of freedom. Hence Fanon's claim that the colonized simply go from one way of life to another, but not from one life to another. The structure of domination is modified, but the subject position of the colonized remains unchanged. They become emancipated slaves. 68. The second important point to note is that when Fanon speaks of a lack of struggle in the decolonization movements of his day, he does not mean to suggest that the colonized in these contexts simply remained passive recipients of colonial practices. He readily admits, for example, that from time to time the colonized may indeed fight for liberty and justice. However, when this fight is carried out in a manner that does not pose a foundational break with the background structures of colonial power as such, which, for Fanon, will always invoke struggle and conflict, then the best the colonized can hope for is white liberty and white justice, that is, values secreted by their masters. 69 Without conflict and struggle, the terms of recognition tend to remain in the possession of those in power to bestow on their inferiors in ways that they deem appropriate. 70 Note the double level of subjection here. Without transformative struggle constituting an integral aspect of anti-colonial praxis, the indigenous population will not only remain subjects of imperial rule insofar as they have not gone through a process of purging the psycho-existential complexes battered into them over the course of their colonial experience, a process of strategic desubjectification, but they will also remain so in that the indigenous society will tend to come to see the forms of structurally limited and constrained recognition conferred to them by their colonial masters as their own, that is, the colonized will begin to identify with white liberty and white justice. As Fanon would later phrase it in The Wretched of the Earth, these values eventually seep into the colonized and subtly structure and limit the possibility of their freedom. 71 Either way, for Fanon, the colonized will have failed to re-establish themselves as truly self-determining, as creators of the terms, values, and conditions by which they are to be recognized. 72. My third concern with Taylor's politics of recognition involves a misguided sociological assumption that undergirds his appropriation of Hegel's notion of mutual recognition. As noted in the previous section, at the heart of Hegel's master-slave dialectic is the idea that both parties engaged in the struggle for recognition are dependent on the other's acknowledgement for their freedom and self-worth. Moreover, Hegel asserts that this dependency is even more crucial for the master in the relationship, for unlike the slave, he or she is unable to achieve independence and objective self-certainty through the object of his or her own labor. Mutual dependency thus appears to be the background condition that ensures the dialectic progress towards reciprocity. This is why Taylor claims, with reference to Hegel, that the struggle for recognition can only find one satisfactory solution, and that is a regime of reciprocal recognition among equals. 73 However, as Fanon's work reminds us, the problem with this formulation is that when applied to actual struggles for recognition between hegemonic and subaltern communities, the mutual character of dependency rarely exists. This observation is made in a lengthy footnote in Black Skin, White Masks, where Fanon claims to have shown how the colonial master basically differs from the master depicted in Hegel's phenomenology of spirit. For Hegel there is reciprocity, but in the colonies the master laughs at the consciousness of the slave. What he wants from the slave is not recognition but work. 74 To my mind this is one of the most crucial passages in Black Skin, White Masks, for it outlines in precise terms what is wrong with the recognition paradigm when abstracted from the face-to-face encounter in Hegel's dialectic and applied to colonial situations. Although the issue here is an obvious one, it has nonetheless been critically overlooked in the contemporary recognition literature, in relations of domination that exist between nation-states and the sub-state national groups that they incorporate into their territorial and jurisdictional boundaries. There is no mutual dependency in terms of a need or desire for recognition. 75 In these contexts, the master, that is, the colonial state and state society, does not require recognition from the previously self-determining communities upon which its territorial, economic, and social infrastructure is constituted. What it needs is land, labor, and resources. 76 Thus, rather than leading to a condition of reciprocity, the dialectic either breaks down with the explicit non-recognition of the equal status of the colonized population, or with the strategic domestication of the terms of recognition, leaving the foundation of the colonial relationship relatively undisturbed. 77 Anyone familiar with the power dynamics that structure the Aboriginal rights movement in Canada should immediately see the applicability of Fanon's insights here. Indeed, one need not expend much effort to elicit the countless ways in which the liberal discourse of recognition has been limited and constrained by the state, the courts, corporate interests, and policy makers in ways that have helped preserve the colonial status quo. With respect to the law, for example, over the last 30 years the Supreme Court of Canada has consistently refused to recognize Aboriginal people's equal and self-determining status based on its adherence to legal precedent founded on the white supremacist myth that Indigenous societies were too primitive to bear political rights when they first encountered European powers. 78 Thus, even though the courts have secured an unprecedented degree of protection for certain cultural practices within the state, they have nonetheless repeatedly refused to challenge the racist origin of Canada's assumed sovereign authority over Indigenous peoples and their territories. The political and economic ramifications of recent Aboriginal rights jurisprudence have been clear-cut. In Delgamuukw v. British Columbia, it was declared that any residual Aboriginal rights that may have survived the unilateral assertion of Crown sovereignty could be infringed upon by the federal and provincial governments so long as this action could be shown to further a compelling and substantial legislative objective that is consistent with the special fiduciary relationship between the Crown and the Aboriginal peoples. What substantial objectives might justify infringement? According to the court, virtually any exploitative economic venture, including the development of agriculture, forestry, mining, and hydroelectric power, the general economic development of the interior of British Columbia, protection of the environment or endangered species, and the building of infrastructure and the settlement of foreign populations to support those aims. 79 So today it appears, much as it did in Fannin's day, that colonial powers will only recognize the collective rights and identities of Indigenous peoples insofar as this recognition does not throw into question the background legal, political, and economic framework of the colonial relationship itself. 80. But the above examples confirm only one aspect of Fannin's insight into the problem of recognition in colonial contexts, namely, the limitations this approach runs up against when pitted against these overtly structural expressions of domination. Are his criticisms and concerns equally relevant to the subjective or psycho-affective features of contemporary colonial power? With respect to the forms of racist recognition driven into the psyches of Indigenous peoples through the institutions of the state, church, schools, and media, and by racist individuals within the dominant society, the answer is clearly yes. Countless studies, novels, and autobiographical narratives have outlined, in painful detail, how these expressions have saddled individuals with low self-esteem, depression, alcohol and drug abuse, and violent behaviors directed both inward against the self and outward toward others. 81. Similarly convincing arguments have been made concerning the limited forms of recognition and accommodation offered to Indigenous communities by the state. For example, Taiak Alfred's work unpacks the ways in which the state institutional and discursive fields within and against which Indigenous demands for recognition are made and adjudicated can come to shape the self-understandings of the Indigenous claimants involved. The problem for Alfred is that these fields are by no means neutral, they are profoundly hierarchical and as such have the ability to asymmetrically govern how Indigenous subjects think and act not only in relation to the recognition claim at hand, but also in relation to themselves, to others, and the land. This is what I take Alfred to mean when he suggests, echoing Fannin, that the dominance of the legal approach to self-determination has over time helped produce a class of Aboriginal citizens whose rights and identities have become defined more in relation to the colonial state and its legal apparatus than the history and traditions of Indigenous nations themselves. Similarly, strategies that have sought independence via capitalist economic development have already facilitated the creation of an emergent Aboriginal bourgeoisie whose thirst for profit has come to outweigh their ancestral obligations to the land and to others. Whatever the method, the point here is that these strategies threaten to erode the most egalitarian, non-authoritarian, and sustainable characteristics of traditional Indigenous cultural practices and forms of social organization. 82. Self-recognition and anti-colonial empowerment. The argument sketched to this point is bleak in its implications. Indeed, left as is, it would appear that recognition inevitably leads to subjection, and as such much of what Indigenous peoples have sought over the last 40 years to secure their freedom has in practice cunningly assured its opposite. Interpreted this way, my line of argument appears to adhere to an outdated conception of power, one in which post-colonial critics, often reacting against the likes of Fannin and others, have worked so diligently to refute. The implication of this view is that indigenous subjects are always being interpellated by recognition, being constructed by colonial discourse, or being assimilated by colonial power structures. 83 As a result, resistance to this totalizing power is often portrayed as an inherently reactionary, zero-sum project. To the degree that Fanon can be implicated in espousing such a totalizing view of colonial power, it has been suggested that he was unable to escape the Manichean logic so essential in propping up relations of colonial domination to begin with. 84. I want to defend Fanon, at least partially, from the charge that he advocated such a devastating view of power. However, in order to assess the degree to which Fanon anticipates and accounts for this general line of criticism, we must unpack his theory of anti-colonial agency and empowerment. As argued throughout the preceding pages, Fanon did not attribute much emancipatory potential to Hegel's politics of recognition when applied to colonial situations. Yet this is not to say that he rejected the recognition paradigm entirely. As we have seen, like Hegel and Taylor, Fanon ascribed to the notion that relations of recognition are constitutive of subjectivity and that, when unequal, they can foreclose the realization of human freedom. On the latter point, however, he was deeply skeptical as to whether the mutuality envisioned by Hegel was achievable in the conditions indicative of contemporary colonialism. But if Fanon did not see freedom as naturally emanating from the slave being granted recognition from his or her master, where, if at all, did it originate? 85. In effect, Fanon claimed that the pathway to self-determination instead lay in a quasi-Nietzschean form of personal and collective self-affirmation. 86 Rather than remaining dependent on their oppressors for their freedom and self-worth, Fanon recognized that the colonized must instead struggle to work through their alienation/subjection against the objectifying gaze and assimilative lure of colonial recognition. According to Fanon, it is this self-initiated process that triggers a change of fundamental importance in the colonized psycho-affective equilibrium. 87 According to this view, the colonized must initiate the process of decolonization by first recognizing themselves as free, dignified, and distinct contributors to humanity. Unlike Nietzsche, however, Fanon equated this process of self-recognition with the praxis undertaken by the slave in Hegel's phenomenology of spirit, which Fanon saw as illustrating the necessity on the part of the oppressed to turn away from their other-oriented master dependency, and to instead struggle for freedom on their own terms and in accordance with their own values. 88 I would also argue that this is why Fanon, although critical of the at times bourgeois and essentialist character of certain works within the negritude tradition, nonetheless saw the project as necessary. 89 Fanon was attuned to ways in which the individual and collective revaluation of black culture and identity could serve as a source of pride and empowerment, and if approached critically and directed appropriately, could help jolt the colonized into an actional existence, as opposed to a reactional one characterized by ressentiment. 90 As Robert Young notes in the context of Third World decolonization, it was this initial process of collective self-affirmation that led many colonized populations to develop a distinctive post-colonial epistemology and ontology which enabled them to begin to conceive of and construct alternatives to the colonial projected self. 91. I would argue that Fanon's call in black skin, white masks for a simultaneous turn inward and away from the master, far from espousing a rigidly binaristic Manichean view of power relations, instead reflects a profound understanding of the complexity involved in contests over recognition in colonial and racialized environments. Unlike Hegel's life and death struggle between two opposing forces, Fanon added a multidimensional racial/cultural aspect to the dialectic, thereby underscoring the multifarious web of recognition relations that are at work in constructing identities and establishing, or undermining, the conditions necessary for human freedom and flourishing. Fanon showed that the power dynamics in which identities are formed and deformed were nothing like the hegemon/subaltern binary depicted by Hegel. In an anticipatory way, then, Fanon's insight can also be said to challenge the overly negative and all-subjectifying view of interpellation that would plague Althusser's theory of ideology more than a decade later. For Althusser, the process of interpellation always took the form of a fundamental misrecognition that served to produce within individuals the specific characteristics and desires that commit them to the very actions that are required of them by their subordinate class position. 92 Fanon's innovation was that he showed how similar recognitive processes work to call forth and empower individuals within communities of resistance. 93. This is not to say, of course, that Fanon was able to completely escape the Manichaeism delirium that he was so astute at diagnosing. 94 Those familiar with the legacy of Fanon's later work, for example, know that the actional existence that he saw self-recognition initiating in black skin, white masks would in the wretched of the earth take the form of a direct and violent engagement with the colonial society and its institutional structure. At the very moment the colonized come to discover their humanity, wrote Fanon, they must begin to sharpen their weapons to secure its victory. 95 In Fanon's later work, violence would come to serve as a kind of psychotherapy of the oppressed, offering a primary form of agency through which the subject moves from non-being to being, from object to subject. 96 In this sense, the practice of revolutionary violence, rather than the affirmative recognition of the other, offered the most effective means to transform the subjectivities of the colonized, as well as to topple the social structure that produced colonized subjects to begin with. Turning our backs on colonial power? Before concluding this chapter, I want to briefly address an important counterargument to the position I am advocating here, especially regarding the call to selectively turn away from engaging the discourses and structures of settler colonial power with the aim of transforming these sites from within. Dale Turner offers such an argument in his book This Is Not a Peace Pipe, Towards a Critical Indigenous Philosophy, in which he advances the claim that if indigenous peoples want the relationship between themselves and the Canadian state to be informed by their distinct worldviews, then they will have to engage the state's legal and political discourses in more effective ways. 97 Underlying Turner's theoretical intervention is the assumption that colonial relations of power operate primarily by excluding the perspectives of indigenous peoples from the discursive and institutional sites that give their rights content. Assuming this is true, then it would indeed appear that critically undermining colonialism requires that indigenous peoples find more effective ways of participating in the Canadian legal and political practices that determine the meaning of Aboriginal rights. 98. For Turner, one of the preconditions for establishing a post-colonial relationship is the development of an intellectual community of indigenous word warriors capable of engaging the legal and political discourses of the state. According to Turner, because it is an unfortunate but unavoidable fact that the rights of indigenous peoples will for the foreseeable future be largely interpreted by non-indigenous judges and policy makers within non-indigenous institutions, it is imperative that indigenous communities develop the capacity to effectively interject our unique perspectives into the conceptual spaces where our rights are framed. It is on this last point that Turner claims to distinguish his approach from the work of indigenous intellectuals like Patricia Mancha and Taiaiak Alfred. Turner claims that the problem with the decolonial strategies developed by these scholars is that they fail to propose a means of effecting positive change within the very legal and political structures that currently hold a monopoly on the power to determine the scope and content of our rights. According to Turner, by focusing too heavily on tactics that would see us turn our backs on the institutions of colonial power, these indigenous scholars do not provide the tools required to protect us against the unilateral construction of our rights by settler state institutions. For Turner, it is through an ethics of participation that indigenous peoples can better hope to shape the legal and political relationship so that it respects indigenous worldviews. 99. The efficacy of Turner's intervention rests on a crucial theoretical assumption reflected in his text's quasi-Foucauldian use of the term discourse. I say quasi-Foucauldian because when he refers to the discursive practices of word warriors he assumes that these pack the power necessary to transform the legal and political discourses of the state into something more amenable to indigenous languages of political thought. Here Turner assumes that the counter-discourses that word warriors interject into the field of Canadian law and politics have the capacity to shape and govern the ways in which Aboriginal rights are reasoned about and acted on. The problem, however, is that Turner is less willing to attribute the same degree of power to the legal and political discourses of the state. This is what I mean when I claim that his use of the concept is quasi-Foucauldian. When Turner speaks of the legal and political discourses of the state, he spends little time discussing the assimilative power that these potentially hold in relation to the word warriors that are to engage them. Indeed, the only place he does briefly mention this is at the end of his final chapter, when he writes, "For an indigenous person the problem of assimilation is always close at hand. The anxiety generated by moving between intellectual cultures is real, and many indigenous intellectuals find it easier to become part of mainstream culture. This kind of assimilation will always exist, and it may not always be a bad thing for indigenous peoples as a whole. It becomes dangerous when indigenous intellectuals become subsumed or appropriated by the dominant culture yet continue to act as if they were word warriors. 100. Here we reach a limit in Turner's argument. There is little discussion of how indigenous peoples might curb the risks of interpellation as they seek to interpolate the much more powerful discursive economy of the Canadian legal and political system. Although Turner repeatedly suggests that part of the answer to this problem lies in the ability of word warriors to remain grounded in the thought and practices of their communities, in the end he spends little time discussing what this might entail in practice. Further, while Turner is right to pay attention to discursive forms of power, his analysis eclipses the role that non-discursive configurations play in reproducing colonial relations. My concern here is that the problem with the legal and political discourses of the state is not only that they enjoy hegemonic status vis-a-vis indigenous discourses, but that they are also backed by and hopelessly entwined with the economic, political, and military might of the state itself. This means that indigenous peoples must be able to account for these material relations as well, which would require an exploration of theories and practices that move beyond liberal and ideational forms of discursive transformation. While I recognize that this might be beyond the scope of Turner's investigation, I think that speaking to the diversity of forms of decolonial practice would have made his case more convincing. One of the important insights of Fanon's critique of the politics of recognition is that it provides us with theoretical tools that enable us to determine the relative transformability of certain fields of colonial power over others. These tools subsequently put us in a better position to critically assess which strategies hold the most promise, and which others are more susceptible to failure. Conclusion. In retrospect, Fanon appears to have overstated the cleansing value he attributed to anti-colonial violence. 101 Indeed, one could argue that many Algerians have yet to fully recover from the legacy left from the 8 years of carnage and brutality that constituted Algeria's War of Independence with France. Nor was the Front de Libération Nationale, FLN, revolutionary seizure of the Algerian state apparatus enough to stave off what Fanon would call the curse of national independence, namely, the subjection of the newly liberated people and territories to the tyranny of the market and a post-independence class of bourgeois national elites. 102 But if Fanon ultimately overstated violence's role as the perfect mediation through which the colonized come to liberate themselves from both the structural and psycho-affective features of colonial domination that he identified so masterfully, then what is the relevance of his work here and now? 103. In this chapter I have suggested that Fanon's insights into the subjectifying nature of colonial recognition are as applicable today to the liberal politics of recognition as they were when he first formulated his critique of Hegel's master-slave relation. I have also suggested that Fanon's dual-structured conception of colonial power still captures the subtle, and not so subtle, ways in which a system of settler state domination that does not sustain itself exclusively by force is reproduced over time. As Théaic Alfred argues, under these postmodern imperial conditions oppression has become increasingly invisible, it is no longer constituted in conventional terms of military occupation, onerous taxation burdens, blatant land thefts, etc., but rather through a fluid confluence of politics, economics, psychology, and culture. 104 But if the dispersal and effects of colonial and state power are now so diffuse, how is one to transform or resist them? Here I believe that Fanon's work remains insightful. In that all-important footnote in Black Skin, White Masks where Fanon claimed to show how the condition of the slave in the phenomenology of spirit differed from those in the colonies, he suggested that Hegel provided a partial answer, that those struggling against colonialism must turn away from the colonial state and society and instead find in their own decolonial praxis the source of their liberation. Today this process will and must continue to involve some form of critical individual and collective self-recognition on the part of indigenous societies, not only in an instrumental sense like Fanon seemed to have envisioned it, but with the understanding that our cultural practices have much to offer regarding the establishment of relationships within and between peoples and the natural world built on principles of reciprocity and respectful coexistence. Also, the empowerment that is derived from this critically self-affirmative and self-transformative ethics of desubjectification must be cautiously directed away from the assimilative lure of the statist politics of recognition, and instead be fashioned toward our own on-the-ground struggles of freedom. As the feminist, anti-racist theorist Bell Hooks explains, such a project would minimally require that we stop being so preoccupied with looking to that other for recognition. Instead we should be recognizing ourselves and then seeking to make contact with all who would engage us in a constructive manner. 105 In my concluding chapter I flesh out what such a politics might look like in the present, a politics that is less oriented around attaining a definitive form of affirmative recognition from the settler state and society, and more about critically re-evaluating, reconstructing, and redeploying indigenous cultural forms in ways that seek to prefigure, alongside those with similar ethical commitments, radical alternatives to the structural and psycho-affective facets of colonial domination discussed above. However, before I can commence with this concluding part of my project, Fanon's critique of recognition must first be evaluated against the politics of recognition as it has played out in the empirical context of indigenous, state relations in Canada. Providing such an evaluation will be my focus in the next 3 chapters. 2. For the land. The Dene Nation's struggle for self-determination. For 30 years, our nations have been co-opted into movements of self-government and land claim settlements, which are goals defined by the colonial state and which are in stark opposition to our original objectives. Our people were promised that they would be recognized as nations and that their lands would be returned, but instead of realizing these goals we are left with a nasty case of metastasizing governmentalism. Théaic Alfred, Ways. To encourage cultural diversity requires not the separation of culture and politics, but their marriage, and to insist on that separation is to destroy, or attempt to destroy culture. Dene Nation, 1977. As suggested in my introduction and chapter 1, one of the problems most commonly associated with the politics of recognition has to do with the ways in which it has, at times, shown to be insufficiently informed by a sociological understanding of power relations. One for self-proclaimed historical materialist critics Francis Widdowson and Albert Howard, the conflict at the heart of those power relations effaced by the liberal recognition paradigm is primarily economic in origin. This conflict, Widdowson and Howard write, is elaborated in all of Marx's writings and exists between the few who own the means of production and those who are the producers of all value. 2 Elsewhere, Widdowson and Howard make the absurdly reductionist claim that insofar as the politics of recognition encourages the native population to identify in terms of ethnicity instead of socio-economic class, it must be discarded as inherently divisive and reactionary. 3 The authors then go on to tritely conclude that it is only by eliminating this fundamental difference, namely, class difference, that we can become a global tribe and the world can live as one. 4. In this chapter, I examine further the left materialist critique of identity/difference politics in light of the Dene Nation's struggle for recognition and self-determination in the 1970s and early 1980s. In doing so, I suggest that insofar as the identity-related claims of indigenous peoples for recognition are always bound up with demands for a more equitable distribution of land, political power, and economic resources, the left materialist concern regarding the effacement of political economy by questions of cultural recognition is misguided when applied to settler state contexts. Indeed, following Ian Angus, I argue that, in contexts where culture is understood in an inclusive anthropological sense to encompass both ideology and material conditions, the sharp distinction between base and superstructure that underwrites the left materialist position appears rather useless as a starting point for social philosophy and political criticism. 5 However, if one takes a modified version of the left materialist challenge and instead examines the relationship between indigenous recognition claims and the distinction made by Nancy Fraser between transformative and affirmative forms of redistribution, the criticism begins to hold more weight. 6 Recall that transformative models of redistribution are those that seek to correct unjust distributions of power and resources at their source, that is, they not only seek to alter the content of current modes of domination and exploitation, but also the forms that give rise to them. 7 As we shall see below, the last 30 years we have witnessed a gradual erosion of this radical imaginary within the mainstream Dean recognition and self-determination movement, which in the context of land claims and economic development has resulted in a significant decoupling of indigenous cultural claims from the transformative visions of social, political, and economic change that once constituted them. The purpose of this chapter is to elucidate in concrete terms how and why this has emerged as the case. The argument presented below is broken into 4 sections and a conclusion. In the 4 sections I examine the process of primitive accumulation as experienced by the Dean peoples of the Northwest Territories, Canada. These sections are meant to illuminate in more practical terms the theoretical discussion I provided in the introduction and chapter 1. More specifically, in the first section, I examine the changing social, political, and economic context within and against which the Dean self-determination movement emerged in the 1970s and 1980s. In the second section I examine the place-based cultural foundation undergirding the Dean Nation's critique of capitalist imperialism as expressed at the public hearings of the Mackenzie Valley Pipeline inquiry between 1975 and 1977. I call this place-based foundation grounded normativity. In the next 2 sections I show how a similar critique came to inform our demand for cultural recognition in the Dean Declaration of 1975, as well as the 3 subsequent land claims proposals submitted by the Dean Nation to the federal government in 1976, 1977, and 1981. I argue that all 4 of these articulations of recognition were informed by a place-based ethics that fundamentally challenged the assumed legitimacy of colonial sovereignty over and capitalist social relations on Dean territories. And finally, in my conclusion, I examine some of the effects that the negotiation of land claims has had on this place-based ethics, and how these effects have in turn shaped the contemporary trajectory of Indigenous politics in northern Canada toward neocolonial ends. Although the last century has witnessed numerous attempts by the state to coercively integrate our land and communities into the fold of capitalist modernity, it was not until the negotiation of land claim settlements in the 1970s and 1980s that this process began to significantly take hold. In this respect, it would appear, as my reading of Fanon suggests, that the process of primitive accumulation has been at least in part facilitated by the very mechanism of recognition that we hoped might shield our land and communities from it, the negotiation of a land settlement. A brief history of Dinende. According to oral historical accounts, the Dean have occupied and governed themselves over the lands within and immediately surrounding what is now the Northwest Territories, NWT, Canada, since time immemorial. During the period under examination here, it was not uncommon for Dean to refer to this vast homeland as Dinende, or Land of the People, which traditionally covered an area that spans over 1 million square kilometers from the mouth of the Mackenzie River, or Dicho, as the Dean call it, southward to the northern tip of the provinces, and east to Hudson Bay. Today, however, the word Dinende has come to represent much of the geographical area known as the present NWT, excluding, of course, Iñuvialu territory in the far north, thus distinguishing it from Nunavut, which, in 1999, was established as the publicly governed territory of the Inuit. Non-native accounts derived from recent archaeological and linguistic evidence, while imprecise and controversial, suggest that the first direct ancestors of the Dean migrated to our present location between 2,000 and 3,000 years ago, although unspecified human population is thought to have occurred well before this time, anywhere between 10 and 28,000 years ago. 8. There are currently 5 Dean regions that fall within the political boundaries of the present NWT. The northernmost region is occupied by the Gwich'in Dean, whose comprehensive land claim area, settled in 1992, borders the southernmost boundary of the Iñuvialuit land claim area, settled 8 years before then. 9 Immediately to the south of the Gwich'in lie the territories of the Sato Dene, comprising the Hare, Mountain, and Bear Lake people, whose lands stretch west and north of Great Bear Lake, which in their own language is also referred to as Sato. In conjunction with the Métis of the region, the Sato Dene settled their comprehensive land claim in 1993.10. Just south of the Sato claim area is the Dicho region, occupied by Slavi-speaking Dene. Although their land claim has yet to be settled, Dicho territory extends south beyond the Mackenzie River to the NWT/Alberta/British Columbia borders. Just north and to the west of the Dicho region are the territories of the Chlicko Dene. Chlicko lands extend up from Great Slave Lake, or Tindi/Tujo, as the Dene refer to it, to the NWT/Nunavut border. The Chlicko are the most recent Dene group to settle their land claim dispute, which in 2003 became law and includes the first Aboriginal self-government agreement in the NWT.11. And finally, just south of Chlicko territory is the Akaicho region, occupied by the Weladay, or Yellowknives, and Chipewyan Dene. This region is my home territory and extends south of Great Slave Lake to the NWT/Albert/Saskatchewan borders and east to Nunavut. Unlike the other regions noted above, in 1999 our communities decided to pursue our land grievances, which have yet to be settled, via the specific claims process, through Treaty Land Entitlement, or TLE, instead of the comprehensive claims route. 12 Although vastly separated in terms of geography, all of the Dene nations occupying these regions speak related dialects of the Northern Athapascan language family, and historically they shared many similarities in terms of spiritual beliefs, legal orders, forms of governance, and economic systems. The 1950s and 60s witnessed several profound changes in the economic and political landscape of Dinende, all of which would come to shape the character of Dene activism in the decades to follow. During this period, many Dene individuals found themselves having to escalate their involvement in the cash economy of the emerging settler society due to an increase in the cost of trade goods and a decrease in the price of furs following World War II. 13 As a result, by the 1950s many families had to supplement income derived from hunting, trapping, and fishing with a combination of paid labor, welfare, and family allowance. Assuming that the fur trade would never recover from the post-war recession, the federal government began to initiate policies aimed at forcefully establishing permanent Dene communities, arguing that this would better facilitate the integration of adult workers into the wage economy, and at the same time provide a context conducive to educating Native children in the skills required for attaining menial employment in an emerging capitalist economy. Even with this being the case, by the late 1960s, the full effects of primitive accumulation had yet to take hold as a delicate balance was struck between a mode of life sustained by traditional land-based harvesting activities on the one hand, and income generated from state transfers and seasonal paid employment on the other. 14. The fragile articulation struck in the 1950s and 60s between these two distinct ways of life, that of extractivist capitalism and indigenous hunting/fishing/harvesting, was largely absent in the political sphere. However, where northern development was occurring in a far more asymmetrical manner. 15 The clearest example of this came in 1967, when Canada announced its plans to transfer the administrative centre of the NWT from Ottawa to Yellowknife, without consulting the majority Native population. Before this, the sole political authority over issues concerning the NWT rested with the federal government in Ottawa. After the transfer, the size and power of both the government of the Northwest Territories, GNWT, and its non-native constituency increased dramatically. Between 1967 and 1979, for example, the GNWT grew from 75 to 2,845 employees, roughly 400 more than the number of federal employees employed in the region. 16 During the same period, the operating and capital budgets of the GNWT rose from $14,584,000 to $282,167,000, a near 20-fold increase. 17 Not surprisingly, the influx of administrative staff and families significantly affected the area's general population, which jumped from roughly 29,000 to 35,000 between 1966 and 1971.18 as the above numbers indicate. A significant percentage of this increase can be attributed to the newly formed northern bureaucracy. As the settler population continued to grow, many of the newcomers began to pressure the federal government to advance northern economic initiatives, most notably in the form of non-renewable resource development. As one might expect, all of this would generate feelings of discontent and alienation within and among our communities, as we soon found ourselves becoming a numerical minority in our homeland with little influence over issues pertinent to the well-being of our land and way of life. As the Dean Nation explained in 1984, although we remain the majority population in Dinende after 1967, we were finding ourselves to have less say in the administration and laws of our land. Every year more mines were discovered and opened, roads were built, parks proposed, oil and gas wells drilled, without our consent or often our knowledge. 19. From the position of the minority non-native population, however, the devolution of powers from Ottawa to Yellowknife seemed to reflect an attempt to foster legitimate and responsible government north of 60 degrees. This was the position advanced, for example, by the Advisory Commission on the Development of Government in the Northwest Territories, also known as the Carruthers Commission. In 1965 the federal government established the commission to investigate local preferences for political development in the NWT, including the possibility of splitting the district into 2 geographical units. 20 Over the following year, the Commission documented the testimony of 3,039 residents in 51 communities across the region. 21 In 1966 the Commission published its findings, which suggested that Canada keep the NWT intact, but locate the government of the territories within the territories, to decentralize its operations as far as practicable, to transfer administrative functions from the central to the territorial government in order that the latter may be accountable on site for the administration of the public business, and to concentrate on economic development and opportunity for the residents of the North. 22 The following year, Canada responded to the recommendations by establishing Yellowknife as the territorial capital, and by committing to more non-renewable resource development in the area. Not coincidentally, as the federal government prepared to establish a territorial bureaucracy in Yellowknife, excitement was mounting over the possibility of future petroleum discoveries off the northern shores of Canada and the United States. 23 As it turned out, the excitement was well founded, and in 1968 a huge reservoir of oil and natural gas was discovered beneath Prudhoe Bay, Alaska. Almost immediately, Canada started fielding plans from a consortium of corporations to construct a multi-billion-dollar pipeline that would transport the gas via the Mackenzie River Valley to markets throughout southern Canada and the United States. 24 As the federal government stated in 1969, from the first realization of the magnitude of the Prudhoe Bay find, it had been considered likely that gas from the field would find its way to markets in the USA by a pipeline through Canada. 25 At the time, the estimated cost of the Mackenzie Valley Pipeline would have established it as the largest private sector development project in the history of Canada, and quite possibly the world. 26 Unfortunately, for the Dean, Inuit, and Métis of the area, the proposed right-of-way for the pipeline along with a massive infrastructure of roads, airstrips, camps, gravel pits, storage sites, stream/river crossings, and gas plants would cut south across the entire western half of our homeland. 27 All of this meant little to the federal and territorial governments, both of which would at the time maintain their tradition of ignoring native demands in the north. 28 Although the majority of Dean, Inuit, and Métis overwhelmingly rejected the idea of an imposed pipeline development from the outset, these communities were not initially provided with a means to formally voice their opposition. As Edgar Dosman put it, at the time no channels existed for the articulation of native concerns. They had no way of knowing what was going on, or what decisions had already been taken. Yet pipeline and resource decisions would change and probably destroy their traditions and way of life. 29. The federal government's ability to completely ignore the voices of the North's indigenous population would soon suffer a major setback, however. In 1969, when 16 Dean Chiefs convened at Fort Smith under the sponsorship of the Department of Indian Affairs and Northern Development, it was decided that the Dean needed a more independent and aggressive political body to represent their community's concerns. It was at this meeting that leadership established the Indian Brotherhood of the Northwest Territories, or IBNWT, renamed the Dean Nation in 1978. The Iñuvialude followed suit and established the Committee for Original Peoples Entitlement, or COPE, in 1970. In 1971 the Inuit Tapiriset of Canada was formed to address the concerns of all Inuit in Canada, including those within the NWT. And finally, in 1972 the Métis Association of the Northwest Territories was set up to represent the interests of the Métis and non-status Dean population. Although each organization differed in its specific concerns and visions regarding the scope of northern development, all three would nonetheless mount a push to defend the interests of indigenous peoples against the vision of economic and political expansion that state and industry began to aggressively impose the previous decade. 30. For the Dean, making such a push would emerge as one of the IBNWT's first major orders of business. This culminated in 1973, when Fort Smith Chief François Paulette, along with 15 other chiefs represented by the IBNWT, filed a caveat with the Northwest Territories Registrar of Land Titles, claiming a Dean interest in more than 1 million square kilometers of the NWT. 31 The Crown responded by challenging the Dean right to file the caveat, but later that year Justice William G. Morrow of the Supreme Court of the Northwest Territories decided that they had a potentially legitimate case, and at least had a right to be heard. 32 In his subsequent decision, Justice Morrow ruled in favor of the Dean, claiming that the indigenous people had a definite interest in the land covered by the caveat, and that they have what is known as Aboriginal rights. 33 More importantly, however, Morrow concluded that historical evidence suggested that it was unlikely that the Dean had knowingly extinguished their title to the lands covered by Treaties 8 and 11, which they had negotiated with the Crown in 1900 and 1921. Respectively. 34 Although the case was eventually appealed and subsequently thrown out on a technicality, the questions raised by Justice Morrow regarding the continued existence of Aboriginal title were never challenged at appeal. Two major developments arose in the aftermath of this push of early 1970s Native activism. First, on August 8, 1973, the month before Justice Morrow rendered his decision in re. Paulette, the federal government announced its new comprehensive land claims policy. 35 This announcement, which emerged in the context of heightened Native concerns over the course of northern industrialization, widespread First Nations resistance to the federal government's 1969 White Paper on Indian Policy, and the Supreme Court of Canada's 1973 Coulthard decision, essentially reversed the state's 52-year policy of refusing to address native land grievances where questions surrounding the existence of Aboriginal title remained open. Because the Dean had essentially asserted in filing their caveat that they had never extinguished their political rights or legal title to their traditional territories, despite having signed Treaties 8 and 11, the Crown proceeded with our claim under its new policy, which was set up to deal with cases based on the assertion of continuing Aboriginal title to lands and resources. The thrust of the comprehensive claims policy, which was reaffirmed in 1981, is to exchange the claims to undefined Aboriginal rights for a clearly defined package of rights and benefits set out in a settlement agreement. 36. The second development was the establishment of the Mackenzie Valley Pipeline Inquiry, also known as the Burger Inquiry. Realizing that it could no longer simply disregard the rights of northern Indigenous peoples, the Crown agreed to sponsor a commission of inquiry to investigate the environmental and social impacts potentially posed by the construction of the Mackenzie Valley project. Under political pressure from the New Democratic Party, the Trudeau administration somewhat reluctantly selected Justice Thomas Burger, an outspoken environmentalist and native rights advocate, to head the investigation. Beginning in the summer of 1975, the commission traveled across Canada and the North, recording the statements, opinions, and concerns of hundreds of expert witnesses and nearly 1,000 individuals who would likely be affected by the proposed project, both native and non-native. After listening to 21 months of testimony, Berger released his 2-volume report, Northern Frontier, Northern Homeland, which recommended that no pipeline ever be built along the north slope of the Yukon between Prudhoe Bay and the Mackenzie Delta, and that a 10-year moratorium be placed on the construction of the Mackenzie Valley project itself, which would ideally allow time for environmental and native land claims issues to be resolved. 10 years later, in reflecting on the importance of the Berger inquiry for highlighting the struggles of indigenous peoples, Francis Abele wrote, "Probably no royal commission or public inquiry has sustained such a large and diverse audience, or provoked, years after its conclusion, such strong emotional responses." 38. That is not our way, challenging colonial development. By the mid-1970s the Dean had developed a radical analysis of colonial development and effectively utilized both the IBNWT and the Berger inquiry to voice their position. As Peter Usher notes, this analysis amounted to a fundamental critique of capitalism and industrialization. 39. At this point, I want to return to and further develop a claim I made in my introductory chapter regarding the difference between the normative foundation underwriting indigenous anti-colonialism and anti-capitalism and that which underwrites similar sentiments within the Western radical tradition, most notably that of Marxism. There I suggested that, when related back to the two pillars of Marx's primitive accumulation thesis, dispossession and proletarianization, it would appear that in Canada the history and experience of the former has structured the political relationship between indigenous peoples and the state to a greater extent than the latter. I also suggested that the primary experience of dispossession is what also tends to fuel the most common modes of indigenous resistance to and criticism of the colonial relationship itself, that is, indigenous struggles against capitalist imperialism are best understood as struggles oriented around the question of land, struggles not only for land, but also deeply informed by what the land as a mode of reciprocal relationship, which is itself informed by place-based practices and associated form of knowledge, ought to teach us about living our lives in relation to one another and our surroundings in a respectful, non-dominating, and non-exploitative way. The ethical framework provided by these place-based practices and associated forms of knowledge is what I call grounded normativity. In his groundbreaking 1972 text, God is Red, the late Lakota philosopher Vine Deloria Jr. argues that one of the most significant differences that exist between indigenous and Western metaphysics revolves around the central importance of land to indigenous modes of being, thought, and ethics. 40 When ideology is divided according to American Indian and Western European traditions, writes Deloria, this fundamental difference is one of great philosophical importance. American Indians hold their lands, places as having the highest possible meaning, and all their statements are made with this reference point in mind. 41 Most Western societies, by contrast, tend to derive meaning from the world in historical/developmental terms, thereby placing time as the narrative of central importance. 42 Deloria then goes on to conclude, when one group is concerned with the philosophical problem of space and the other with the philosophical problem of time, then the statements of either group do not make much sense when transferred from one context to the other without the proper consideration of what is taking place. 43. In drawing our attention to the distinction between indigenous place-based and Western time-oriented understandings of the world, Deloria does not simply intend to reiterate the rather obvious observation that most indigenous societies hold a strong attachment to their homelands, but is instead attempting to explicate the position that land occupies as an ontological framework for understanding relationships. Seen in this light, it is a profound misunderstanding to think of land or place as simply some material object of profound importance to indigenous cultures, although it is this too. Instead, it ought to be understood as a field of relationships of things to each other. 44 Place is a way of knowing, of experiencing, and relating to the world and with others, and sometimes these relational practices and forms of knowledge guide forms of resistance against other rationalizations of the world that threaten to erase or destroy our senses of place. 45 This, I argue, is precisely the understanding of land that grounded our critique of colonialism and capitalism in the 1970s and early 1980s. In the Welliday dialect of Dogrib, which is my community's language, for example, land, or da, is translated in relational terms as that which encompasses not only the land, understood here as material, but also people and animals, rocks and trees, lakes and rivers, and so on. Point 46. Seen in this light, we are as much a part of the land as any other element. Furthermore, within this system of relations, human beings are not the only constituent believed to embody spirit or agency. Ethically, this meant that humans held certain obligations to the land, animals, plants, and lakes in much the same way that we hold obligations to other people. And if these obligations were met, then the land, animals, plants, and lakes would reciprocate and meet their obligations to humans, thus ensuring the survival and well-being of all over time. Point 47. Consider, for example, the following story told by the late George Blondin, a respected Sato Dean elder. The tale recounts an experience his brother Edward had while hunting moose. Edward was hunting near a small river when he heard a raven croaking, far off to his left. Ravens can't kill animals themselves, so they depend on hunters and wolves to kill food for them. Flying high in the sky, they spot animals too far away for hunters or wolves to see. They then fly to the hunter and attract his attention by croaking loudly, then fly back to where the animals are. Edward stopped and watched the raven carefully. It made 2 trips back and forth in the same direction. Edward made a sharp turn and walked to where the raven was flying. There were no moose tracks, but he kept following the raven. When he got to the riverbank and looked down, Edward saw 2 big moose feeding on the bank. He shot them, skinned them, and covered the meat with their hides. Before he left, Edward put some fat meat out on the snow for the raven. He knew that without the bird, he wouldn't have killed any meat that day. Point 48. Notice how Blondin's narrative not only emphasizes the consciousness and individual agency of the raven, but also depicts the relationship between the hunter and the bird as mutually interdependent. The cooperation displayed between Edward and the raven provides a clear example of the ethic of reciprocity and sharing underlying Dean understandings of their relationship with land. In the decades leading up to the Mackenzie Valley Pipeline inquiry, it became apparent to many people within our communities that the organizational imperatives of capital accumulation signified an affront to our normative understanding of what constituted proper relationships between people, relationships between humans and their environment, and relationships between individuals and institutions of authority, whether economic or political. Even though by the mid-1970s this grounded normative framework had been worn by decades of colonial displacement, it was still functioning enough to frame both our critique of capitalist development and our ways of thinking about how we might establish political and economic relations both within our own communities and with Canada based on principles of reciprocity and mutual obligation. Not coincidentally, Peter Kulczycki highlights this spatial feature of Indigenous struggle well in his excellent book, Like the Sound of a Drum, Aboriginal Cultural Politics in Dinende and Nunavut, when he writes, "It is possible to argue that precisely what distinguishes anti-colonial struggles from the classic Marxist accounts of the working class is that oppression for the colonized is registered in the spatial dimension as dispossession, whereas for workers, oppression is measured as exploitation, as the theft of time." 49. I would simply add here that Indigenous ways of thinking about non-oppressive relations are often expressed with this spatial referent in mind as well. Any cursory glance at the testimony made by Indigenous participants at the Berger inquiry clearly demonstrates the significance of land in our critique of colonial development. One of the most profound statements of this sort was delivered by Philip Blake, a dean from Fort McPherson. Notice the 3 interrelated meanings of land at play in his narrative: land as resource central to our material survival, land as identity, as constitutive of who we are as a people, and land as relationship. If our Indian nation is being destroyed so that poor people of the world might get a chance to share this world's riches, then as Indian people, I am sure that we would seriously consider giving up our resources. but do you really expect us to give up our life and our lands so that those few people who are the richest and most powerful in the world today can maintain their own position of privilege? That is not our way. I strongly believe that we do have something to offer your nation, however, something other than our minerals. I believe it is in the self-interest of your own nation to allow the Indian nation to survive and develop in our own way, on our own land. For thousands of years we have lived with the land, we have taken care of the land, and the land has taken care of us. We did not believe that our society has to grow and expand and conquer new areas in order to fulfill our destiny as Indian people. We have lived with the land, not tried to conquer or control it or rob it of its riches. We have not tried to get more and more riches and power, we have not tried to conquer new frontiers, or outdo our parents or make sure that every year we are richer than the year before. We have been satisfied to see our wealth as ourselves and the land we live with. It is our greatest wish to be able to pass on this land to succeeding generations in the same condition that our fathers have given it to us. We did not try to improve the land and we did not try to destroy it. That is not our way. I believe your nation might wish to see us, not as a relic from the past, but as a way of life, a system of values by which you may survive in the future. This we are willing to share. Point 50. When Blake suggests in his testimony that as Indian people we must reject the pathological drive for accumulation that fuels capitalist expansion, he is basing this statement on a conception of Dean identity that locates us as an inseparable part of an expansive system of interdependent relations covering the land and animals, past and future generations, as well as other people and communities. For many natives at the time of the Burger Inquiry, this relational conception of identity was non-negotiable, it constituted a fundamental feature of what it meant to be Dean. Furthermore, it also demanded that we conduct ourselves in accordance with certain ethico-political norms, which stressed, among other things, the importance of sharing, egalitarianism, respecting the freedom and autonomy of both individuals and groups, and recognizing the obligations that one has not only to other people, but to the natural world as a whole. Point 51. I suggest that it was this place-based ethics that served as the foundation from which we critique the dual imperatives of colonial sovereignty and capitalist accumulation that came to dictate the course of Northern development in the post-war period. In the following section, I show how the same foundation shaped the Dean nation's demand for recognition and self-determination in the years to follow. The Dean Declaration, Understanding Indigenous Nationalism. On July 19, 1975, at the Second Annual Joint General Assembly of the Indian Brotherhood of the NWT and the Métis and Non-Status Association of the NWT, more than 300 indigenous delegates unanimously voted to adopt what quickly became known as the Dean Declaration, a political manifesto demanding the full recognition of the Dean as a self-determining nation within the country of Canada. 52. In his Heeding the Voices of Our Ancestors, Gerald Tayaic Alfred provides a theory of indigenous nationalism useful for developing an understanding of the politicized articulation of indigeneity called attention to in the Dean Declaration. According to Alfred, indigenous expressions of nationhood are best viewed as having both a relatively stable core which endures and peripheral elements that are easily adapted or manipulated to accommodate the demands of a particular political environment. 53. For Alfred, indigenous political identities are not based on clearly delineated essences, nor are they merely invented to correspond with shifting political aspirations. Rather, indigenous articulations of nationhood are best understood as informed by a complex of cultural practices and traditions that have survived the onslaught of colonialism and continue to structure the form and content of indigenous activism in the present. Point 54. Contrary to many other forms of nationalism, however, Alfred is quick to point out that most indigenous movements do not seek recognition and self-determination through the creation of a new state, but through the achievement of a cultural sovereignty and a political relationship based on group autonomy reflected in formal self-government arrangements. 55. Dean nationalism during this period can be understood within a similar cultural frame as a dynamic revival of Dean political concepts framed in a manner to meet the economic and political goals of contemporary Dean society. To this end, although our movement was firmly grounded in and motivated by political values and concepts rooted in the relational conception of land noted above, it also actively incorporated new social and political discourses to supplement these older traditions. Point 56. A number of these discourses were drawn off to articulate our vision of a post-colonial political relationship with Canada, including, among others, Marxist political economy, world systems analysis, theories of development and underdevelopment, and Third World anti-colonialism. Point 57. Although all of these conceptual tools helped shape, to varying degrees, our views on colonialism and self-determination, here I want to highlight one that remains particularly salient to this day, the Marxist concept. Mode of production. 58. In its broadest articulation, mode of production can be said to encompass two interrelated social processes: the resources, technologies, and labor that a people deploy to produce what they need to materially sustain themselves over time, and the forms of thought, behavior, and social relationships that both condition and are themselves conditioned by these productive forces. Point 59. As the sum of these two interrelated processes, a mode of production can be interpreted, as Marx himself often did, as analogous to a way or mode of life. A mode of production must not be considered simply as being the production of the physical existence of individuals, write Marx and Engels in the German Ideology. Rather, it is a definite form of activity of these individuals, a definite form of expressing their life, a definite mode of life on their part. 60. I suggest that this broad understanding of mode of production as a mode of life accurately reflects what constituted culture in the sense that the Dean deployed the term, and which our claims for cultural recognition sought to secure through the negotiation of a land claim. Simply stated, in the three proposals examined below, our demand for recognition sought to protect the intricately interconnected social totality of a distinct mode of life. 61. A life on/with the land that stressed individual autonomy, collective responsibility, non-hierarchical authority, communal land tenure, and mutual aid. 62. And which sustained us economically, spiritually, socially, and politically. 63. As George Barnaby wrote in 1976, the land claim is our fight to gain recognition as a different group of people with our own way of seeing things, our own values, our own lifestyle, our own laws. It is a fight for self-determination using our own system with which we have survived till now. 64. Understanding culture as the interconnected social totality of distinct mode of life encompassing the economic, political, spiritual, and social is crucial for comprehending the state's response to the challenge posed by our land claim proposals. As demonstrated in the following section, the state responded to this challenge, as Fanon himself might have predicted, by structurally circumscribing the terms and content of the recognition it was willing to make available to us through the negotiation of a land settlement. As noted previously, the reason the Crown agreed to get into the land claims business in the first place was to extinguish the broad and undefined rights and title claims of First Nations in exchange for a limited set of rights and benefits set out in the text of the agreement itself. In the 1970s, Canada still required the explicit cede, release and surrender of Aboriginal rights and title prior to the resolution of a settlement, which from the Crown's perspective constituted the surest way to attain the political and economic certainty required to satisfy the state's interest in opening up Indigenous territories to further economic investment and capitalist development. 65. Although the state no longer requires the formal extinguishment of Aboriginal rights as a precondition to reaching an agreement, the purpose of the process has remained the same: to facilitate the incorporation of Indigenous people and territories into the capitalist mode of production and to ensure that alternative socio-economic visions do not threaten the desired functioning of the market economy. 66. With this objective firmly in place, both Canada and the NWT insisted on negotiating a land settlement based on the following two principles: first, that a Dean political claim to self-determination was invalid, and second, that any settlement reached must attain finality through the extinguishment of what remained of Dean rights and title in exchange for the institutional recognition and protection of certain aspects of Dean culture. However, for the state, recognizing and accommodating the cultural through the negotiation of land claims would not involve the recognition of alternative indigenous economies and forms of political authority, as the mode of production/mode of life concept suggests. Instead, the state insisted that any institutionalized accommodation of indigenous cultural difference be reconcilable with one political formation, namely, colonial sovereignty, and one mode of production, namely, capitalism. Land claims and the domestication of Dean nationhood. In his 1999 study on treaties, agreements, and other constructive arrangements between states and indigenous populations, Special Rapporteur for the United Nations Subcommission on the Prevention of Discrimination and Protection of Minorities Miguel Alfonso Martinez examines the myriad techniques and rationales adopted by colonial settler regimes to domesticate the international status of indigenous nations, thereby placing their claims squarely under the exclusive competence of the internal jurisdiction of non-indigenous nation-states. 67 In the following analysis of the three land claims proposals submitted to the federal government by the Dean Nation between 1976 and 1981, it will be shown that, rather than recognize our right to self-determination, both the GNWT and the Government of Canada defended within the land claims process a depoliticized discourse of indigenous cultural rights that it used to rationalize the hegemony of non-indigenous economic and political interests on Dean territory. In this way, it will be shown that, from the state's perspective, the land claims process constitutes a crucial vehicle for the domestication of indigenous claims to nationhood. On October 25, 1976, the IBNWT, under the leadership of Georges Erasmus, provided the federal government with a land claim proposal designed to accommodate the robust form of recognition expressed in the Dean Declaration. The proposal, titled Agreement in Principle between the Dean Nation and Her Majesty the Queen, in Right of Canada, called upon the federal government to negotiate with the Dean Nation in accordance with an expansive list of principles, including the recognition of a Dean right to self-determination, the right to retain ownership of a significant portion of our traditional territories, the right to exercise political jurisdiction over the territories in question, the right to practice and preserve our languages, customs, traditions, and values, and the right to develop our own political and economic institutions. All of these rights, we claimed, would be exercised within Confederation through the establishment of a Dean government vested with political authority over land and subject matters currently within the jurisdiction of the federal and territorial governments. 68. Essentially, the 1976 Agreement in Principle outlined in broad terms the foundation for building a renewed relationship with the state that would secure a degree of indigenous political and economic autonomy unprecedented in the history of land claim settlements in Canada. 69 Although the specific form this autonomy would take remained unspecified in the proposal, a number of statements made and research reports produced by the Dean during this period suggest that it would look radically different from the economic and political institutions of the dominant society. In terms of political development, for example, the IBNWT emphasized the need to construct contemporary political institutions on the traditional principle of popular sovereignty and consensus decision-making, thus including as wide a spectrum of Dean as possible in the formation of government policy. 70 This commitment to the construction of alternative governance forms cashed out politically in 1976, when the IBNWT announced that it would officially boycott participating in the territorial government, arguing that it was a colonial institution that did not represent the perspectives of the Dean people, and that this was reflected in the style and structure of government itself. 71 The boycott lasted until 1979. George Barnaby, one of the two elected Dean officials to resign from territorial politics in 1976, the other being James Washee, explained his motivation like this: if we go through a whole Dean movement and we end up with native people just giving orders to their own people, then we will not be better off than now, when white people order us around. For Barnaby, a true Dean government would be the people themselves deciding what they want and then working together to achieve their desired goals. 72. The principle of direct democracy was to apply to the economic sphere as well. For instance, the proposal states that a non-colonial economy would not only promote Dean self-sufficiency, but do so in a manner consistent with our cultural values and way of life. To this end, the claim outlines an economic vision that would develop a mode of production based on a combination of continued renewable resource activities, such as hunting, fishing, and trapping, as well as community-scale activities designed to meet our needs in a more self-reliant fashion. 73 In the following years, a number of these community-scale activities were discussed and proposed, including a combination of locally operated manufacturing ventures, native-run cooperatives, and worker-controlled enterprises. 74. At a 1974 Regional Co-Coordinators Workshop, the IBNWT noted two perspectives on development that it found compelling. The first was the example of communal enterprise and development exemplified in the post-independence struggle of Tanzania. 75 At one point, the IBNWT was even in a conversation with the Conawake office of the Indians of Quebec Association about sending a delegation of Dean field workers to learn from the Tanzanian experience. 76 The second was drawn from the following observation made by Shuswap activist George Manuel and researcher Michael Posluns in their book The Fourth World, Real Community Development can never take place without economic development, but economic development without full local control is only another form of imperial conquest. 77 In the agreement in principle, these economic models were pitched as culturally relevant alternatives to the externally initiated economy imposed on the Dean by the state. True Dean development, the IBNWT argued, must entail political control, an adequate resource base, and would not permit a few to gain at the expense of the whole community. And finally, in keeping with our commitment to strengthening social relations premised on reciprocity, leadership proposed to structure our relationship with the non-indigenous population according to the principle of mutual self-determination. 78 Subsequently, the IBNWT agreed to uphold the political and existing property rights of all non-native Northerners. However, with regard to private property, the Dean Nation would only respect fee simple title to lands acquired before October 15, 1975. After this date, land would be held in common in accordance with the values and principles set forth in the proposal. 79. The Dean Declaration together with the proposed agreement in principle evoked a range of responses. On the one hand, our communities were greeted with an enormous display of support by progressive political organizations from across the country, including the Canadian Labour Congress, the Oil, Chemical and Atomic Workers International Union, Oxfam Canada, the United Steel Workers of America, and the New Democratic Party's Waffle Movement, which was, at the time, known by many critics for its strident socialism. 80. At the same time, however, there were many that were openly hostile to the transformative message underlying our claim. The then Minister of Indian Affairs, Judd Buchanan, for example, dismissed the Dean Declaration as gobbledygook that a grade 10 student could have written in 15 minutes. 81 Even respected Cree leader Harold Cardinal blasted the Declaration as an intrusion of left-wing thinking that is perhaps much closer to the academic community in Toronto than it is to the Dean. 82 Much of the criticism leveled at the IBNWT during this period expressed a similar sentiment, namely, that Dean leadership had been manipulated by white Southern radicals and were therefore not acting in the interests of their own constituencies. As one Edmonton Report columnist wrote, a bewildered Canada is gradually waking up to the fact that a radical socialist philosophy has taken hold of the native peoples in the Mackenzie Valley. How is it that these territorial natives whose politics up until now were generally considered non-existent should suddenly emerge with such advanced left-wing inclinations? 83 The public expressed a similar point of view. As one gentleman stated to the Burger Inquiry, most of the hollering done by the Indian Brotherhood has been directed by whites, not the majority of Indians. The Dean figured they made a real good deal with Treaty 11, and until the Indian Brotherhood with white backing started stirring things up, there wasn't any problem. 84 The government of the Northwest Territories added to the hysteria by suggesting that the Indian Brotherhood should be renamed the Radical Left. 85 At one point, there were even rumors circulating across the North that some of our community members were being trained in tactics of guerrilla warfare. 86 And that the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, RCMP, had employed undercover operatives to infiltrate the Brotherhood. 87 These racist, McCarthy-like accusations held a great deal of currency. For many non-natives during the 1970s and into the early 1980s. 88. Aside from allegations of left extremism, most government officials rejected the Dean position based on the view that it violated the liberal value of equality underwriting universal representation within Canadian political institutions. Initially, the most vocal proponent of this argument was the GNWT Legislative Assembly, which expressed its concerns in a position paper titled Priorities of the North, submitted to the Department of Indian Affairs and Northern Development in May of 1977. 89 The paper explicitly denounced the Dean claim, arguing that it would amount to the establishment of an exclusionary, indeed race-based, jurisdiction in northern Canada. In the words of the Legislative Assembly, this is why the native state concept is, and always will be, totally unacceptable to the people of the Northwest Territories, because it lacks the necessary element of universality of participation in political institutions by any Canadian who chooses to live in the Northwest Territories. 90. In response to the GNWT's repeated charge of racism, the IBNWT submitted a second proposal to the federal government in July of 1977. 91 Like its predecessor, the Metro proposal stressed the importance of recognition and self-determination for the Dean Nation. However, appreciating that many people had misinterpreted our agreement in principle as discriminatory, the IBNWT sought to make it clear in the new claim that it was seeking self-determination not only for the Dean, but for all citizens of the North, and an end to racial oppression as such, whether it be the oppression of Dean by non-Dean, or oppression of non-natives by Dean. 92. To accommodate this vision, the Metro proposal recommended that the North adopt a decentralized federative structure based on the following principles: that the NWT be divided into 3 geographical territories, one where the Dean are a majority, one where the Inuit are a majority, and finally one where the non-native people are the majority, that each of these 3 territories uphold the political rights of all of its citizens through the establishment of government institutions based on each group's respective traditions and in accordance with the desires and aspirations of their respective constituencies, that each territorial government divide powers and relate with the federal government in a manner similar to the current federal or provincial relationship, and that a Metro or United Nations governance structure be organized by the 3 new governments to deal with matters, issues, and programs of common concern. Under this model, each newly established government would be responsible for sending representatives to negotiate as equals with those from the other governments until an agreement was reached on any joint activity. 93 And finally, in accordance with Dean custom, economic relations within our proposed territory would not be dictated by the reign of capital, rather, all economic principles and values set forth in the previous agreement in principle would to apply to the new proposal as well. It was at this point that the state began to counter our position with a depoliticized conception of Aboriginal cultural rights divorced from any substantive notion of Indigenous sovereignty or alternative political economies. In Priorities of the North, for example, the GNWT argued that land claims ought to be used as a mechanism to secure the recognition and protection of Aboriginal cultural interests, but only if the state agreed to separate the negotiation of political rights to self-determination from the process. To this end, the Assembly proposed that a Native Bill of Rights be written into the Constitution of the NWT. This would serve 2 purposes. First, it would crystallize the rights of Native people with respect to their traditional use and enjoyment of the land, and second, it would function to preserve Native languages and cultures in some form of immutable legislation. 94. The federal government advanced a similar position. Its 1977 opinion paper, Political Development in the Northwest Territories. 95. The political development paper was to serve as detailed terms of reference to guide the newly appointed Special Representative for Constitutional Development in the Northwest Territories, Charles Bud Drury. 96. Like the Legislative Assembly, the federal government stated that it would be willing to use land claims as a vehicle to safeguard Aboriginal culture and enable Aboriginal people and communities to pursue their traditional practices to the extent that they may wish to do so. 97. Subsequently, Canada would agree to work closely with native groups to develop programs within a number of areas, including education, housing, and economic development, as well as the protection and promotion of other cultural interests, including Indian and Inuit languages and rights to traditional activities such as hunting, fishing, and trapping. 98 in securing these rights. However, the federal government insisted that it would not endorse a call for the establishment of political jurisdictions allocated on grounds that differentiate between people on the basis of race. 99 Instead, Ottawa directed Drury to consider the possible division of the Northwest Territories on the basis of functional issues, including economic, socio-cultural, and other relevant factors, but excluding political divisions and structures configured along Indigenous/non-Indigenous lines. 100 Thus, if the Dean wanted to participate in the constitutional development of the Northern political apparatus, they would have to do so at a local and subordinate level within the common and presumably legitimate institutions of the NWT. 101 In short, for both the GNWT and the Government of Canada, cultural rights, not political rights, constituted the core issue to be resolved in the settlement of a Dean land claim. In terms of political economy, both levels of government sought to tease apart the recognition of Indigenous cultural practices from any socio-economic scheme that might potentially disrupt the further accumulation of capital through the development of the North's resource base. The GNWT, for example, simply asserted that the long-term economic development of the Northwest Territories will almost certainly depend on the further exploration and utilization of its natural resources. 102 Recognizing the cultural claims of First Nations would be permitted, but only insofar as these claims could be reconciled with this predominantly private enterprise mode of organization. 103 In a similar vein, the federal government suggested that while land claims would provide Native groups with financial compensation for any infringement of their property rights, Canada's national interest dictated that the Crown maintain its ownership and control of the potentially significant non-renewable resources in the Northwest Territories. And regarding the intensity of Northern capitalist development, the Crown, like the Legislative Assembly, declared that business would continue unabated. In view of the energy and other resource requirements that are now recognized as becoming increasingly urgent, the government wishes to maintain some momentum in the exploration and development of northern non-renewable resources. Land claims, according to the Crown, would better enable the Dean to play a part in this process, but in no way would they provide the economic and political infrastructure necessary to block or effectively cultivate a non-exploitative alternative to it. 104. Instead of participating in Drury's investigation, the Dean Nation agreed to collaborate with the Métis Association of the NWT to construct a joint settlement claim that they provided the federal government in 1981. The proposal, titled Public Government for the People of the North, called for a transfer of power to a province-like jurisdiction named Dinende. 105 Although the Dean/Métis refrained from invoking the explicit language of self-determination common to the previous two claims, the spirit of the document remains much the same. It demands, for instance, that sovereignty be distributed between Dinende and the federal government in a manner similar to the current distribution of provincial and federal powers, although in some areas, such as fisheries, family relations, communications, and labor relations, Dinende would require powers currently claimed by the federal government. The rationale here is that these areas are crucial for the protection and further development of the Dean way of life. 106 It also calls for a significant return of the Dean people's traditional territory, which the Dean would retain the right to use, own, and manage collectively. Most remaining lands, with the exception of existing private property, would be allocated to the government of Dinende and remain under its jurisdictional authority. Structurally speaking, Dinende would be province-like and consist of two levels of government, a public territorial level, called the National Assembly of Dinende, and regional governments at the community level. 107 Dinende would be unlike provinces in other ways, however. For instance, the Dean again recommended that a direct democracy or consensus approach to political decision-making be instituted at both the local and territorial levels. 108 This was pitched as a culturally appropriate alternative to the elitist and adversarial form of government imposed on Northerners from the South. Also, to protect the political rights and freedoms of Dean citizens in perpetuity, the Dean/Métis proposed that a Senate be established as a second chamber of the public National Assembly with guaranteed Dean representation. 109 In order to protect the interests of everyone, however, the Dean/Métis proposed that a 10-year residency period be implemented, after which full political rights of all Dinende citizens would be respected. But regardless of any residency requirement, the government of Dinende would be responsible for respecting the fundamental human rights and freedoms of all its citizens, particularly the rights outlined in sections 18, 19, 21, and 22 of the United Nations International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, of which Canada is a signatory. 110. In terms of economic development, Dinende would also operate unlike the provinces in a number of key ways. For example, the document suggests that all land and resource development adhere to standards set forth in a Charter of Founding Principles, which would emphasize, among other things, maintaining a harmonious relationship between the Dean and the physical environment. 111 Thus, the Dean/Métis stated that natural resource use would be determined on the basis of a conservative society with a firm commitment to renewables. Once again, building a contemporary economy committed to the traditional practice of harvesting and manufacturing renewable resources would form a significant aspect of economic development within the new territory. However, in circumstances where the exploration and development of Dinende's non-renewable resource base might be permitted to continue, this activity would only be allowed if it promised to ensure the well-being of the people and resources of Dinende as a whole, as opposed to the economic benefit of the developers. And to ensure economic self-sufficiency, the Dean/Métis proposed that 10% of all resource revenues derived in the territory be collected and paid into a Dean Heritage Fund managed by the Dean through the framework of the proposed Senate. Remaining profits extracted through rents taken from non-renewable resource outfits would be redirected back into programs aimed at bolstering the renewable resource sector, be used to cover the operating budgets of the Dinende government at both the community and territorial levels, and to repay the federal government for its assistance in the delivery of unemployment insurance benefits, family allowances, and so on. Also, like its predecessors, the proposal suggests that all private property rights be respected for lands acquired before the implementation of the agreement, although after this date, the government of Dinende would grant property titles solely through long-term leases and hold remaining lands in common for the benefit of all Dinende citizens. 112. Reaction to the Dinende proposal varied. Some people were outraged at the proposed agreement, suggesting that it would provide too much protection for Dean rights and interests while ignoring those of the North's non-native population. 113 One of the studies prepared for the federal government's Special Committee on Constitutional Development even suggested that the proposal's recommended restrictions on private property could be interpreted as violating what many Northerners had come to consider an inalienable right to own property. 114 Others, however, viewed the proposal as a unique opportunity to be a part of something exciting, a chance for all people of the North to join together and build a new style of government. 115. Conclusion. In the end, the federal government remained one of the principal detractors of the Dinende proposal. Unlike the position outlined in its own comprehensive claims policy, the Dean/Métis adamantly rejected the idea that indigenous peoples must surrender or exchange their political rights and title as a prerequisite to reaching a land settlement. Maintaining this position caused negotiations to drag on until 1988, when, finally, a new agreement in principle, (IPE), was reached between the Dean Nation, the Métis Association, and the Government of Canada. The new IPE offered the claimants ownership of over 181,000 square kilometers of land, with subsurface rights for approximately 10,000 kilometers of it, and a payment of $500 million over 15 years as compensation for lost land use in the past. 116 To reach the IPE stage, however, the Crown required two things. The first was that the recognition of indigenous political rights be removed from the negotiation table. This essentially meant that the Dean Nation dropped its previous insistence, articulated in the Dean Declaration and the three claims examined above, that a substantive right to self-government form a fundamental component of any land deal. Second, the IPE required the Dean/Métis to agree to cede, release and surrender any residual Aboriginal rights and title to the remaining lands of the Northwest Territories. Negotiators for the Dean/Métis thus conceded that, if reached, a comprehensive claim would inevitably involve an exchange of Aboriginal land rights for a clearly defined set of land-related and land-based rights. 117 At this point, however, those involved in the negotiations refused to see this as an extinguishment of their political rights, which they would continue to negotiate through other forums. 118. On April 9, 1990, 2 years after community negotiators agreed to sign the new IPE, Indigenous representatives from across Dinende convened at a special General Assembly held in Fort Ray, where they initialed a final agreement that included an extinguishment clause but excluded a self-government component. In July of the same year, a motion was passed at another General Assembly, this time held in Detta, to have Aboriginal and treaty rights affirmed, not extinguished, in the Comprehensive Claim Agreement. 119 In the end, the majority of delegates voted to affirm the motion and in doing so rejected the Dean/Métis final agreement. No doubt frustrated with the non-negotiable nature of the Crown's position, Gwich'in representatives opposed the majority decision and formally withdrew from the General Assembly. Following their lead, the Sato withdrew from the claim several weeks later. The Crown officially stopped funding the Dean Nations Claims Secretariat after the withdrawal of the Gwich'in and Sato and instead offered to negotiate with these groups independently. In 1992 the Gwich'in, and in 1993 the Sato along with the Métis, extinguished their political rights and title by signing comprehensive agreements with Canada. These settlements signified the official end of an at times tenuous and fragile, but nonetheless unified, Dean national self-determination movement. 120. Northern Indigenous perspectives on economic development began to shift significantly during this period as well. This shift was exemplified most clearly with the backing of diamond megamining projects by the Tliko and Yellowknives Dean First Nation in the late 1990s, and again, in 2000, with the establishment of the Aboriginal Pipeline Group, APG, which represents the interests of most Dean regions in the NWT, excluding the Dicho, and has since negotiated an agreement to purchase a 1/3 share in the newly proposed Mackenzie Gas Project, MGP. The MGP, like the proposed Mackenzie Valley Pipeline before it, promises to be one of the largest and costliest pipeline projects in the history of Canada. 121. What is perhaps most interesting about the newest incarnation of the Mackenzie Pipeline project is that many of the young Dean activists who opposed it in the 1970s are now either active supporters or founding members of the APG. Former Fort Good Hope Chief Frank T. Salei has explained his change in perspective like this. You know, the world has changed a lot over the last 25 years. We're now masters of our own house in many ways. Many of us have settled our land claims and we have the power to make sure this pipeline is done the right way. Sure, I feel uneasy in some ways about promoting this. This gas is going to go south, maybe not today or tomorrow. But it is going to go, and I don't think we can afford to be left out. 122. If primitive accumulation represents the process of dispossession through which non-capitalist social relations are transformed or integrated into market ones, then it would appear that this phenomenon has gained considerable momentum in the North over the last few decades. Although primitive accumulation no longer appears to require the openly violent dispossession of Indigenous communities and their entire land and resource base, it does demand that both remain open for exploitation and capitalist development. To my mind, a number of interrelated considerations have to be taken into account to figure out why this has emerged as the case in the North, and I would like to conclude by highlighting two of them. The first involves a significant transformation in the discourse of sustainable development over the last 15 years. As Stuart Kirsch has argued, one of the most pressing challenges faced by Indigenous peoples has been the speed with which capital now appropriates the terms of its critique. 123. Any visit to the North will unequivocally demonstrate the degree to which state and industry have been able to co-opt the discourse of sustainability to push their shared vision of economic development. Unlike the discourse of sustainability underwriting the Dean claims examined above, which sought to establish political and economic relations that would foster the reciprocal well-being of people, communities, and the land over time. Sustainability now refers primarily to the economic sustainability of capital accumulation itself. The longer the projected lifespan of a proposed project, that is, the longer period that a project proposes to exploit a community's land, resources, and labor, the more sustainable it is said to be. The second involves Fanon's concern regarding the ways in which the field of recognition politics can modify the subject positions of indigenous people and communities over time. Aside from the inevitable debt trap that land claims lock many First Nations into, which can in turn compel these communities to open up their settlement lands to exploitation as an economic solution. 124 It appears that the land claims process itself has also served to subtly shape how indigenous peoples now think and act in relation to the land. As Paul Nadisty suggests in his work with the Cluane First Nation in the Yukon, to engage in the process of negotiating a land claim agreement, First Nations people must translate their complex reciprocal relationship with the land into the equally complex but very different language of property. 125 I would suggest that one of the negative effects of this power-laden process of discursive translation has been a reorientation of the meaning of self-determination for many, but not all, indigenous people in the North, a reorientation of indigenous struggle from one that was once deeply informed by the land as a system of reciprocal relations and obligations, grounded normativity, which in turn informed our critique of capitalism in the period examined above, to a struggle that is now increasingly for land, understood now as material resource to be exploited in the capital accumulation process. 3. Essentialism and the gendered politics of Aboriginal self-government. THIRDists who advocate a politics of difference, fluidity, and hybridity in order to challenge the binaries of essentialism have been outflanked by strategies of power. Michael Hart and Antonio Negri, Empire. In this chapter I explore in detail the second cluster of concerns often associated with the politics of recognition briefly identified in my introductory chapter. These criticisms have tended to focus on the empirically problematic and normatively suspect character of recognition claims based on essentialist articulations of collective identity. According to social constructivist proponents of this line of critique, when claims for cultural accommodation are grounded on essentialist expressions of group identity, they can too easily be deployed to justify repressive and authoritarian demands for group compliance on the one hand, or sanction unjust practices of exclusion and marginalization on the other. Without certain guaranteed rights and state institutional mechanisms in place to ensure that problematic cultural norms and practices remain open to democratic deliberation and group contestation, it has been argued that the self-determining status of subaltern individuals within minority groups, especially women and children, will remain at risk. Recognizing that social constructivist critiques of the politics of culture and identity encompass a vast range of theoretical and disciplinary perspectives, in this chapter I will focus more narrowly on the work of political theorist Sila Ben Habib, whose contribution represents what I see as an important yet problematic attempt to bridge the gap between the insights afforded by social constructivist theory and what she views as the deliberative norms and processes that ought to guide and frame democratic practice. Point 1 In doing so, I argue that Ben Habib's anti-essentialist critique works in concert with a statist feature of her deliberative democratic theory, which functions to inadvertently sanction colonial hierarchies. This argument can be broken into the following two claims. First, I contend that when examined through the lens of indigenous peoples' struggles, Ben Habib's social constructivist critique of the politics of recognition tends to not only overestimate the emancipatory potential of anti-essentialist criticism, but more importantly it also fails to address the full breadth of power relations that often serve to proliferate exclusionary and authoritarian community practices and articulations of identity to begin with. In this regard, I align my work with the growing number of scholars who have begun to critically interrogate anti-essentialist criticism when uniformly applied to a range of conceptually distinct and power-laden contexts. Point 2. My second claim is directed more squarely at the statist character of Ben Habib's deliberative democratic critique of the politics of recognition. Here I contend that when anti-essentialist theories of cultural identity are projected as a universal feature of social life and then employed as a justificatory measure for evaluating the legitimacy of claims for recognition within and against the uncontested authority of the colonial state, they can inadvertently sanction the very types of domination and inequality that both social constructivist and deliberative democratic projects ought to mitigate. This is especially the case with respect to indigenous claims for recognition, which often throw into question, either implicitly or explicitly, the legitimacy of the state's assumed role as arbiter in contestations over recognition. This chapter is organized into 4 sections. The first section provides a brief sketch of the constructivist critique of the politics of recognition Ben Habib offers in the claims of culture, equality and diversity in the global era. As with my previous engagement with Charles Taylor in Chapter 1, although I focus largely on Ben Habib's work here, many of the conclusions reached in this section are by no means limited to her contribution alone. In the second section, I provide a history of indigenous women's struggle against sexist provisions of the Indian Act and an examination of the ways in which this history of struggle informed an indigenous feminist critique of the gendered dynamics underwriting the decade-long, 1982-92, effort of mainstream Aboriginal organizations to secure a constitutional right to the self-government in Canada. In the next section, I argue that, although Ben Habib is correct to highlight the ways in which preservationist claims to cultural recognition can and have been used by male segments of colonized societies to justify oppressive gender practices, her critique fails to adequately address the colonial context within which these practices have come to flourish. And finally, in the last section, I argue that insofar as Ben Habib's theory uncritically positions the colonial state as a legitimate adjudicator of indigenous recognition claims, her argument is itself ironically premised on the racist/essentialist assumption that indigenous peoples were so uncivilized at the time of European contact that they did not constitute self-determining subjects in relation to the states that eventually asserted sovereignty over them. Social constructivism and deliberative democracy. Ben Habib's The Claims of Culture, Equality and Diversity in the Global Era sets out to establish a model of deliberative democracy that is capable of accommodating universal demands for individual freedom and equality along with identity-specific demands for the recognition of cultural difference. According to Ben Habib, the task of those who are simultaneously committed to a politics that values both cultural diversity and democratic equality should be to create impartial institutions in the public sphere and civil society where the struggle for recognition of cultural differences and the contestation of cultural narratives can take place without domination. 3. In order to accomplish this task, Ben Habib insists that one reject claims for recognition founded on essentialist and therefore potentially authoritarian conceptualizations of culture and group identity. Intercultural justice between human groups should be defended in the name of justice and freedom and not of an elusive preservation of cultures. For identity movements that do seek to preserve the purity or distinctiveness of cultures, Ben Habib boldly asserts, are simply irreconcilable with both democratic and more basic epistemic considerations. 5. Ben Habib opens her critique by challenging the empirical foundation upon which most contemporary theories of mosaic multiculturalism are based, what she terms the reductionist sociology of culture. 6. Quoting the work of Terence Turner, Ben Habib contends that advocates of this form of multiculturalism often embrace a simplistic and sharply delineated conception of cultural identity, which, when institutionalized in the form of public policy, risks essentializing the idea of culture as the property of an ethnic group or race. It risks refeeing cultures as separate entities by overemphasizing the internal homogeneity of cultures in terms that potentially legitimize repressive demands for communal conformity, and by treating cultures as badges of group identity, it tends to fetishize them in ways that put them beyond the reach of critical analysis. 7. Beyond potentially legitimizing these repressive practices, Ben Habib claims that the reductionist approach yields a number of other illiberal consequences, including, 1. The drawing of too rigid and firm boundaries around cultural identities, 2. The acceptance of the need to police these boundaries to regulate internal membership and authentic life forms, 3. The privileging of the continuity and preservation of cultures over time as opposed to their reinvention, reappropriation, and even subversion, and, 4. the legitimation of culture-controlling elites through a lack of open confrontation with their culture's inegalitarian and exclusionary practices. 8. In contradistinction to this reductionist approach, Ben Habib draws on the work of Homi Bhabha and others to defend a constructivist view of identity in which all cultures constitute fluid systems of meaning and representation that are continually constructed and reconstructed through complex dialogues and interactions with other cultures. 9 Cultures are thus fluid, porous, and contested phenomena, which are internally riven by conflicting narratives. 10 Ben Habib assures us, however, that this position is not meant to imply that cultures are unreal or fictional entities. Cultural differences run very deep and are very real, insists Ben Habib. The imagined boundaries between cultures are not phantoms in deranged minds, they can guide human action and behavior as well as any other cause of human action. 11. Also, unlike the reductionist perspective, Ben Habib aligns justice in multicultural and multinational contexts not in terms of cultural preservation or autonomy, but rather with the inclusion of traditionally marginalized groups into a widening democratic dialogue with the citizenry, cultures, and institutions of the surrounding society. In order to facilitate this robust form of inclusion, Ben Habib proposes a dual-track model of deliberative democracy that stresses maximal cultural contestation in the public sphere, as well as the institutions and associations of civil society. So long as recognition-based claims adhere to the constructivist/inclusion paradigm and allow for the contestability of cultural norms, practices, and boundaries in and through the institutional matrix of civil society and the state, then certain forms of legal pluralism and institutional power sharing through regional and local parliaments can and ought to be accommodated. 12 To ensure that pluralist institutional arrangements meet this standard, Ben Habib proposes a baseline of 3 normative conditions that ought to be met by any cultural group seeking recognition and accommodation. These conditions are: egalitarian reciprocity. Members of cultural, religious, linguistic, and other minorities must not, in virtue of their membership status, be entitled to lesser degrees of civil, political, economic, and cultural rights than the majority. Voluntary self-ascription. In consociationalist or federative multicultural societies, an individual must not be automatically assigned to a cultural, religious, or linguistic group by virtue of his or her birth. An individual's group membership must permit the most extensive form of self-ascription and self-identification possible. There will be many cases when such self-identifications may be contested, but the state should not simply grant the right to define and control membership to the group at the expense of the individual. It is desirable at some point in their adult lives individuals be asked whether they accept their continuing membership in their cultural communities of origin. Freedom of exit and association. The freedom of the individual to exit the ascriptive group must be unrestricted, although exit may be accompanied by the loss of certain kinds of formal and informal privileges. However, this wish of individuals to remain group members, even while out marrying, must not be rejected. Accommodations must be found for intergroup marriages and the children of such marriages. 13. After outlining these normative requirements, Ben Habib concludes that, although cultural groups may not be able to survive as distinct entities under these conditions, securing them is nonetheless necessary if legal pluralism in liberal democratic states is to achieve the goals of cultural diversity as well as democratic equality, without compromising the rights of women and children. 14 Under Ben Habib's deliberative model, only demands for recognition that adhere to the above standards and do not deny the contestability of cultural norms and practices can ensure the well-being of individual group members. 15 Here the cultural preservationist impulses of essentialism are clearly portrayed as overly restrictive and rigid, while the inclusive domain of social constructivism is cast as democratic and emancipatory. Indigenous women, gender discrimination, and Aboriginal self-government, a history. Before 1985, all federally registered First Nations women who married non-native men were forced to relinquish their Indian status under sexist provisions of the federal government's 1876 Indian Act. 16 Like many aspects of Canadian Indian policy, the state's gendered criteria for determining who is eligible to claim Indian status under the law predates Canadian Confederation. In 1850, definitions of status were generally broad in scope and included any person of Indian birth or blood, any person reputed to belong to a particular group of Indians, and any person married to an Indian or adopted into an Indian family. 17 With respect to those individuals who acquired status through marriage, this early definition stated that any non-Aboriginal or non-status woman who married a status male would herself acquire status, but the same was not true for non-Aboriginal men married to status women. Although the 1850 legislation did not yet lay out the terms under which a status woman could expect to lose her status for marrying a non-status man, it nonetheless established for the first time a definition of Indian that was tightly associated with patrilineal descent. 18. In the years to follow, state-sanctioned gender discrimination within the field of Indian policy would escalate dramatically. For instance, under provisions of the 1869 Act for the Gradual Enfranchisement of Indians, status Indian women were legally excluded from the right to receive inheritances from their husbands, they were denied the right to vote and participate in formal band politics, and they could be declared enfranchised without consent upon the enfranchisement of their husbands. Finally, Section 6 of the Gradual Enfranchisement Act stated that any status woman who married a non-status man would lose all rights and benefits commonly associated with membership in a federally recognized Indian community, including the rights to reside on reserve and receive housing there, federally subsidized healthcare, post-secondary education, and so on. 19 All of these sexist provisions were incorporated into Canada's Indian Act in 1876. Although First Nations women have always resisted the state's attempt to dispossess them of their rights to land and community membership, it was not until the late 1960s and early 1970s that their efforts began to gain national coverage, if not success. This period witnessed the establishment of organizations such as Indian Rights for Indian Women, incorporated in 1970, and the Native Women's Association of Canada, incorporated in 1974, both of which would help advance the fight of Native women against the patriarchal structure of Indian legislation. In particular, these groups were instrumental in organizing enfranchised Native women around questions of gender equality and political empowerment at the local, national, and international levels. Three foundational legal challenges emerged from this period of Indigenous women's activism. 1. Lavelle v. Canada in 1971, 2. Bedard v. Isaac in 1972, and 3. Lovelace v. Canada in 1981.20. The first two legal challenges sought to force a repeal of the sexist provisions of the Indian Act by challenging in court their lack of conformity with Canada's 1960 Bill of Rights. In Lavelle v. Canada, this involved a challenge to Section 12(1)(b) of the Indian Act, the provision containing the infamous marrying out clause. In his decision, Judge Grossberg of the Ontario County Court ruled against Lavelle, arguing that in losing the limited rights and benefits associated with Indian status, Lavelle had acquired the full and equal rights of Canadian citizenship, thus rendering her charge of discrimination obsolete. In Grossberg's words, "In my view, the equality which should be sought and assured to the appellant upon her marriage is equality with all other Canadian married females. The appellant has such equality. The appellant has therefore not been deprived of any human rights or freedoms contemplated by the Canadian Bill of Rights." 21 The second case involved Yvonne Bedard, a Mohawk woman whose band sought to evict her and children from a house bestowed to her by her mother. Bedard argued in court that the only reason the band could legally claim the right to do so was because she had married a non-status man and thus lost her status and the associated right to live on reserve, which she claimed contravened the gender equality provisions outlined in the Bill of Rights. In the end, both Lavelle and Bedard lost their cases at the federal level but were successful at gaining appeals, and their claims were eventually heard simultaneously by the Supreme Court of Canada. 22. During the period leading up to the Supreme Court's decision, Lavelle and Bedard were subject to ruthless criticism within First Nations communities and by mainstream First Nations political organizations. As Lenape scholar Joanne Barker notes, In making their stand, both women were routinely accused of being complicit and even conspiring with the kinds of colonialist, assimilationist, and racist ideologies propagated by government bureaucrats and Department of Indian Affairs and Northern Development, DIAND, administrators. Point 23. In particular, the two women's appeals to baseline feminist norms regarding gender equality rights were often included as evidence of the culturally inauthentic character of their concerns. As Barker describes, demonizing an ideology of rights perceived to be based on selfish individualism and personal entitlement, and damned for being women's libers out to force bands into compliance with this ideology, the women and their concerns and experiences of discriminatory and violent sexist practices within their communities were dismissed as embodying all things not only non but anti-Indian. Indian women's experiences, perspectives, and political agendas for reform were perceived as not only irrelevant but dangerous to Indian sovereignty movements. 24. The perceived culture clash between the individual rights of Native women and the collective rights of First Nations communities to recognition and self-determination led organizations like the National Indian Brotherhood, renamed the Assembly of First Nations in 1982, to intervene against Lavelle and Bedard in their cases, arguing with the Attorney General of Canada that the Indian Act ought to supersede subsequent legislation, including the gender equality stipulations outlined in the Canadian Bill of Rights. Point 25. In March of 1973, the Supreme Court of Canada ruled against Lavelle and Bedard in a 5-4 decision, and in doing so upheld the patriarchal criterion for determining Indian status under Section 12(1)(b) of the Indian Act. Among the numerous points made in his majority decision, Justice Ritchie argued that equality before the law under the Bill of Rights means equality of treatment in the enforcement and application of the laws of Canada before the enforcement authorities and the ordinary courts of the land, and that no such inequality is necessarily entailed in the construction and application of S. 12(1)(b). 26. On this point, Justice Ritchie concurred with the lower court decision of Judge Grossberg, whom we recall argued that Lavelle's charge of discrimination was unsubstantiated given that in losing her Indian status she had acquired the full and equal benefits of Canadian citizenship. The second significant point made in the decision was that the Bill of Rights should not be allowed to render inoperative the federal government's constitutional authority to legislate with respect to Indian and lands reserved for Indians as dictated by Section 91(24) of the BNA Act of 1867.27. Sandra Lovelace, a Maliseet woman from the reserve community of Tobique, New Brunswick, mounted the next major legal intervention, but this time at the international level. Lovelace's efforts initially began in the 1970s as part of a community-wide struggle to address her reserve's escalating housing and homelessness crisis. Point 28. At issue during this period were the ways in which the Tobique Band Council had interpreted Indian Act legislation to exclude community women from acquiring property on reserve. Point 29. Over time, however, the intolerable living conditions experienced by the women of Tobique coalesced into a movement to change the Indian Act itself. Point 30. Because Lovelace had lost her status after marrying a non-status man, when she returned to the reserve with her children after her divorce, the band was unwilling to provide her with access to housing. Women in the community began to mobilize around the Lovelace case, which in the winter of 1977 was brought to the United Nations Human Rights Committee. 31. In her complaint, Lovelace argued that Section 12(1)(b) of the Indian Act was non-compliant with Article 27 of the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, which stipulates that in those states in which ethnic, religious, or linguistic minorities exist, persons belonging to such minorities shall not be denied the right to live in community with the other members of their group, to enjoy their own culture, to profess and practice their own religion, or to use their own language. 32. While the United Nations Human Rights Committee was deliberating the case, the women and Tobique and their supporters initiated another strategy to force attention to the issues faced by Native women in Canada. In July of 1979, the women organized a 100-mile walk from Oka, Quebec, to Parliament Hill in Ottawa. The direct action attracted significant national press coverage, and upon arrival the women staged a major protest and were able to secure a meeting with the Prime Minister and several cabinet members. The protest resulted in the federal government committing $300,000 toward women's reserve housing in Tobique, although some have questioned whether the money ever reached those most in need. 33 Finally, on July 30, 1981, the committee rendered a decision in favor of Lovelace, ruling that Section 12(1)(b) indeed violated Article 27 on the grounds that it denied Lovelace the right to live in her community of culture. 34. The timing of the United Nations decision in Lovelace v. Canada did not reflect well on the Canadian state. At the time, Canada was immersed in the process of repatriating its constitution from England, and the proposed repatriation package was to include a Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms that would constitutionally entrench, among other things, gender equality rights. This eventually led the federal government to repeal the provision of the Indian Act dealing with marriages in 1985. This legislative initiative, known as Bill C-31, coincided with the 3-year grace period within which Canada had to amend all legislation shown to contravene its newly minted charter. Importantly, the Bill C-31 amendment also states that bands have the right to create their own membership codes, although this clause requires that any membership rules established by a First Nation may not deprive current band members or those eligible to have their band membership reinstated for reasons that occurred before new membership rules were adopted. Following the Bill C-31 amendment, thousands of enfranchised First Nations women and their children applied to have their Indian status reinstated. Since the implementation of Bill C-31, however, several First Nations communities have challenged the right of reinstated women to access to the benefits associated with band citizenship. As political scientist Joyce Green explains, following the 1985 C-31 revisions to the Indian Act, a number of Indian bands drafted membership codes, pursuant to the revised Indian Act. Some of the codes are racist and sexist in their effect, and some seem to resurrect the discriminatory formula of the pre-1985 Indian Act, now presumed as custom. Yet, the 1982 Constitution prohibits discrimination and guarantees Aboriginal and treaty rights equally to men and women. In order to prevent exited women and their children from being reinstated to their bands of origin, several bands initiated a legal action arguing that Aboriginal tradition legitimates the exclusion of women where they married anyone other than a band member, and that this tradition was itself protected by the constitutional recognition of Aboriginal and treaty rights. 35. Similar to the ways in which the efforts of Lavelle and Bedard were constructed as traitorous to Indigenous traditions and sovereignty struggles discussed above, here again we see how the gender equality claims and individual rights of reinstated women and children are pitted against the collective right of First Nations to determine their own membership. The result, as Green notes, has been a dismissal of Native women's concerns as untraditional and, by extension, as deleterious to Indigenous liberation. 36. The next major cycle of Native women's struggles occurred during the post-1982 debates regarding the application of gender equality rights to the context of Aboriginal self-government. With the Constitution Act, 1982 came the recognition of existing Aboriginal and treaty rights under Section 35(1). Part 37 of the Constitution Act, 1982 further stipulated that within a year a constitutional conference would be held to define the scope of these newly recognized rights, and that Aboriginal peoples as well as representatives of the Northwest Territories and Yukon would officially join provincial leaders as part of the negotiation process. There ended up being 4 of these conferences held between 1983 and 1987. The first conference, which took place in March of 1983, resulted in the First Amendment to the Constitution Act, 1982. The amendment expanded the definition of existing Aboriginal and treaty rights to include constitutional recognition to those rights and benefits secured through the negotiation of land claims agreements under Section 35(3), and to ensure that constitutional recognition of Aboriginal rights applied equally to male and female persons under Section 35(4). The gender equality provision enshrined in the 1983 amendment did not come about easily. There were 2 reasons for this. First, the meeting that resulted in the amendment, as well as the 3 constitutional conferences that followed, formally excluded Aboriginal women's organizations from participating at the negotiating table. 37 and second, among the 4 Aboriginal organizations invited to participate in the conference, the Assembly of First Nations, the Métis National Council, the Inuit Tapiriset of Canada, and the Native Council of Canada, the largest and most powerful, the Assembly of First Nations, initially refused to endorse the amendment, arguing that it would unduly infringe on the authority of First Nations to determine membership criteria in light of their own perceptions of the traditions and needs of Indian people. By the end of the conference's second day, however, the AFN modified its position, likely because it did not want to be perceived as promoting another agenda with gender discriminatory implications. Subsequently, on the final day of meetings, the AFN conceded that it would accept the Sexual Equality Clause on the condition that the issue of citizenship be left for further discussions. 38. The marginalization of Native women and organizations from the 1983 to 87 constitutional conferences on Aboriginal rights would continue well into the era of attempted mega-constitutional amendments, particularly those that ended in the failed Charlottetown Accord of 1992.39. The proposed Charlottetown Accord emerged in the ashes of its 1987 predecessor, the Meech Lake Accord, which was a failed constitutional amendment package negotiated by the then Prime Minister of Canada, Brian Mulroney, and the 10 provincial premiers. As I discuss in the following chapter, the Meech Lake Accord represented the federal government's attempt to bring Quebec back into the constitutional fold in the wake of the province's refusal to recognize the legitimacy of the newly repatriated Constitution Act, 1982. First Nations leaders overwhelmingly opposed the Meech Lake deal because it failed to recognize the political interests of First Nations. The failure to include Aboriginal perspectives on a major constitutional overhaul ultimately helped tank the deal. The Charlottetown Accord picked up where Meech Lake left off, although with an attempt to make the process more inclusive. After a series of lengthy and intense negotiations, a proposed agreement was struck on August 28, 1992, between the federal government, the provincial and territorial governments, and Aboriginal representatives on a proposed series of amendments to the Constitution Act, 1982. Among other things, the amendment sought to address issues concerning the distinct status of Quebec within the Confederation, the right of Aboriginal peoples to self-government, and parliamentary reform. In order to curb ongoing public concerns regarding the elitist and exclusionary character of negotiating major constitutional changes, the terms of the Charlottetown Accord were put to a national referendum on October 26, 1992, where they were ultimately rejected by a majority of Canadian voters. During the negotiation process, it became clear that many Aboriginal leaders and organizations wanted their communities vested with powers of self-government largely unencumbered by Canada, including its Charter of Rights and Freedoms. Although the negotiations leading up to the Charlottetown Accord made it clear that Aboriginal governments would not receive the degree of unfettered autonomy that many leaders had demanded during the process, in the end a compromise was reached whereby Aboriginal governments would, like their federal and provincial counterparts, be granted access to Section 33 of the Constitution Act, 1982, otherwise known as the Notwithstanding Clause. Access to the Notwithstanding Clause would provide Aboriginal governments the power to opt out of or suspend those provisions of the Charter deemed impediments to self-rule. This led many supporters of the Native Women's Association of Canada to reject the Charlottetown deal, fearing that some Aboriginal governments might try to call on Section 33 as a means of undercutting the gender equality provisions outlined in the Charter. As the Native Women's Association of Canada explained in 1991, "We are human beings and we have rights that cannot be denied or removed at the whim of any government. That is how fundamental these individual charter rights are." These views are in conflict with many First Nations and legal theoreticians who advocate for recognition by Canada of sovereignty, self-government and collective rights. It is their unwavering view that the collective comes first, and that it will decide the rights of individuals. We recognize that there is a clash between collective rights of sovereign First Nations and individual rights of women. Stripped of equality by patriarchal laws which created male privilege as the norm on reserve lands, First Nations women have had a tremendous struggle to regain their social position. We want the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms to apply to Aboriginal governments. Point 40. Considering that Native women's organizations were excluded from participating in the constitutional negotiations that resulted in the Charlottetown Accord, and that several First Nations band councils had openly admitted that they were looking for ways to circumvent the obligations placed on their governments by Bill C-31, including through the invocation of essentialist arguments based on male-dominated interpretations of culture and tradition, the concerns expressed by the Native Women's Association of Canada were not without merit. The result, unfortunately, has been a zero-sum contest pitting the individual human right of Indigenous women to sex equality against the collective human right of Indigenous peoples to self-determination. Social constructivism and settler colonial patriarchy. As the brief history depicted above indicates, those communities that have argued against the integration of reinstated First Nations women under Bill C-31 and/or the protection of gender equality provisions in the context of Aboriginal self-government have tended to rationalize their positions with reference to interrelated arguments grounded on claims to Indigenous sovereignty and cultural incommensurability. According to the sovereignty position, the exclusion of First Nations women reinstated under Bill C-31 is justified on the grounds that First Nations governments, not the colonial settler state, have the fundamental right to determine in accordance with their own cultures and political traditions regulations that govern membership in Indigenous communities. At face value, the sovereignty argument holds significant weight. In contexts such as Canada, where the legitimacy of Canadian sovereignty has been shown to rest on the problematic assumption that its claimed land base was terra nullius at the time of acquisition, discussed further below, it would indeed appear that First Nations ought to retain authority over the rules governing membership in their communities. In practice, however, the sovereignty argument has been indelibly shaped by the sexist grammar of state Indian legislation over time. As Mi'kmaq scholar Bonita Lawrence explains, Indian legislation in the Indian Act has functioned so completely and yet so apparently invisibly along gendered lines that at present the rewriting of Indian identity under Bill C-31 in ways that target men as well as women are viewed as intense violations of sovereignty, while the gendered violations of sovereignty that occurred in successive Indian Acts since 1869 have been virtually normalized as the problems of individual women. 41 According to Lawrence's analysis, if the sovereignty argument were taken seriously by First Nations communities, it would compel such communities to critically interrogate the sexist attack on Indigenous self-determination that has resulted in the historical dispossession of thousands of Indigenous women and their offspring through the Indian Act's out-marriage clause, instead of selectively limiting one's critique to the imposition of Bill C-31 in 1985. The cultural incommensurability position is the one that has fallen under the most scrutiny of social constructivist critics. It claims that respecting the gender equality rights of individual First Nations women, as stipulated, for example, under Section 15 of the Charter of Rights and Freedoms and Section 35(4) of the Constitution Act, 1982, clashes with the fundamentally collectivist orientation of Indigenous cultures and political traditions. As the Assembly of First Nations stated to the Standing Committee on Aboriginal Affairs in 1982. As Indian people we cannot afford to have individual rights override collective rights. Our societies have never been structured that way, unlike yours, and that is where the clash comes. If you isolate the individual rights from the collective rights, then you are heading down another path that is ever more discriminatory. The Charter of Rights is based on equality. In other words, everybody is the same across the country. So the Charter of Rights automatically is in conflict with our philosophy and culture and organization of collective rights. Point 42. Under Ben Habib's model, the situation described above is clearly unacceptable. In fact, one could argue that it provides a textbook example of why preservationist demands for collective recognition should not outweigh the universal rights of individual group members. Further, It also appears to demonstrate how the institutional accommodation of essentialist articulations of cultural identity through the allocation of unhampered self-government rights can facilitate the further exclusion and marginalization of a community's less powerful members, especially when this form of accommodation is not subject to the norms that guide deliberative democratic practice or adhere to baseline conditions such as egalitarian reciprocity, voluntary self-ascription, and freedom of exit and association. 43 In particular, the reliance by many First Nation leaders and organizations on arguments stressing the incommensurability of liberal democratic and indigenous cultural conceptions of citizenship seems to lend credence to these concerns. However, although I agree with Ben Habib's condemnation of these exclusionary practices as unjust, I nonetheless must challenge both her identification of the source as well as her prescriptive gestures toward a solution to these practices. I simply fail to see how developing a deliberative order that calls on the state to institutionally police a more open-ended, fluid, and contestable understanding of cultural identity through democratic deliberation can subvert the deeply entrenched relations of power at play here. Ben Habib's anti-essentialist criticism includes two dimensions. It claims to be grounded on, first, an empirical understanding about the constructed nature of cultural identities, which she then, second, deploys in a normative argument in defense of gender justice for Aboriginal women and other marginalized members of cultural minorities. 44 Indeed, I would argue that recognizing the social fact of cultural contestability is a necessary, although insufficient, condition for cultivating what most deliberative Democrats posit as a just democratic order. In other words, what is convenient about the social constructivist position to the deliberative democratic project is that it justifies subjecting the cultural to the norms that guide deliberative conceptions of the political, that is, it renders cultural forms and practices subject to appropriate processes of public deliberation by free and equal citizens. 45 When viewed from this angle, it would appear that the very possibility of cultivating a truly democratic and emancipatory multicultural or multinational politics hinges on culture's so-called fluid and therefore democratically negotiable nature. 46 However, as such scholars as Michael Hart and Antonio Negri argue, the problem with this formulation is that it assumes that the oppressive relations of power under scrutiny operate in a very precise manner. 47 In short, the efficacy of anti-essentialist interventions such as Ben Habib's rests on the assumption that unjust configurations of power are produced and maintained primarily through the production and naturalization of hierarchically ordered binary oppositions based on what appear to be fixed or non-negotiable differences between, say, male and female, black and white, gay and straight, colonizer and colonized. And indeed, in contexts where oppressive hierarchies are primarily sustained through these naturalized divisions, the affirmation of hybridity and the ambivalences of our cultures seem to challenge the binary logic of self and other that stands behind colonialist, sexist, and racist constructions. 48 But what does this strategic intervention have to say about situations where relations of dominance and subordination are neither primarily produced nor sustained through these essentialized binary oppositions? I ask, because in the context of Indigenous women's struggle for community citizenship rights, the binary logic that ought to be at the source of their marginalization is not readily apparent. There is no doubt that certain segments of the male native elite have problematically seized the language of cultural incommensurability, tradition, and self-preservation to justify the asymmetrical privileges that they have inherited from the subjectifying regime of sexist misrecognition under successive pieces of Indian legislation since 1869, but the reification and misuse of culture in this case cannot be understood without reference to the colonial context within which it continues to flourish. This constructivist viewpoint, while in some respects very useful, writes Bonita Lawrence, is also deeply troubling to many Native people. 49 For Lawrence, what is lacking in too many constructivist analyses of supposed indigenous cultural essentialisms is a deep understanding of the complex web of oppressive social relations that anchor the Canadian state's relationship with indigenous nations, of which the gendered production and maintenance of essentialist identity formations constitutes only one. As a result of this relationship, adverse social indicators such as poverty, unemployment, substandard housing conditions, infant mortality, morbidity, youth suicide, incarceration, women as victims of abuse and sexual violence, and child prostitution are much more common in Indigenous communities than they are in any other segment of Canadian society, whereas educational success and retention, acceptable health and housing conditions, and access to social services and economic opportunity are generally far lower. 50 These state-sanctioned conditions have made it difficult for some First Nations governments to provide an adequate system of support for the members they have now, let alone thousands of reinstated women and children. In fact, by thrusting these disadvantaged members into the hands of the communities without rectifying the profound inequalities that structure the relationship between Indigenous peoples and the state, the federal government has simply served to aggravate the problem within these communities even further. 51. The essentialist defense of certain First Nations gender exclusionary practices also cannot be understood outside of the context of the eliminatory logic of the state's historical approach to dealing with its so-called Indian problem. This logic is perhaps most forcefully exemplified in the federal government's proposed Statement of the Government of Canada on Indian Policy in 1969, also known as the White Paper. As Peter Kulczewski's recent work argues, the White Paper explicitly deployed a human rights framework of individual equality in an effort to do away with the collective Aboriginal and treaty rights of Indigenous nations. 52 In this case, formal legal equality was used by the state as a wrecking ball that threatened to undermine Aboriginal and treaty rights by unilaterally enfranchising First Nations individuals as Canadian citizens under the law while proposing to transfer reserve lands to First Nations communities as fee simple holdings subject to Canadian property laws and the pressures of the capitalist market. This all to say that, when the Assembly of First Nations expressed concern over the threat of individual rights overriding collective rights during self-government negotiations in the 1980s and 1990s. 53 This was not solely an expression of internalized sexism articulated in a patriarchal defense of custom and tradition, although for some it was unfortunately this too. It was also a conditioned response to the very real state proposal to eliminate First Nations as such. It is also important to recall that the human right to equal treatment under the law was the rationale used to undermine the gendered violation of Indigenous sovereignty that resulted in the court challenges of Lavelle and Bedard in the 1970s. Both court decisions used individual equality, as exemplified by the rights of Canadian citizenship enshrined in the 1960 Bill of Rights, to rule against the plaintiff's charge of gender discrimination via the Indian Act. Here I suggest that the emergent liberal rights apparatus of the Canadian Bill of Rights provided the plaintiffs with a legal incentive to address their concerns in a manner that was ultimately ill-suited to the task of both gender justice for Indigenous women and self-determination for Indigenous nations. In such contexts, I simply do not see how deliberatively policing hybrid cultural forms can subvert the colonial context within which these gendered practices flourish. Even if we were to provide institutional spaces within which one might deconstruct and expose the native elite's sexist misuse of culture as a means of maintaining patriarchal privilege, we would still leave intact the host of other social relations that work in concert with patriarchy to inform the misuse to begin with. In effect, we would be locked in a vicious circle of essentialist claims-making and identity deconstruction, having to repeatedly deliberate over and unpack problematic identity claims and practices only to have them resurface in another place and context because we have failed to undermine the full conditions of their production. This assessment of Ben Habib's constructivist position should not be interpreted as rehashing some reductionist model of oppression where patriarchy is simplistically cast as some second-order, epiphenomenal effect of the more foundational problem of settler colonialism. What I am suggesting here is quite different, that the oppression faced by Indigenous women in Canada cannot be adequately understood when separated from the other axes of oppression that have converged to sustain it over time. In the settler colonial context of Canada, these power relations of course include patriarchy, but also white supremacy, capitalism, and state domination. By focusing too narrowly on the gendered character of essentialist cultural claims, Ben Habib failed to take into consideration the multiplicity of ways in which these other dynamics have served to inform, indeed proliferate, these sexist practices. Social constructivism, colonial domination, and the state. In the previous section I suggested that Ben Habib's anti-essentialist critique of the politics of recognition represents both a sociological statement about the hybrid nature of cultural identities, as well as a normative project aimed at progressive social change. However, unlike more explicitly post-structuralist inspired theorists who tend to view anti-essentialist criticism as a potentially transformative practice in its own right, Ben Habib moves beyond the realm of deconstructive critique and applies what she sees as the best insights of social constructivist thought to the development of a deliberative project capable of accommodating justifiable demands for cultural recognition without violating individual claims to equality. 54 In doing so, I claim, she makes a very problematic move. Once she establishes the constructedness of cultural identities as a definitive feature of social life, she then proceeds to ground her normative position on what a political order ought to look like based on this universal depiction. 55 What form ought this political order take? As noted previously, for Ben Habib it should comprise impartial institutions in the public sphere and civil society where the struggle for recognition of cultural differences and the contestation of cultural narratives can take place without domination. 56 If group demands for cultural recognition meet this deliberative standard, there is no reason why the state should not provide legal and institutional accommodation for the group in question. 57 This, again, is quite different from the standard post-structuralist position, which tends to view the institutionalization of any claim to universality with suspicion. 58 Now, thus far my critique has been directed fairly broadly at the colonial implications of what I have characterized as an uncritical normative privileging of cultural contestability in Ben Habib's social constructivism. Seen from this angle, Ben Habib's deliberative approach appears problematic only insofar as it has appropriated this uncritical strand of constructivist thought. In this section, I want to flip the gaze around. That is, I want to examine more closely a colonial implication of Ben Habib's statist model of deliberative democracy, and in doing so show how her social constructivist commitments work in concert with this statism to reinforce a colonial structure of dominance. My concern here is that by employing the so-called social fact of cultural contestability as a standard against which democratic theorists, judges, policy-makers, and the state ought to assess the legitimacy of claims for recognition, Ben Habib's theory potentially sanctions the very forms of power and domination that anti-essentialist democratic projects ought to mitigate. First, by placing the burden squarely on the shoulders of claimants of recognition to prove that their identity movements do not deny the contestability of cultural practices before they are eligible for institutional accommodation, Ben Habib's model potentially renders rectifying forms of recognition and redistribution unattainable for indigenous groups whose cultural expressions do not adhere to this excessively fluid form. Second, and more problematically, even if indigenous claims for recognition do manage to meet these criteria, her theory leaves uninterrupted the colonial social and political structure that is assigned the adjudicative role in assessing recognition claims and enforcing post-deliberative claim decisions. Political theorist Duncan Iveson perceptively refers to this second problem as the legitimacy crisis faced by most deliberative approaches when applied to colonial contexts. 59 I will now discuss these two problems in turn. First, in many cases indigenous peoples' struggles for recognition and self-determination simply defy all protocols associated with social constructivist criticism. As Arif Derlich has commented, not only do they affirm the possibility of a real native identity, but they also assert for the basis of such an identity a native subjectivity that has survived, depending on location, as many as 5 centuries of colonialism and cultural disorientation. Not only do they believe in the possibility of recapturing the essence of pre-colonial indigenous culture, but they also base this belief on a spirituality that exists outside of historical time. In all of these different ways, indigenous ideology would seem to provide a textbook case of self-orientalization. 60. Derlich does not end his observations here, however, In other works he goes on to discuss the ways that indigenous scholars and activists defend what would appear to be essentialist notions of indigeneity in their attempts to provide radical alternatives to the challenge of modern political organization, in particular the nation-state, and which offer possibilities that need to be considered seriously in any place-based democratic alternatives to the hegemony of state and capitalist forms of domination. 61 Our discussion of the place-based alternatives to colonial economic and political development articulated by the Dean Nation in the previous chapter provides an excellent example of such a project. Ben Habib's intervention, however, focuses solely on the exclusionary features of essentialist identity formations, and this understanding is subsequently reflected in her deliberative approach. The potential problem here, of course, is that by theoretically and institutionally privileging recognition claims that adhere to an infinitely negotiable conception of culture, it is unclear what indigenous claims Ben Habib's deliberative model would be willing and able to accommodate. For one, almost every indigenous demand for recognition that I can think of is couched, at least in part, in the vernacular of cultural survival and autonomy, and rightfully so, given the history of genocidal state assimilation policies that indigenous people and communities have been forced to endure. Thus, as Arif Derlich and Roxanne Prajniak caution, even when the emancipatory potential of seemingly essentialist indigenous claims are not readily apparent, it is crucial to distinguish between claims to identity of the powerful and the powerless, because the powerless may face such threats, including on occasion the threat of extinction, that is intellectually, politically, and morally irresponsible to encompass within one notion of essentialism. 62. In the concluding chapter of the Claims of Culture, Ben Habib recognizes the challenge that indigenous claims to self-determination present her position. These peoples, she writes, are seeking not to preserve their language, customs, and culture alone, but to attain the integrity of ways of life greatly at odds with modernity. 63. She continues. While being greatly skeptical about the chances for survival of these cultural groups, I think that from the standpoint of deliberative democracy, we need to create institutions through which members of these communities can negotiate and debate the future of their own conditions of existence. As I have suggested, the self-determination rights of many of these groups clash with gender equality norms of the majority culture. However, if self-determination is viewed not simply as the right to be left alone in governing one's affairs, but is also understood as the right to participate in the larger community, then the negotiation of these ways of life to accommodate more egalitarian gender norms becomes possible. 64. Although Ben Habib recognizes the limits of her approach in colonial contexts, in the end she is still unrelenting in her commitment to a conception of democratic governance that views justice for indigenous communities in terms of their greater inclusion into the institutional matrix of the larger settler state and society. Indeed, her whole approach suggests that this inclusion is necessary so that indigenous peoples' non-liberal, non-modern cultural norms and practices remain open to contestation and group deliberation. Indigenous peoples, in other words, require access to the deliberative mechanisms and democratic institutions of the enlightened colonial society for the well-being of their own citizens. The assumption here being that the colonial imposition of patriarchal governance structures in First Nations communities has so damaged customary gender roles that the colonial state apparatus is now required to intervene in the political life of First Nations communities to ensure that Indigenous women's rights are honored and upheld. Here, the legitimacy of a substantive right to Indigenous autonomy and self-determination is perversely undercut by the very success of the colonial project itself. The adverse effects of colonization demand more colonial intervention. Second, although these proposals may avoid some of the effects associated with essentialist group practices, they nonetheless leave unscathed the presumption that the colonial state constitutes a legitimate authority to determine which demands for indigenous recognition ought to be accommodated and which ought to be denied. Ironically, however, the state's assumed position in these struggles is itself what is contested by many indigenous claims for cultural recognition. What is also ironic is the fact that the state's assumed authority in these matters is premised on the profoundly essentialist, indeed racist, understanding that indigenous peoples were too uncivilized to constitute equal and self-determining nations when European powers unilaterally asserted their sovereignty over native North America. When the first Europeans arrived in what is now Canada, survival required that they immediately enter into political and economic relationships with the diverse, sovereign, and self-governing indigenous nations that they encountered. Over the ensuing 4 centuries, the relationship between indigenous nations and the growing settler society would undergo substantial changes, shifting from mutually beneficial associations between equal nations to the coercive imposition of a structure of domination. As the settler society grew in numbers and strength, their dependence on the technologies and knowledge of indigenous peoples began to wane, and the relationship shifted from one premised on peaceful coexistence and relative equality between peoples to a colonial relationship in which Aboriginal peoples and their cultures were treated as unequal and inferior. 65 Over the last decade, numerous scholars have convincingly shown how the conceptualization of indigenous societies as politically and culturally inferior continues to inform Canada's presumed authority over indigenous lands and people. 66 Because indigenous societies were considered so low on the natural scale of social and cultural evolution, settler authorities felt justified in claiming North America legally vacant, or terra nullius, and sovereignty was acquired by the mere act of settlement itself. As Michael Ash's work has pointed out, the Supreme Court of Canada still implicitly and consistently invokes the racist terra nullius thesis to justify the unequal distribution of sovereignty that structures the relationship between Indigenous peoples and Canada. 67. The colonial state is not only a racial structure, however, it is also fundamentally patriarchal in character. To date, one of the best analyses of the patriarchal nature of settler state power has come from one of the most persistent and thoughtful critics of charter protection for Indigenous women, the late Mohawk legal scholar Patricia Mancha. As an unrelenting advocate of both Indigenous nationalist struggles and emancipation for Indigenous women, Mancha's work embodies among the best of contemporary Indigenous feminist theory and practice, even though she did not identify her work in these terms. 68 What Mancha's work adds to the intersectionality of Indigenous feminist approaches to decolonization is a critical analysis of the colonial state as manifestation of male power, which she claims renders its legal apparatus very problematic as a site of emancipation for Indigenous women. The Canadian state is the invisible male perpetrator who, unlike Aboriginal men, does not have a victim face, asserts Mancha in her path-breaking book, Thunder in My Soul. And at the feet of the state I can lay my anger to rest. 69. I think that Mancha's concern with the legalist approach to seeking gender justice for Native women adopted by organizations like the Native Women's Association of Canada is that such an approach implicitly assumes that the colonial state is ultimately a gender-neutral apparatus that only historically adopted a patriarchal logic to frame Indian legislation, instead of understanding male dominance as a constitutive feature of state power as such. What are the implications of turning to the state as a protector of Indigenous women's rights if the state itself constitutes the material embodiment of masculinist, patriarchal power? Here I suggest that Mancha's insights coalesce productively with those of political theorist Wendy Brown. For Brown, gender emancipation strategies that rely on the state apparatus in this way have deeply contradictory implications, given that domination, dependence, discipline, and protection, the terms marking the itinerary of women's subordination in vastly different cultures and epochs, are also characteristic effects of state power. 70 Subsequently, when women turn to the state apparatus in their struggles for gender justice, they risk reiterating rather than transforming the subjective and material conditions of their own oppression. At the very least, Mancha's Indigenous feminist critique of the colonial state provides us with a tool to critically reflect on the contradictory impulses associated with seeking emancipation from the adverse gendered and racist effects of state power by means of law. This does not require that Indigenous peoples vacate the legal field entirely, however. As Kwakwaka'wakw scholar Sarah Hunt writes, surely we must engage with this powerful system, but appealing to the law alone will not stop the violence. 71 For Hunt, as with Mancha, this system must be used very cautiously and strategically, so as to not reproduce the systems and ideologies that colonialism has produced. 72 And, as Anishinaabe feminist Dori Nason suggests, these strategic engagements must be supplemented, if not eventually replaced, by those values, practices, and traditions that are the core of Indigenous women's power and authority concepts that have been, and remain under attack, and which strike at the core of a settler colonial misogyny that refuses to acknowledge the ways in which it targets Indigenous women for destruction. 73. Here we have arrived at a paradox. If, as I have argued, Ben Habib's use of social constructivism represents not only an empirical statement about the nature of cultural identities, but also a means of undercutting those forms of domination that she views as being legitimized through the reification of essentialist and non-negotiable cultural forms, then her theory has failed to serve its purpose in the colonial context. In fact, by treating the state as a natural and uncontested arbiter in struggles for recognition, or, as Richard J. F. Day has put it, by assuming that the state somehow inherently occupies a pole of universality, providing an appropriate ground for dialogue between indigenous peoples, ethnic groups, regions, and so on, Ben Habib's model has firmly embedded indigenous nations within the racialized and patriarchal structure of colonial domination that their claims for cultural recognition posit as unjust and illegitimate. 74 According to Arif Derlich, it is precisely through this double maneuver, the uncritical and premature positing of cultural in-betweenness as both a universal and normative aspect of the human condition, that anti-essentialist democratic projects abandon their transformative potential and crystallize into a new kind of determinism from which there is no escape. 75. Conclusion. To avoid some of the problems that have come to the fore in the preceding sections, I think it is crucial that advocates of anti-essentialist criticism begin to acknowledge that, as discourses, both constructivist and essentialist articulations of identity can aid in either the maintenance or subversion of oppressive configurations of power. Here I employ discourse in a Foucauldian manner to refer to the myriad ways in which the objects of our knowledge are defined and produced through the languages we employ in our engagement with the world and with others. Discursive formations, in other words, are not neutral, they construct the topic and objects of our knowledge, they govern the way that a topic can be meaningfully talked about and reasoned about. They also influence how ideas are put into practice and used to regulate the conduct of others. Just as a discursive formation can legitimize certain ways of thinking and acting, they can also profoundly limit and constrain other ways of talking and conducting ourselves in relation to the topic or constructing knowledge about it. 76 And it is precisely on this last point where I believe constructivist-inspired projects such as Ben Habib's have failed. In their a priori attack on all essentialist claims making, they have refused to acknowledge the repressive ways in which their own discursive interventions have effectively undermined certain forms of subaltern resistance, and have thus unduly constrained the field of legitimate action for indigenous peoples in their national liberation struggles. The same can also be said about the ways in which the discourse of culture has been used by certain segments within the indigenous community to further exclude and marginalize the status of Native women. What is needed in this case is an explicit acknowledgement of the manner in which the Indian Act has itself come to discursively shape, regulate, and govern how many of us have come to think about indigenous identity and community belonging. As a result, we have to be cautious that our appeals to culture and tradition in our contemporary struggles for recognition do not replicate the racist and sexist misrecognitions of the Indian Act and in the process unwittingly reproduce the structure of dispossession we originally set out to challenge. In sum, then, no discourse on identity should be prematurely cast as either inherently productive or repressive prior to an engaged consideration of the historical, political, and socio-economic contexts and actors involved. To my mind, paying closer attention to context when studying the underlying dynamics of identity-related struggle might better enable critics, especially those writing from positions of privilege and power, to distinguish between discourses that naturalize oppression and discourses that naturalize resistance. 77 This is particularly relevant from the perspective of indigenous peoples' struggles, where activists may sometimes employ what appear to outsiders as essentialist notions of culture and tradition in their efforts to transcend, not reinforce, oppressive structures and practices. 4. Seeing red. Reconciliation and resentment. Our greatest critics and commentators are men and women of resentment. Our revolutionaries are men and women of resentment. In an age deprived of passion, they alone have the one dependable emotional motive, constant and obsessive, slow-burning but totally dependable. Through resentment, they get things done. Robert Solomon, Living with Nietzsche. The person who most forcefully expressed the discourse of resentment is Frantz Fanon. Mark Farrow, Resentment in History. On June 11, 2008, the Conservative Prime Minister of Canada, Stephen J. Harper, issued an official apology on behalf of the Canadian state to Indigenous survivors of the Indian residential school system. 1 Characterized as the inauguration of a new chapter in the history of Aboriginal, non-Aboriginal relations in the country, the residential school apology was a highly anticipated and emotionally loaded event. Across the country, Native and non-Native people alike gathered in living rooms, band offices, churches, and community halls to witness and pay homage to this so-called historic occasion. Although there was a great deal of Native skepticism toward the apology in the days leading up to it, in its immediate aftermath it appeared that many, if not most, observers felt that Harper's apology was a genuine and necessary first step on the long road to forgiveness and reconciliation. 2. The benefit of the doubt that was originally afforded the authenticity of the Prime Minister's apology has since dissipated. Public distrust began to escalate following a well-scrutinized address by Harper at a gathering of the G20 in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, on September 25, 2009. It was there that Harper made the somewhat astonishing, but typically arrogant and self-congratulatory, claim that Canadians had no history of colonialism. Harper continued, "We have all of the things that many people admire about the great powers but none of the things that threaten or bother them." 3 On October 1, 2009, the National Chief of the Assembly of First Nations, Sean Leo, responded to the Prime Minister's claim. The Prime Minister's statement speaks to the need for greater public education about First Nations and Canadian history. The future cannot be built without due regard to the past, without reconciling the incredible harm and injustice with a genuine commitment to move forward in truth and respect. For in this chapter, I explore some of the issues raised by these two seemingly contradictory events: the residential school apology and call for forgiveness and reconciliation on the one hand, and the selective amnesia of Harper's G20 address on the other, and how they speak to the current entanglement of settler coloniality with the politics of reconciliation that began to gain traction in Canada during the 1990s. Over the last 3 decades, a global industry has emerged promoting the issuing of official apologies, advocating forgiveness and reconciliation as an important precondition for resolving the deleterious social impacts of intrastate violence, mass atrocity, and historical injustice. 5 Originally, this industry was developed in state contexts that sought to undergo a formal transition from the violent history of openly authoritarian regimes to more democratic forms of rule known in the literature as transitional justice, but more recently has been imported by somewhat stable, liberal democratic settler polities like Canada and Australia. 6 In Canada, we have witnessed this relatively recent reconciliation politics converge with a slightly older politics of recognition, advocating the institutional recognition and accommodation of Indigenous cultural difference as an important means of reconciling the colonial relationship between Indigenous peoples and the state. Political theorist Andrew Shop explains the convergence of these two discourses well. In societies divided by a history of political violence, political reconciliation depends on transforming a relation of enmity into one of civic friendship. In such contexts, the discourse of recognition provides a ready frame in terms of which reconciliation might be conceived. 7. In Canada, reconciliation tends to be invoked in 3 distinct yet interrelated ways when deployed in the context of Indigenous peoples' struggles for self-determination. First, reconciliation is frequently used to refer to the diversity of individual or collective practices that Indigenous people undertake to re-establish a positive relation to self in situations where this relation has been damaged or distorted by some form of symbolic or structural violence. Acquiring or being afforded due recognition by another subject, or subjects, is often said to play a fundamental role in facilitating reconciliation in this first sense. 8 Second, Reconciliation is also commonly referred to as the act of restoring estranged or damaged social and political relationships. It is frequently inferred by proponents of political reconciliation that restoring these relationships requires that individuals and groups work to overcome the debilitating pain, anger, and resentment that frequently persist in the wake of being injured or harmed by a perceived or real injustice. 9 In settler state contexts, truth and reconciliation commissions, coupled with state arrangements that claim to recognize and accommodate indigenous identity-related differences, are viewed as important institutional means to facilitate reconciliation in these first two senses. 10 These institutional mechanisms are also seen as a crucial way to help evade the cycles of violence that can occur when societal cultural differences are suppressed and when so-called negative emotions such as anger and resentment are left to fester within and between disparate social groups. 11 The third notion of reconciliation, commonly invoked in the Canadian context, refers to the process by which things are brought to agreement, concord, or harmony, the fact of being made consistent or compatible. 12 As Anishinaabe political philosopher Dale Turner's recent work reminds us, this third form of reconciliation, the act of rendering things consistent, is the one that lies at the core of Canada's legal and political understanding of term, namely, rendering consistent Indigenous assertions of nationhood with the state's unilateral assertion of sovereignty over Native peoples' lands and populations. It is the state's attempt to impose this third understanding of reconciliation on the institutional and discursive field of Indigenous, non-Indigenous relations that is effectively undermining the realization of the previous two forms of reconciliation. Thomas Brudholm's recent book, Resentment's Virtue, Jean Amory and the Refusal to Forgive, offers an important critique of the global turn to reconciliation politics that has emerged in the last 30 years. Specifically, Brudholm's study provides a much-needed counterpoint to the near-hegemonic status afforded the logic of forgiveness in the literatures on transitional justice and reconciliation. 13 Focusing on the Truth and Reconciliation Commission of South Africa, Brudholm shows how advocates of transitional justice often base their normative assumptions about the presumed good of forgiveness and reconciliation on a number of uncritical assumptions about the supposed bad of harboring reactive emotions like anger and resentment, that these feelings are physically and mentally unhealthy, irrational, retrograde, and, when collectively expressed, prone to producing increased social instability and political violence. Brudholm challenges these assumptions through a fascinating engagement with the writings of essayist and Holocaust survivor Jean Amory, whose own work challenges the scathing and very influential portrayal of ressentiment as an irredeemably vengeful, reactionary, and backward-looking force by Friedrich Nietzsche in On the Genealogy of Morals, 1887. 14 According to Brudholm, Amory's work forces us to consider that under certain conditions a disciplined maintenance of resentment in the wake of historical injustice can signify the reflex expression of a moral protest that is as permissible and admirable as the posture of forgiveness. 15. In this chapter, I undertake a similar line of argumentation, although with two significant differences. First, as a critique of the field and practice of transitional justice, Brudholm's study is limited to the aftermath of mass atrocities and to the time after the violence has been brought to an end. 16 In the following pages, the political import of Indigenous peoples' emotional responses to settler colonization is instead explored against the non-transitional backdrop of the state's approach to reconciliation that began to explicitly inform government policy following the release of the Report of the Royal Commission on Aboriginal Peoples, RCAP, in 1996.17. I show that in settler colonial contexts where there is no period marking a clear or formal transition from an authoritarian past to a democratic present, state-sanctioned approaches to reconciliation must ideologically manufacture such a transition by allocating the abuses of settler colonization to the dustbins of history, and or purposely disentangle processes of reconciliation from questions of settler coloniality as such. Once either or both of these conceptual obfuscations have been accomplished, holding the contradictory position that Canada has no history of colonialism following an official government apology to Indigenous survivors of one of the state's most notoriously brutal colonial institutions begins to make sense. Indeed, One could argue that this form of conceptual revisionism is required of an approach that attempts to apply transitional justice mechanisms to non-transitional circumstances. In such conditions, reconciliation takes on a temporal character as the individual and collective process of overcoming the subsequent legacy of past abuse, not the abusive colonial structure itself. And what are we to make of those who refuse to forgive and/or reconcile in these situations? They are typically cast as being saddled by the damaging psychological residue of this legacy, of which anger and resentment are frequently highlighted. The second difference is that I use the work of Frantz Fanon as my central theoretical referent instead of that of Jean Amory. As Amory himself perceptively noted in an important 1969 essay, Fanon held a very nuanced perspective on both the potentially transformative and retrograde aspects of colonized peoples' hatred, contempt, and resentment when expressed within and against the subjective and structural features of colonial power. 18 This chapter builds on Fanon's insights to demonstrate two things. First, far from being a largely disempowering and unhealthy affliction, I show that under certain conditions indigenous peoples' individual and collective expressions of anger and resentment can help prompt the very forms of self-affirmative praxis that generate rehabilitated indigenous subjectivities and decolonized forms of life in ways that the combined politics of recognition and reconciliation has so far proven itself incapable of doing. And second, in light of Canada's failure to deliver on its emancipatory promise of post-colonial reconciliation, I suggest that what implicitly gets interpreted by the state as indigenous people's ressentiment understood as an incapacitating inability or unwillingness to get over the past is actually an entirely appropriate manifestation of our resentment, a politicized expression of indigenous anger and outrage directed at a structural and symbolic violence that still structures our lives, our relations with others, and our relationships with land. I develop this argument in 3 sections and a conclusion. In the first section, I discuss the ways in which negative emotions like anger and resentment get taken up in the literature on forgiveness and reconciliation in Canada. In the next section, I provide a reading of Fanon's theories of internalized colonialism and decolonization in order to counter the largely unsympathetic interpretation of Indigenous peoples' negative emotional responses to settler colonial rule in the Canadian discourse on reconciliation. This section will also provide a historical account of the transformative role played by Indigenous peoples' anger and resentment in generating self-affirmative acts of resistance and Indigenous direct action that prompted the state to respond with pacifying gestures of recognition and reconciliation. And finally, I provide an analysis of the turn to reconciliation in Aboriginal policy following the release of the RCAP report in 1996. Here I develop my claim that Indigenous peoples' resentment represents a legitimate response to the neocolonial politics of reconciliation that emerged in the wake of RCAP. Dwelling on the negative, resentment and reconciliation. In common usage, resentment is usually referenced negatively to indicate a feeling closely associated with anger. 19 However, where one can be angry with any number of things, resentment is typically reserved for and directed against instances of perceived wrongdoing. The Oxford English Dictionary, for example, defines resentment as a feeling of bitter indignation at having been treated unfairly. 21 Could argue, then, that resentment, unlike anger, has an inbuilt political component to it, given that it is often expressed in response to an alleged slight, instance of maltreatment, or injustice. Seen from this angle, resentment can be understood as a particularly virulent expression of politicized anger. 21. The political dimension of resentment has not gone unnoticed within the Western philosophical tradition. Philosophers such as Adam Smith, John Rawls, Robert Solomon, Geoffrey Murphy, Alice McLaughlin, and Thomas Brudholm, to name only a few, have all written extensively on the moral significance of emotions like resentment. 22 In A Theory of Justice, for example, Rawls writes that resentment is a moral feeling. If we resent our having less than others, it must be because we think that their being better off is the result of unjust institutions, or wrongful conduct on their part. 23 In a similar vein, Geoffrey Murphy argues that resentment can be both a legitimate and valuable expression of anger in response to the unjust abrogation of one's rights, it is an effective indicator of our sense of self-worth or self-respect. Point 24. And Alice McLaughlin writes, in emphasizing the moral function of resentment as one kind of anger. Philosophers have offered an important service to angry victims of political violence, who are often voiceless except in their ability to articulate and express resentment. 25. Thomas Brudholm notes that, although these theorists vary regarding the conditions and circumstances under which anger or resentment is appropriate, they nonetheless all draw an important distinction between excessive and pathological forms of anger and resentment, on the one hand, and appropriate and valuable forms, on the other hand. 26. Discussions within the field of recognition and reconciliation politics, however, rarely treat reactive emotions like anger and resentment even-handedly. Indeed, in such contexts, anger and resentment are more likely to be seen as pathologies that need to be overcome. However, given the genealogical association of feelings like resentment with political and moral protest, why have they received such bad press in the literature on reconciliation? I think there are at least two reasons to consider here. First, as several scholars have noted, in the transitional justice and reconciliation literature our understanding of resentment has been deeply shaded by Nietzsche's profoundly influential characterization of ressentiment in On the Genealogy of Morals. Point 27. There, ressentiment is portrayed as a reactive, backward, and passive orientation to the world, which, for Nietzsche, signifies the abnegation of freedom as self-valorizing, life-affirming action. To be saddled with ressentiment is to be irrationally preoccupied with and incapacitated by offenses suffered in the past. Ressentiment, writes Jean Amory, nails its victims to the past, it blocks the exit to the future and twists the time sense of those trapped in it. Point 28. This theme is taken up again in Thus Spoke Zarathustra, where Nietzsche describes the so-called man of ressentiment as an angry spectator of everything past. 29. For Nietzsche, ressentiment is an expression of one's impotence against that which has been. 30. For the resenting subject, memory is a festering wound. 31. In Nietzsche's view, to wallow in resentment is to deny one's capacity to actively forget, to let go, to get on with life. 32. In the third section below I show how state reconciliation policy in Canada is deeply invested in the view that Indigenous peoples suffer from ressentiment in a way not entirely unlike Nietzsche describes. The second reason why negative emotions like anger and resentment find few defenders in the field of reconciliation politics is because they sometimes can manifest themselves in unhealthy and disempowering ways. My argument here does not deny this. Individual narratives highlighting the perils associated with clinging to one's anger and resentment appear too frequently in the Canadian reconciliation literature to do so. Consider, for example, the following account by Ojibwe author Richard Way-Gams, which speaks to the personal necessity of overcoming anger and resentment as a precondition in his own healing journey. For years I carried simmering anger and resentment. The more I learned about the implementation of Indian residential school policy and how it affected Aboriginal people across the country, the more anger I felt. I ascribed all my pain to residential schools and those responsible. But when I was in my late 40s, I had enough of the anger. I was tired of being drunk and blaming the residential schools and those responsible. My life was slipping away on me and I did not want to become an older person still clinging to such disempowering emotions. 33. Taken together, these are all very serious concerns. It makes no sense at all to affirm the worth of resentment over a politics of recognition and reconciliation if doing so increases the likelihood of reproducing internalized forms of violence. Nor could one possibly affirm the political significance of Nietzschean ressentiment if doing so means irrationally chaining ourselves to the past. While I recognize that Indigenous peoples' negative emotional responses to settler colonization can play out in some of these problematic ways, it is important to recognize that they do not always do so. As we shall see in the next section, these effective reactions can also lead to forms of anti-colonial resistance grounded on transformed Indigenous political subjectivities. I suggest that the transformative potential of these emotions is also why Frantz Fanon refused to dismiss or condemn them. Instead he demanded that they be understood, that their transformative potential be harnessed, and that their structural referent be identified and uprooted. The resentment of the colonized and the rise of reconciliation politics in Canada. Understanding Fanon's views regarding the political significance of what he calls emotional factors in the formation of anti-colonial subjectivities and decolonizing practices requires that we briefly revisit his theory of internalized colonialism. 34 Recall from Chapter 1 that, for Fanon, in contexts where the reproduction of colonial rule does not rely solely on force, it requires the production of colonial subjects that acquiesce to the forms of power that have been imposed on them. Internalization thus occurs when the social relations of colonialism, along with the forms of recognition and representation that serve to legitimate them, come to be seen as true or natural to the colonized themselves. The status of native is a neurosis, explains Sartre in his preface to The Wretched of the Earth, introduced and maintained by the colonist in the colonized with their consent. 35 Similar to how the Italian Marxist theorist Antonio Gramsci viewed the reproduction of class dominance in situations absent ongoing state violence, colonial hegemony is maintained through a combination of coercion and consent. 36 Under such conditions, colonial domination appears more subtle, less bloody, to use Fanon's words. 37 For Fanon, this psychological economic structure is what produces the condition of stagnancy and inertia that characterizes the colonial world. 38 The Wretched of the Earth, for example, is littered with passages that highlight the fundamentally passive and lethargic condition that the colonial situation produces. The colonial world, writes Fanon, is compartmentalized, Manichaean and petrified. It is a world in which the colonial subject is penned in, lies coiled and robbed, taught to remain in his place and not overstep his limits. 39 In Black Skin, White Masks, Fanon describes this Manichaean relation as locked or fixed by the assumptions of racial and cultural inferiority and superiority held by the colonized and colonizer, respectively. 40 Unlike racist arguments that attribute the supposed inertia of colonized societies to the cultural and technological underdevelopment of the colonized themselves, Fanon identifies the colonial social structure as the source of this immobility. 41 Although the internalized negative energy produced by this hostile situation will first express itself against the colonized's own people, this is the period when black turns on black, writes Fanon, when colonial violence assumes a black or Arab face over time. It begins to incite a negative reaction in the colonial subject. 42 It is my claim that this reaction indicates a breakdown of the psychological structure of internalized colonialism. The colonized subject, degraded, impoverished, and abused, begins to look at the colonist's world of lights and paved roads with envy, contempt, and resentment. 43 The colonized begin to desire what has been denied them, land, freedom, and dignity. They begin dreaming of revenge, of taking their oppressor's place. The gaze that the colonized subject casts at the colonist sector is a look of lust, a look of envy. Dreams of possession. Every type of possession, at sitting at the colonist's table and sleeping in his bed, preferably with his wife. The colonized man is an envious man. The colonist is aware of this as he catches the furtive glance, and constantly on his guard, realizes bitterly that, they want to take our place. And it is true that there is not one colonized subject who at least once a day does not dream of taking the place of the colonist. 44 Although Fanon is quick to insist that the legitimate desire for revenge born of the colonized subject's nascent hatred and resentment toward the colonist cannot alone nurture a war of liberation, I suggest that these negative emotions nonetheless mark an important turning point in the individual and collective coming to consciousness of the colonized. 45 More specifically, I think that they represent the externalization of that which was previously internalized, a purging, if you will, of the so-called inferiority complex of the colonized subject. In the context of internalized colonialism, the material conditions of poverty and violence that condition the colonial situation appear muted to the colonized because they are understood to be the product of one's own cultural deficiencies. In such a context, the formation of a colonial enemy, that is, a source external to ourselves that we come to associate with our misfortunes, signifies a collapse of this internalized colonial psychic structure. 46 For Fanon, only once this rupture has occurred or, to use Jean Amory's phrase, once these sterile emotions come to recognize themselves for what they really are. Consequences of social repression. 47 Can the colonized then cast their exasperated hatred and rage in this new direction? 48. Importantly, Fanon insists that these reactive emotions can also prompt the colonized to revalue and affirm indigenous cultural traditions and social practices that are systematically denigrated yet never fully destroyed in situations of colonial rule. After years of dehumanization, the colonized begin to resent the assumed supremacy of white values that has served to ideologically justify their continued exploitation and domination. In the period of decolonization, writes Fanon, the colonized masses thumb their noses at these very values, shower them with insults and vomit them up. 49 Eventually, this newfound resentment of colonial values prompts the colonized to affirm the worth of their own traditions, of their own civilizations, which in turn generates feelings of pride and self-certainty unknown in the colonial period. For Fanon, this anti-racist racism or the determination to defend one's skin is characteristic of the colonized's response to colonial oppression and provides them with the motivating reason to join the struggle. 50 Although Fanon ultimately saw this example of indigenous cultural self-recognition as an expression akin to Nietzschean ressentiment, that is, as a limited and retrograde reaction to colonial power, he nonetheless claimed it as necessary for the same reason he affirmed the transformative potential of emotional factors like anger and resentment. They signify an important break in the forms of colonial subjection that have hitherto kept the colonized in their place. 51 In the following chapters, I delve further into what I claim to be Fanon's overly instrumental view of culture's value vis-a-vis decolonization in light of the more substantive position held by contemporary theorists and activists of indigenous resurgence. In the context of internalized colonialism, then, it would appear that the emergence of reactive emotions like anger and resentment can indicate a breakdown of colonial subjection and thus open up the possibility of developing alternative subjectivities and anti-colonial practices. Indeed, if we look at the historical context that informed the coupling of recognition with reconciliation politics following Canada's launch of RCAP in 1991, we see a remarkably similar process taking place. Let us now turn briefly to this important history of struggle. Managing the Crisis, Reconciliation and the Royal Commission on Aboriginal Peoples. The federal government was forced to establish RCAP in the wake of two national crises that erupted in the tumultuous Indian summer of 1990. The first involved the legislative stonewalling of the Meech Lake Accord by Cree Manitoba member of the Legislative Assembly, MLA, Elijah Harper. The Meech Lake Accord was a failed constitutional amendment package negotiated in 1987 by the then Prime Minister of Canada, Brian Mulroney, and the 10 provincial premiers. The process was the federal government's attempt to bring Quebec back into the constitutional fold in the wake of the province's refusal to accept the Constitutional Repatriation Deal of 1981, which formed the basis of the Constitution Act, 1982. Indigenous opposition to Meech Lake was staunch and vocal, in large part due to the fact that the process failed to recognize the political concerns and aspirations of First Nations. 52 In a disruptive act of legislative protest, Elijah Harper was able to prevent the province from endorsing the package within the 3-year ratification deadline stipulated in the Constitution Act. The agreement subsequently tanked because it failed to gain the required ratification of all 10 provinces, which is required of all proposed constitutional amendments. 53. The second crisis involved a 78-day armed standoff beginning on July 11, 1990, between the Mohawk Nation of Kaniesatake, the Quebec Provincial Police, Sûreté du Québec, or SQ, and the Canadian Armed Forces near the town of Oka, Quebec. On June 30, 1990, the municipality of Oka was granted a court injunction to dismantle a peaceful barricade erected by the people of Kaniesatake in an effort to defend their sacred lands from further encroachment by non-native developers. The territory in question was slotted for development by a local golf course, which planned on extending 9 holes onto land the Mohawks had been fighting to have recognized as their own for almost 300 years. 54 11 days later, on July 11, 100 heavily armed members of the SQ stormed the community. The police invasion culminated in a 24-second exchange of gunfire that killed SQ Corporal Marcel Lemay. 55 In a display of solidarity, the neighboring Mohawk nation of Conowique set up their own barricades, including one that blocked the Mercier Bridge leading into the Greater Montreal area. Galvanized by the Mohawk resistance, indigenous peoples from across the continent followed suit, engaging in a diverse array of solidarity actions that ranged from information leafleting to the establishment of peace encampments to the erection of blockades on several major Canadian transport corridors, both road and rail. Although polls conducted during the standoff showed some support by non-native Canadians outside of Quebec for the Mohawk cause, 56 most received their information about the so-called Oka crisis through the corporate media, which overwhelmingly represented the event as a law and order issue fundamentally undermined by Indigenous peoples' uncontrollable anger and resentment. 57. For many Indigenous people and their supporters, however, these two national crises were seen as the inevitable culmination of a near-decade-long escalation of Native frustration with a colonial state that steadfastly refused to uphold the rights that had been recently recognized and affirmed in Section 35(1) of the Constitution Act, 1982. By the late 1980s this frustration was clearly boiling over, resulting in a marked rise in First Nations militancy and land-based direct action. 58 The following are some of the better documented examples from the time. 1. The Innu occupation and blockade of the Canadian Air Force/NATO base at Goose Bay in present-day Labrador. The occupation was led largely by Innu women to challenge the further dispossession of their territories and subsequent destruction of their land-based way of life by the military-industrial complex's encroachment onto their homeland of Nitassinan. 59. 2. The Lubicon Cree struggle against oil and gas development on their traditional territories in present-day Alberta. The Lubicon Cree have been struggling to protect a way of life threatened by intensified non-renewable development on their homelands since at least 1939, when they first learned that they were left out of the negotiations that led to the signing of Treaty 8 in 1899. In defending their continued right to the land, the community has engaged in a number of very public protests, including a well-publicized boycott of the 1988 Calgary Winter Olympics and the associated Glen Museum exhibit, The Spirit Sings. 60. 3. First Nations blockades in British Columbia. Through the 1980s, First Nations in present-day British Columbia grew extremely frustrated with the painfully slow pace of the federal government's comprehensive land claims process and the province's racist refusal to recognize Aboriginal title within its claimed borders. The result was a decade's worth of very disruptive and publicized blockades, which at their height in 1990 were such a common occurrence that Vancouver newspapers felt the need to publish traffic advisories identifying delays caused by First Nation roadblocks in the province's interior. Many of the blockades were able to halt resource extraction on native land for protracted periods of time. 61. 4. The Algonquins of Barrier Lake. By 1989 the Algonquins of Barrier Lake were embroiled in a struggle to protect their way of life by resisting clear-cut logging operations within their traditional territories in present-day Quebec. Under the leadership of customary Chief Jean-Maurice Mathuin, the community used blockades to successfully impede clear-cutting activities adversely affecting their lands and community. 62. 5. The Temagami First Nation blockades of 1988 and 1989 in present-day Ontario. The Temagami blockades were set up to protect their nation's homeland from further encroachment by non-native development. The blockades of 1988 to 89 were the most recent assertions of Temagami sovereignty in over a century-long struggle to protect the community's right to land and freedom from colonial settlement and proliferating economic development. 63. From the vantage point of the colonial state, by the time the 78-day standoff at Kanisatak started, things were already out of control in Indian country. If settler state stability and authority is required to ensure certainty over indigenous lands and resources to create an investment climate friendly for expanded capitalist accumulation, then the barrage of indigenous practices of disruptive counter-sovereignty that emerged with increased frequency in the 1980s was an embarrassing demonstration that Canada no longer had its shit together with respect to managing the so-called Indian problem. On top of this, the material form that these expressions of indigenous sovereignty took on the ground of blockade, explicitly erected to impede the power of state and capital from entering and leaving indigenous territories respectively, must have been particularly troubling to the settler colonial establishment. All of this activity was an indication that indigenous people and communities were no longer willing to wait for Canada, or even their own leaders, to negotiate a just relationship with them in good faith. In Fanon's terms, indigenous peoples were no longer willing to remain in their place. 64 There was also growing concern that indigenous youth in particular were no longer willing to play by Canada's rules, especially regarding the potential use of violence when it came to advancing their community's rights and interests. As Georges Erasmus, then National Chief of the Assembly of First Nations, warned in 1988, Canada, if you do not deal with this generation of leaders, then we cannot promise that you are going to like the kind of violent political action that we can just about guarantee the next generation is going to bring to you. Consider this a warning, Erasmus continued. We want to let you know that you're playing with fire. We may be the last generation of leaders that are prepared to sit down and peacefully negotiate our concerns with you. 65 Erasmus's warning was ignored, and the siege at Conisatake occurred 2 years later. In the wake of having to engage in one of the largest and costliest military operations since the Korean War, the federal government announced on August 23, 1991, that a royal commission would be established with a sprawling 16-point mandate to investigate the abusive relationship that had clearly developed between indigenous peoples and the state. 66 Published 2 years behind schedule in November 1996, the $58 million, 5-volume, approximately 4,000-page report of the Royal Commission on Aboriginal Peoples offers a vision of reconciliation between Aboriginal peoples and Canada based on the core principles of mutual recognition, mutual respect, sharing, and mutual responsibility. 67 of the 440 recommendations made by RCAP, the following are some of the more noteworthy. Legislation, including issuing a new royal proclamation, stating Canada's commitment to a new relationship with companion legislation establishing a new treaty process and recognition of Aboriginal nations' governments. Recognition of an Aboriginal order of government, subject to the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, with authority over matters relating to the good government and welfare of Aboriginal peoples and their territories. Replacement of the Federal Department of Indian Affairs with 2 departments, one to implement the new relationship with Aboriginal nations and one to provide services to non-self-governing communities. Creation of an Aboriginal Parliament. Expansion of the Aboriginal land and resource base. Recognition of Métis self-government, provision of a land base, and recognition of Métis rights to hunt and fish on Crown land. Initiatives to address social, education, health, and housing needs, including the training of 10,000 health professionals over a 10-year period, the establishment of an Aboriginal Peoples University, and recognition of Aboriginal peoples' authority over child welfare. 68. RCAP's vision of a reconciled relationship premised on mutual recognition is not without flaw. Indeed, many critics have convincingly argued that its vision still ultimately situates Indigenous lands and political authority in a subordinate position within the political and economic framework of Canadian sovereignty. 69 However, RCAP still offers the most comprehensive set of recommendations, informed by 5 years of research involving 178 days of public hearings in 96 communities across Canada, aimed at reforming the relationship between Indigenous peoples and the state. To date, the extensive public consultations employed by RCAP subsequently produced a set of recommendations with a significant degree of democratic legitimacy to them, especially to those Indigenous people and communities who would be most affected by RCAP's proposals. At the very least, then, the RCAP report provides a potentially productive point of entry into the much more challenging conversation that we need to collectively have about what it will take to truly decolonize the relationship between Indigenous and non-Indigenous peoples in Canada. This conversation has yet to happen. The decade of heightened First Nations militancy that culminated in the resistance at Conisatake created the political and cultural context that RCAP's call for recognition and reconciliation sought to mitigate, namely, the simmering anger and resentment of the colonized transformed into a resurgent affirmation of indigenous difference that threatened to disrupt settler colonialism's sovereign claim over indigenous peoples and our lands. In light of this, to suggest that we replace these emotions by a more conciliatory and constructive attitude like forgiveness seems misplaced to me. 70 Of course, individual and collective expressions of anti-colonial anger and resentment can be destructive and harmful to relationships, but these emotional forces are rarely, if ever, as destructive and violent as the colonial relationship they critically call into question. The responsibility for violence, argues THIRD Alfred, begins and ends with the state, not with the people who are challenging the inherent injustices perpetrated by the state. 71 Yet, as the history of First Nations struggle that led to RCAP demonstrates, these emotions can also play an important role in generating practices of resistance and cultural resurgence, both of which are required to build a more just relationship with non-Indigenous peoples on and in relation to the lands that we now share. I return to this discussion in my concluding chapter. Righteous resentment. The failure of reconciliation from gathering strength to Canada's residential school apology. The critical importance of Indigenous peoples' emotional reactions to settler colonization appears even more pronounced in light of Canada's problematic approach to conceptualizing and implementing reconciliation in the wake of the RCAP report. There have been two broad criticisms of the federal government's approach to reconciling its relationship with Indigenous peoples. The first involves the state's rigid historical temporalization of the problem in need of reconciling, colonial injustice, which in turn leads to, second, the current politics of reconciliation's inability to adequately transform the structure of dispossession that continues to frame Indigenous peoples' relationship with the state. 72 Stephanie Earle-Batcher Fox captures these concerns well when she writes that by conflating specific unjust events, policies, and laws with history, what is unjust becomes temporally separate from the present, unchangeable. This narrows options for restitution. We cannot change the past. 73 In such a context, I argue that Indigenous peoples' anger and resentment represents an entirely understandable and, in Fanon's words, legitimate response to our settler colonial present. 74. The federal government officially responded to the recommendations of RCAP in January of 1998 with Gathering Strength, Canada's Aboriginal Action Plan. 75 Claiming to build on RCAP's core principles of mutual respect, mutual recognition, mutual responsibility, and sharing, Gathering Strength begins with a statement of reconciliation in which the Government of Canada recognizes the mistakes and injustices of the past in order to set a new course in its policies for Aboriginal peoples. 76. This is the first policy statement by the federal government that explicitly applies the conceptual language typically associated with transitional justice to the non-transitional context of a formally liberal democratic settler state. The result, I suggest, is an approach to reconciliation that goes out of its way to fabricate a sharp divide between Canada's unscrupulous past and the unfortunate legacy this past has produced for Indigenous people and communities in the present. The policy implications of the state's historical framing of colonialism are troubling. If there is no colonial present, as Gathering Strength insists, but only a colonial past that continues to have adverse effects on Indigenous people and communities, then the federal government need not undertake the actions required to transform the current institutional and social relationships that have been shown to produce the suffering we currently see reverberating at pandemic levels within and across Indigenous communities today. 77 Rather than addressing these structural issues, state policy has instead focused its reconciliation efforts on repairing the psychologically injured or damaged status of Indigenous people themselves. Sam McKegney links this policy orientation to the increased public interest placed on the discourse of healing in the 1990s, which positioned Aboriginal people as the primary objects of study rather than the system of acculturative violence. 78 Hence, the only concrete monetary commitment made in Gathering Strength includes a one-time grant payment of $350 million allocated for community-based healing as a first step to deal with the legacy of physical and sexual abuse at residential schools. 79. The grant was used to establish the Aboriginal Healing Foundation in March of 1998.80. The Conservative Government of Canada announced in 2010 that additional funding for the Aboriginal Healing Foundation would not be provided. According to THIRD-Alfred, Canada's approach to reconciliation has clearly failed to implement the massive restitution, including land, financial transfers, and other forms of assistance to compensate for past and continuing injustices against our peoples. 81. The state's lack of commitment in this regard is particularly evident in Gathering Strength's stated position on Canada's land claims and self-government policies. Rather than affirm Aboriginal title and substantially redistribute lands and resources to Indigenous communities through a renewed treaty process, or recognize Indigenous autonomy and redistribute political authority from the state to Indigenous nations based on the principle of Indigenous self-determination, Gathering Strength essentially reiterates, more or less unmodified, its present policy position as evidence of the essentially just nature of the current relationship between Indigenous peoples and the state. For example, regarding the comprehensive claims process, although Gathering Strength states Canada's willingness to discuss its current approach with Aboriginal, provincial, and territorial partners in order to respond to concerns about the existing policy, the alternatives that have since been pursued are even more restrictive than was the original policy. 82. At the time of Gathering Strength's publication in 1998, the concerns alluded to by the federal government involved more than 2 decades worth of First Nations criticisms regarding the Comprehensive Claims Policy's extinguishment provisions, which at the time explicitly required Aboriginal peoples to cede, release and surrender all undefined Aboriginal rights and title in exchange for the benefits clearly delineated in the text of the settlement itself. The state has pursued 2 alternatives to formal extinguishment: the so-called modified rights approach developed during negotiations over the Nisga'a Final Agreement, 2000, and the non-assertion approach developed during negotiations over the Tliko Agreement, 2003. With respect to the former, Aboriginal rights and title are no longer formally extinguished in the settlement but rather modified to include only those rights and benefits outlined in the claim package. The provisions detailed in the settlement are the only legally binding rights that the signatory First Nation can claim after the agreement has been ratified. Regarding the latter, in order to reach a settlement, a First Nation must legally agree to not assert or claim any Aboriginal rights that are not already detailed in the text of the agreement. Again, the provisions specified in the settlement exhaust all claimable Aboriginal rights. Although the semantics of the comprehensive claims policy have changed, the legal and political outcomes remain the same. 83. Peter Kulczycki suggests that these alternative approaches to formal extinguishment may be even worse than the original policy, given that the latter at least left open the possibility of making a claim for an Aboriginal right that was originally unforeseen at the time of signing an extinguishment agreement. Leave it to the state, Kulczycki concludes, to find a way to replace one of its oldest, most outdated, ineffective, and unjust policies, the extinguishment clause, with something worse. 84. A similar colonial trend can be seen in Gathering Strength's stated commitment to implementing an Aboriginal right to self-government. Here the federal government simply reaffirms its previous 1995 policy position on the matter, which claims to recognize the inherent right of self-government for Aboriginal people as an existing Aboriginal right within Section 35 of the Constitution Act, 1982. The use of the term inherent here is nonsense when considered in light of the scope of the policy, as there is really nothing inherent about the limited range of rights that Canada claims to recognize. The stated purpose of the federal government's position is to clearly establish the terms under which Aboriginal governments might negotiate practical governing arrangements in relation to their own communities and with other governments and jurisdictions. In setting out these terms, however, the state unilaterally curtails the jurisdictional authority made available to Aboriginal nations through the so-called negotiation process. As a result, Indigenous sovereignty and the right of self-determination based on the principle of equality between peoples is explicitly rejected as a foundation for negotiations. The inherent right of self-government does not include a right of sovereignty in the international law sense. Instead, what the state grants is recognition of an Aboriginal right to govern themselves in relation to matters that are internal to their communities, integral to their unique cultures, identities, traditions, languages, and institutions. 85. One should recognize a familiar pattern here. Instead of proceeding with negotiations based on the principle of indigenous self-determination, Canada's policy framework is grounded in the assumption that Aboriginal rights are subordinately positioned within the ultimate sovereign authority of the Crown. On this point, Michael Ash has suggested that the policy clearly takes its cues from recent Aboriginal rights jurisprudence. All court decisions rest on the presumption that, while it must be quite careful to protect Aboriginal rights, Parliament has the ultimate legislative authority to act with respect to any of them. 86. This restrictive premise coincides with the Supreme Court of Canada's own articulation of the meaning and purpose of reconciliation outlined in R.V. Vander Peet in 1996. As the court states, what S. 35(1) does is provide the constitutional framework through which the fact that Aboriginals lived on the land in distinctive societies, with their own practices, traditions, and cultures, is acknowledged and reconciled with the Crown. The substantive rights that fall within the provision must be defined in light of this purpose. The Aboriginal rights recognized and affirmed by S. 35(1) must be directed towards reconciliation of the pre-existence of Aboriginal societies with the sovereignty of the Crown. 87. And how, might we ask, does the court propose to reconcile the pre-existence of Aboriginal societies with the sovereignty of the Crown? Or, stated slightly differently, how does the court propose to render consistent Indigenous nationhood with state sovereignty? By refusing that the Aboriginal societies in question had anything akin to sovereignty worth recognizing to begin with. Instead, what the court offers up is an interpretation of Aboriginal rights as narrowly construed cultural rights that can be infringed on by the state for any number of legislative reasons ranging from conservation to settlement, to capitalist non-renewable resource development, and even to protect white interests from the potential economic fallout of recognizing Aboriginal rights to land and water-based economic pursuits. Like all Aboriginal rights in Canada, then, the right of self-government is not absolute. Even if such a right is found to be constitutionally protected, it can be transgressed in accordance with the justifiable infringement test laid out in R.V. Sparrow in 1990 and later expanded on in decisions like R.V. Gladstone in 1996, Delgamukw v. British Columbia in 1997 and R.V. Marshall, No. 2, in 1999.88. When all of these considerations are taken into account, it becomes clear that there is nothing inherent about the right to self-government recognized in Canada's inherent right policy. At least in gathering strength, the federal government acknowledges that Canada has a colonial past. The same cannot be said about the state's next major gesture of reconciliation, the federal government's official 2008 apology to Indigenous survivors of the Indian residential school system. Informed by a similarly restrictive temporal frame, the 2008 apology focuses exclusively on the tragedy of residential schools, the last of which officially closed its doors in 1996. There is no recognition of a colonial past or present, nor is there any mention of the much broader system of land dispossession, political domination, and cultural genocide of which the residential school system formed only a part. Harper's apology is thus able, like gathering strength before it, to comfortably frame reconciliation in terms of overcoming a sad chapter in our shared history. Forgiveness and reconciliation are posited as a fundamental step in transcending the painful legacy that has hampered our collective efforts to move on. They are necessary to begin anew so that Indigenous peoples can start to build new partnerships together with non-Indigenous peoples on what is now unapologetically declared to be our land. 89. Thus, insofar as the above two examples even implicitly address the problem of settler colonialism, they do so, to borrow Patrick Wolf's useful formulation, as an event and not a structure, that is, as a temporally situated experience which occurred at some relatively fixed period in history but which unfortunately continues to have negative consequences for our communities in the present. 90. By Wolf's definition, however, there is nothing historical about the character of settler colonization in the sense just described. Settler colonial formations are territorially acquisitive in perpetuity. As Wolf explains, Settler colonialism has both negative and positive dimensions. Negatively, it strives for the dissolution of native societies. Positively, it erects a new colonial society on the expropriated land base. As I put it, settler colonizers come to stay, invasion is a structure, not an event. In its positive aspect, elimination is an organizing principle of settler colonial society rather than a one-off, and superseded, occurrence. 91. In the specific context of Canadian settler colonialism, although the means by which the colonial state has sought to eliminate Indigenous peoples in order to gain access to our lands and resources have modified over the last 2 centuries, ranging from violent dispossession to the legislative elimination of First Nations legal status under sexist and racist provisions of the Indian Act to the negotiation of what are still essentially land surrenders under the present Comprehensive Land Claims Policy, the ends have always remained the same: to shore up continued access to Indigenous peoples' territories for the purposes of state formation, settlement, and capitalist development. Identifying the persistent character of settler colonialism allows us to better interrogate the repeated insinuation made in both Gathering Strength and the federal government's 2008 apology about how the legacy of Canada's troubled history has injured Indigenous subjects so deeply that many of us are now unable or unwilling to put the events of the past behind us. This returns us to our previous discussion of ressentiment. If ressentiment is characterized by a pathological inability to get over the past, then according to the state-sanctioned discourse of reconciliation, Indigenous peoples would appear to suffer from ressentiment writ large. We just cannot seem to get over it. However, for most critics, what makes ressentiment so problematic is that it is also an irrational attitude. Ressentiment, by definition, is an irrational and base passion, writes Geoffrey Murphy. It thus makes no sense to speak of rational or justified or honorable ressentiment. 92. This has led moral philosophers like Murphy and Brudholm to distinguish between irrational expressions of ressentiment, on the one hand, and more righteous expressions of resentment, on the other. This distinction is useful for our present purposes. In the context of Canadian settler colonialism, I contend that what gets implicitly represented by the state as a form of Indigenous ressentiment, namely, Indigenous people's seemingly pathological inability to get over harms inflicted in the past, is actually a manifestation of our righteous resentment, that is, our bitter indignation and persistent anger at being treated unjustly by a colonial state both historically and in the present. In other words, what is treated in the Canadian discourse of reconciliation as an unhealthy and debilitating incapacity to forgive and move on is actually a sign of our critical consciousness, of our sense of justice and injustice, and of our awareness of an unwillingness to reconcile ourselves with the structural and symbolic violence that is still very much present in our lives. Viewed in this light, I suggest that Indigenous peoples' individual and collective resentment expressed as an angry and vigilant unwillingness to forgive ought to be seen as an effective indication that we care deeply about ourselves, about our land and cultural communities, and about the rights and obligations we hold as First Peoples. Conclusion. Prime Minister Harper's 2008 apology on behalf of the Government of Canada to Indian survivors of the residential school system was delivered under the shadow of the 2007 Indian Residential School Settlement Agreement. The settlement agreement was negotiated in response to more than 12,000 abuse cases and more than 70,000 former students represented in numerous class action lawsuits against the federal government and church organizations that ran the schools. The settlement, which is currently being implemented under court supervision, includes money allocated for common experience payments to students who attended residential schools, a compensation process for students who can demonstrate that they suffered sexual or serious physical and/or mental abuse while attending a residential school, a health support system for survivors and their families, a residential school commemoration project, and the creation of a Truth and Reconciliation Commission to research, document and preserve the testimony and experiences of residential school survivors. 93. The specific commemorative and educational goals outlined in the Truth and Reconciliation Commission of Canada's, TRC, mandate are important and admirable. However, many of the shortcomings that plagued both Gathering Strength and the 2008 Apology also plague the mandate's terms of reference. In particular, the TRC temporally situates the harms of settler colonialism in the past and focuses the bulk of its reconciliatory efforts on repairing the injurious legacy left in the wake of this history. Indigenous subjects are the primary object of repair, not the colonial relationship. These shortcomings have produced many critics of the TRC. Taayak Alfred, for example, warns that genuine reconciliation is impossible without recognizing indigenous peoples' right to freedom and self-determination, instituting restitution by returning enough of our lands so that we can regain economic self-sufficiency, and honoring our treaty relationships. Without these commitments, reconciliation will remain a pacifying discourse that functions to assuage settler guilt, on the one hand, and absolve the federal government's responsibility to transform the colonial relationship between Canada and Indigenous nations, on the other. 94. If this were not enough to raise concern, since negotiating the 2007 Residential School Settlement Agreement and offering the 2008 Apology, the federal government has intensified its colonial approach to dealing with Indigenous peoples in practice. This intensification is most evident in the federal government's recently passed Omnibus Bill C-45, otherwise known as the Jobs and Growth Act. Bill C-45 is a nearly 450-page budget implementation bill that makes significant changes to Canada's Navigable Water Act, the Indian Act, and the Environmental Assessment Act, among other pieces of federal legislation. Of concern to Indigenous people and communities in particular are the ways that Bill C-45 unilaterally undermines Aboriginal and treaty rights by making it easier for First Nations band councils to lease out reserve lands with minimal community input or support, by gutting environmental protection for lakes and rivers, and by reducing the number of resource development projects that would have required environmental assessment under previous legislation. Bill C-45 thus represents the latest installment of Canada's long-standing policy of colonial dispossession. This has led Indigenous people from all sectors of Indian country to organize and resist under the mantra that we are idle no more. Through social media, the Idle No More movement emerged with force in December 2012 as a result of the initial educational work of 4 women from the prairies: Nina Wilson, Sylvia McAdam, Jessica Gordon, and Sheila McLean. Then, on December 11, Chief Teresa Spence of the Attawapiskat Cree Nation began a hunger strike to protest the deplorable living conditions on her reserve in northern Ontario, which she argued was the result of Canada's failure to live up to the spirit and intent of Treaty No. 9, signed in 1905. Building on the inspirational work of these women, what originally began as an education campaign against a repugnant piece of federal legislation has since transformed into a grassroots struggle to transform the colonial relationship itself. Drawing off the insights of Fanon, I have argued 2 points in this chapter. First, I claimed that Indigenous peoples' anger and resentment can generate forms of decolonized subjectivity and anti-colonial practice that we ought to critically affirm rather than denigrate in our premature efforts to promote forgiveness and reconciliation on terms still largely dictated by the colonial state. And second, in light of the failure of Canada's approach to implement reconciliation in the wake of RCAP, I suggest that critically holding on to our anger and resentment can serve as an important emotional reminder that settler colonialism is still very much alive and well in Canada, despite the state's repeated assertions otherwise. In the next chapter I return to Fanon, although in a more critical light. I argue that although Fanon saw colonized people's anger and resentment as an important catalyst for change, he nevertheless remains skeptical as to whether the rehabilitated forms of Indigenous subjectivity constructed out of this anger and resentment ought to inform our collective efforts to reconstruct decolonized relationships and communities. In contradistinction to Fanon, I argue that insofar as these reactive emotions result in the affirmation and resurgence of Indigenous knowledge and cultural practices, they ought to be seen as providing the substantive foundation required to reconstruct relationships of reciprocity and peaceful coexistence within and against the psycho-affective and structural apparatus of settler colonial power. In my concluding chapter I defend this claim in light of the recent Idle No More movement. 5. The plunge into the chasm of the past. Fanon, self-recognition, and decolonization. Negritude is for destroying itself, it is a passage and not an outcome, a means and not an ultimate end. Jean-Paul Sartre, Black Orpheus. In no way do I have to dedicate myself to reviving a black civilization unjustly ignored. I will not make myself the man of any past. I do not want to sing the past to the detriment of my present and my future. Frantz Fanon, Black Skin, White Masks. This chapter begins to sketch out in more detail the alternative politics of recognition briefly introduced at the end of chapter 1. As suggested there, far from evading the recognition paradigm entirely, Fanon instead turns our attention to the cultural practices of critical individual and collective self-recognition that colonized populations often engage in to empower themselves, instead of relying too heavily on the colonial state and society to do this for them. This is the realm of self-affirmative cultural, artistic, and political activity that Fanon associated largely but not exclusively with negritude. The negritude movement first emerged in France during the late 1930s as a response to anti-black racism. Although negritude constituted a diverse body of work and activism, at its core the movement emphasized the need for colonized people and communities to purge themselves of the internalized effects of systemic racism and colonial violence by rejecting assimilation and instead affirming the worth of their own identity-related differences. In this sense, it has been argued that negritude represents an important precursor to contemporary identity politics in the United States and elsewhere. 1. However, despite the extensive commentary that Fanon's relationship to negritude has generated, no clear consensus has been reached regarding the extent to which he ought to be read as a critic or supporter of the movement's claims and achievements. For example, some commentators, such as David Cott, Irene Grenzier, and David Macy, have suggested that where Fanon can be read in his early work, particularly Black Skin, White Masks, as more sympathetic to certain aspects of negritude's objectives, over time he eventually came to stress the movement's limitations, either seeing it as representing, at best, a transitional stage in the dialectic of decolonization, following the position of Jean-Paul Sartre discussed below, or worse, as having little substantive value whatsoever. 2 Other critics, however, have advanced a near opposite reading. As Jock McCulloch writes with reference to Cott and Grenzier, if the substance of these critiques are examined in detail, it is apparent that Fanon became more rather than less sympathetic to negritude with the passing of time. 3 And yet other commentators have refused to draw a sharp distinction between early and late Fanon's views on negritude altogether, instead arguing that, although the specifics of Fanon's complex views altered as his analysis moved from the Antilles to the Algerian contexts, he nevertheless always remained simultaneously a rigorous critic and critical advocate of certain features, and certain proponents, of the negritude movement. 4. The interpretation advanced below is indebted to this third reading of Fanon. I demonstrate that although Fanon always questioned the specifics of negritude based on its, at times, essentialist and bourgeois character, he nevertheless viewed the associated practices of individual and collective self-recognition through the revaluation of black culture, history, and identity as a potentially crucial feature of the broader struggle for freedom against colonial domination. This potential hinged, however, entirely on negritude's ability to transcend what Fanon saw as its retrograde orientation towards a subjective affirmation of a pre-colonial past by grounding itself in the people's struggle against the material structure of colonial rule in the present. Although Fanon saw the critical revaluation of indigenous cultural forms as an important means of temporarily breaking the colonized free from the incapacitating effects of being exposed to structured patterns of colonial misrecognition, he was decidedly less willing to explore the role that these forms and practices might play in the construction of alternatives to the oppressive social relations that produce colonized subjects in the first place. This has led Catherine Guinness to correctly conclude that while Fanon recognized the importance of affirming cultural difference as a form of individual and collective self-empowerment, he was less clear as to whether these differences ought to be substantively retained in the course of decolonization. 5 In this specific sense, then, it will be shown that Fanon clearly shared Sartre's view that negritude's emphasis on cultural self-affirmation constituted an important means but not an ultimate. End of anti-colonial struggle, even though both authors arrived at this analogous conclusion via different paths. This chapter is organized into two sections and a conclusion. In the first section, I sketch the theory of intersubjective recognition that Sartre develops in Being and Nothingness, Anti-Semite, and Jew, and Black Orpheus. As Sonia Crux and others have noted, Fanon's work was for better and for worse deeply influenced by Sartre's philosophical and political writings, particularly as these writings pertain to issues of recognition, reciprocity, and freedom. 6 Thus, to fully understand what I characterize as the limited transitional function that Fanon attributes to practices of self-recognition and cultural empowerment in the course of anti-colonial struggle, we must first unpack Sartre's earlier views on these and similar matters. In the next section, I examine the instrumental relationship Fanon draws in his work between cultural self-recognition and projects of decolonization. This discussion will pave the way for the argument I lay out in my concluding chapter, which examines the substantive relationship forged between self-affirmative practices of cultural regeneration and decolonization by theorists and activists of indigenous resurgence working in the settler colonial context of Canada. From the particular to the universal, Jean-Paul Sartre, Identity Politics and the Colonial Dialectic. Sartre's Anti-Semite and Jew provides an analysis of the nature of French anti-Semitism in the wake of World War II. 7 Although many scholars have since criticized Sartre's hyper-constructivist account of Judaism and Jewish identity as a mere effect of anti-Semitism reflected in Sartre's famous assertion that it is the anti-Semite who creates the Jew. 8 In the following section one want to bracket these well-warranted criticisms. Instead I want to focus on the logic underwriting Sartre's argument in order to demonstrate the transitional role he attributes to the recognition and self-affirmation of identity or difference in the struggle for freedom and equality on the one hand, and the ways in which Fanon simultaneously adapts and critiques this position in his writings on decolonization on the other. Sartre's project in Anti-Semite and Jew is best read as a practical reworking of his prior engagement with Hegel's dialectic of recognition in Being and Nothingness, only this time cast, like Fanon's later intervention in Black Skin, White Masks through the lens of European racism. In stark contrast to Hegel's optimistic portrayal of intersubjective recognition in the Phenomenology of Spirit 9, Sartre's rendition of the master-slave relation in Being and Nothingness denies the possibility of reciprocal relations of affirmative recognition. Although Sartre, like Hegel, acknowledges the role played by recognition in constituting subjectivity, unlike Hegel, Sartre portrays this constitution as a theft, as objectification, and as such the death of one's possibilities. 10 For Sartre, recognition constitutes a form of enslavement, of being fixed by the look of another. 11 As Sonia Crux observes, the other, in Sartre's account, is always a threat to my own experience of self, having the power to objectify me and to cause me to flee into self-objectification. 12 According to Sartre, the only way out of this situation is for the objectified to make the other into the object of one's own look, to turn back the gaze, thereby reversing the process of objectification. 13 At the heart of Sartre's theory of intersubjectivity, then, is the notion that recognition is forever mired in a power struggle. A constant unending conflict between subjects who seek to make each other objects of the gaze as the precondition of reclaiming their inner freedom. 14 Conflict thus constitutes the core of Sartre's account of being for others. 15 However, when applied to the concrete situation of the Jew in an anti-Semitic society, the option of reversing the gaze and thus one's objectified status is denied by Sartre. This is because the Jew is not only objectified in the ontological sense of being for others as the condition of his or her fundamental relation to others but also as a Jew. This is what Sartre means when he states that the Jew is overdetermined. 16 Overdetermination fundamentally undermines the Jew's ability to cast the gaze back. Anti-Semitism thus constitutes a relationship in which the gaze works unilaterally between the one who objectifies, the anti-Semite, and the one who is objectified, the Jew. What, then, are the options available to the Jew in the context of anti-Semitic racism? Here Sartre introduces two concepts fundamental to his existentialism, authenticity and inauthenticity. The most common response explored in anti-Semite and Jew is represented by the actions of the inauthentic Jew. According to Sartre, the inauthentic Jew is one who chooses to flee from his or her situation as a Jew. For Sartre, the Jew's situation is the ensemble of limits and restrictions, social, economic, political, cultural, that forms the Jew and determines his possibilities. Yet the Jew's situation is also given meaning through the choices he or she makes within and by it. 17 In short, the Jew's situation is the inherited field within which he or she must act, make choices, and derive meaning, and this context is, whether one likes it or not, an anti-Semitic one. Sartre suggests that, when faced with the painful burden of living in this situation, the inauthentic Jew will choose to run away from it, to deny it, or choose to deny their responsibilities to positively act within it. 18 Sartre equates inauthenticity here with assimilation, the process whereby the Jew, suffering from an inferiority complex, 19 seeks to reject her or his particularity by either appealing to abstract universal principles, what today we might call difference-blind equality, or by trying to eradicate her or his particularity as such, through religious conversion, secularization, intermarriage, and so on. 20 Although Sartre's portrait of the inauthentic Jew is not meant to cast moral blame on the Jew for his or her evasive actions, Sartre is nonetheless quick to suggest that these actions serve to double back and reinforce the anti-Semitic propaganda that prompted the evasive conduct in the first place. 21 In short, the inauthentic Jew has allowed himself to be persuaded by the anti-Semites. He is the first victim of their propaganda. He admits with them that, if there is a Jew, he must have the characteristics with which popular malevolence endows him. 22. Sartre then contrasts the conduct of the inauthentic Jew with the actions of the Jew who acts authentically in their situation. Faced with this situation, the authentic Jew actively commits to affirming his or her Jewish identity against the objectifying gaze of the anti-Semite. The authentic Jew refuses to let the racist propaganda of the anti-Semite determine from the outside her or his actions, his or her being. Instead, he stakes everything on human grandeur and in accepting the obligation to live in a situation that is defined precisely by the fact that it is unlivable. He derives pride from his humiliation. 23 It is through this gesture of self-affirmation that the Jew strips anti-Semitism of its discursive power and virulence. As Sartre explains, the inauthentic Jew flees Jewish reality, and the anti-Semite makes him a Jew in spite of himself, but the authentic Jew makes himself a Jew, in the face of all and against all. He accepts all, even martyrdom, and the anti-Semite, deprived of his weapon, must be content to yelp at the Jew as he goes by, and can no longer touch him. At one stroke the Jew, like any authentic man, escapes description. 24 For Sartre, then, authentic self-affirmation provides an important weapon in the Jew's fight against the objectifying and alienating effects of anti-Semitic overdetermination. But given that anti-Semitism is a socially constituted phenomenon, Sartre is quick to point out that, while authenticity may serve as an important means through which to work over the individualized effects of objectification, on its own it will do little to undercut the social relations constitutive of anti-Semitism as such. The choice of authenticity is not a solution of the social aspect of the Jewish problem, writes Sartre. 25 Rather, it appears to be a moral decision, bringing certainty to the Jew on the ethical or subjective level but in no way serving as a solution on the social or political level. 26 For Sartre, the transformative potential of affirming one's difference will always be limited insofar as it leaves intact the generative conditions that serve to reproduce anti-Semitic conduct on the one hand, and the effects that this conduct has in shaping the subjectivity of Jews on the other. Ending anti-Semitism thus requires that existential self-affirmation be cashed out in a transformative engagement with these generative conditions. It requires that the Jew's situation be transformed from the bottom up. 27 For the increasingly Marxist Sartre of the mid-1940s, the generative structures identified as most important in the fight against anti-Semitic racism were those associated with capitalism and class conflict. In Sartre's overly simplistic formulation, Antisemitism served to ideologically mask the root cause of class conflict by positing the Jewish community as the source of class antagonism instead of the capitalist mode of production. Seen in this light, antisemitism represents a mythical, bourgeois representation of the class struggle, and as such could not exist in a classless society. Following this logic, once the social and economic causes of antisemitism have been eliminated, the affirmation of Jewish difference will no longer be required. Indeed, after the revolution has created a world stripped of the economic/social pluralism within which anti-Semitic racism flourishes, affirming Jewish difference would be at best redundant, or worse, it might serve to ideologically reproduce its own divisions and thus foreclose the possibility of a society free from conflict and social stratification. Point 28. Here the politics of difference is implicitly posited as an important stage in the struggle against anti-Semitic racism, but in no way should it be conceived as an end in itself. Similar themes are further developed and elaborated by Sartre in Black Orpheus, his well-known preface to Leopold Senghor's 1948 Anthology of Negritude Poetry, Anthologie de la Nouvelle Poésie Nègre et Malgache de langue française. Point 29. However, unlike the situation sketched in Anti-Semite and Jew 2 years earlier, Sartre, now explicitly Marxist in orientation, begins Black Orpheus with an important distinction drawn between the situation faced by the Jew in his or her encounter with anti-Semitism, and that of the colonized black person in the context of anti-black racism. Like the condition of the Jew vis-a-vis anti-Semitic racism, and now the white worker vis-a-vis the capitalist mode of production, Sartre locates the oppression of colonized black people in the capitalist structure of society. However, unlike the situations of the Jew and the white worker, the black person finds him or herself a victim of capitalist exploitation and domination insofar as he is black and by virtue of being a colonized native or deported African. In other words, for the colonized black worker, capitalist exploitation and domination is mediated through the lens of race and through the lived experience of racism. Now, as we saw previously, for Sartre, the victimization of Jews by capitalism is also mediated through anti-Semitism and their experience as Jews, but he then goes on to explain that, unlike the Jew, there is no means of evasion for the black person, no passing that he can consider. A Jew, a white man among white men, can deny that he is a Jew, can declare himself a man among men. The Negro cannot deny that he is a Negro, nor can he deny that he is part of some abstract colorless humanity, he is black. 30. What does this mean for the black subject who chooses to act authentically in her or his situation? Here Sartre claims that the black person essentially has his back up against the wall of authenticity. 31. As he explains, having been insulted and formerly enslaved, the black person picks up the word nigger which was thrown at him like a stone, he draws himself erect and proudly proclaims himself as black, in the face of the white man. The unity which will come eventually, bringing all oppressed peoples together in the same struggle, must be preceded in the colonies by what I shall call the moment of separation or negativity. This anti-racist racism is the only road that will lead to the abolition of racial differences. 32. In positing negritude as an anti-racist racism that will eventually lead to the abolition of racial and class differentiation altogether, Sartre is situating the formation of black consciousness in relation to a distinction, often attributed to Marx, between a class that exists in itself and one that exists for itself. 33. Without going into too much detail here, a class that exists in itself represents the objective, structural positioning of a group in relation to the capitalist mode of production. Whereas a class that exists for itself is one that has become conscious of itself as a class and then proceeds to struggle for itself and thus in its own shared interests. And, of course, the primary agenda of a class that struggles for itself is to root out the conditions, capitalist production, that determine its existence as a class. However, since the lived, subjective experience of race and racism occupies a mediating position in the exploitation and domination of black people by capitalism, recognizing that socialism is the necessary answer to the immediate local claims of black people first requires that they learn to formulate these claims jointly. therefore they must first think of themselves as blacks. Hence, Sartre concludes that becoming conscious for black workers is different from that which Marxism tries to awaken in the white worker. In the case of the European proletariat, class consciousness is based on the objective characteristics of the situation of the proletariat. But since the selfish scorn that whites display for blacks is aimed at the deepest recesses of the heart, black people must oppose it with a more exact view of black subjectivity. 34 For Sartre, developing this subjective opposition is the critical role played by negritude in anti-capitalist and anti-racist struggle. So, then, for Sartre, becoming conscious of one's objective class position in the context of racialized capitalism requires that black people first work over the subjective dimension of race and racism. One cannot hope to uproot the social relations that give rise to both class exploitation and racial domination without first coming to grips with the corrosive effects that white supremacy has had on those subject to it. This is why Sartre attributes to negritude a revolutionary function in the struggle against capitalist imperialism. 35 In short, disalienation through the affirmative reconstruction of black subjectivity, which, as Aimé Césaire once noted, strikes at the core of what the negritude movement was all about. 36 Serves as the precondition for establishing broader bonds of social solidarity and collective struggle. However, like the Marxist notion of a class that exists for itself, the moment that black consciousness comes to fruition and affirms its worth as such, it must immediately seek to abolish itself as a form of individual/collective identification. In doing so, Sartre claims that the subjective, existential, ethnic notion of negritude passes, as Hegel says, into the objective, positive, and precise notion of the proletariat. 37. At this point we arrive at Sartre's infamous characterization of negritude as a transitional phase in a dialectical move from the particularity of identity politics to the universality of class struggle. 38 Negritude appears, writes Sartre, as a minor moment of a dialectical progression. The theoretical and practical affirmation of white supremacy is the thesis, the position of negritude as the antithetical value is the moment of negativity. But this negative moment is not sufficient in itself, and these blacks who use it know this perfectly well. They know that it aims at preparing the synthesis or realization of the human in a raceless society. Sartre then goes on to conclude that negritude is thus for destroying itself, it is a passage and not an outcome, a means and not an ultimate end. 39 Once again, here Sartre appears to portray the politics of difference much like he did in Anti-Semite and Jew, as an important, even necessary, stage in the struggle against capitalist exploitation and racial domination, but ultimately insufficient as an end in itself. Frantz Fanon on negritude, self-recognition, and decolonization. As discussed previously in Chapter 1, one of the central concerns animating Fanon's analysis in Black Skin, White Masks is the problem of recognition in situations marked by colonial racism. In this sense, I argue that Fanon's early work ought to be interpreted much like Sartre's Anti-Semite and Jew and Black Orpheus, as a practical reworking of Hegel's master-slave relation in contexts where the possibility of achieving affirmative relations of mutual recognition appears foreclosed. Like Sartre's portrayal of intersubjectivity discussed above, Fanon's phenomenological account of being for others in Black Skin, White Masks emphasizes the ultimately objectifying and alienating character of intersubjective recognition, especially when these relations are played out in contexts structured by racial or cultural inequality. Indeed, throughout his text, Fanon describes the experience of colonial recognition in profoundly negative terms, like being fixed or walled in by the violating gaze of another. 40 Far from being emancipatory and self-confirming, recognition is instead cast as a suffocating reification, a hemorrhage that causes the colonized to collapse into self-objectification. 41 However, unlike the situation of Sartre's Jew in Anti-Semite and Jew, when fixated on the colonized black subject the gaze takes on a new significance for Fanon. I am not given a second chance. I am overdetermined from the outside. I am a slave not to the idea that others have of me, but to my appearance. 42 This leads Fanon to declare that the black man, unlike the Jew, has no ontological resistance in the eyes of the white man. 43 Here Fanon appears to be making a qualification in line with the distinction Sartre came to make in Black Orpheus regarding the difference between the situation of the Jew vis-a-vis anti-Semitic racism, and that of the colonized black person vis-a-vis anti-black racism. How do colonized populations tend to respond to this situation? According to Fanon, like Sartre's Jew, the colonized black person's most common response is that of flight. 44 As Fanon describes, colonial recognition will often provoke within the oppressed a desire to escape their particularity, to negate the differences that mark them as morally deficient and inferior in the eyes of the colonizer. The Negro is an animal, the Negro is bad, the Negro is wicked, the Negro is ugly. 45 Once internalized, these derogatory images often produce a pathological yearning to be recognized not as black, but as white. 46 Fanon uses a number of terms to describe the result of this process: inferiority complex, psychoexistential complex, neurosis, and alienation being the most common. All of these designations are used by Fanon to describe the subjectifying hold that colonial power can have on those within its reach. Seen in this light, there is nothing inherent about the perceived inferiority attributed to colonized subjects by the dominant society, nor is there anything natural about the so-called complexes they suffer as a result. 47 Both are the product of colonial social relations. If there is a flaw, it lies not in the soul of the colonized individual, but in his environment. 48 This, then, is the problematic that Fanon sets out to address in the bulk of his work, namely, what forms of decolonial praxis must one individually and collectively undertake to subvert the interplay between structure and subjectivity that sustain colonial relations over time. Fanon's complex engagement with negritude is best understood when examined against this dual-structured conception of power. Fanon argued that insofar as the negritude movement sought to undercut the incapacitating effects of internalized racism by discursively reinscribing value and worth to those identity-related differences that colonial discourse had hitherto characterized as savage, dirty, and evil, it constituted a potentially powerful first move in the struggle for freedom. 49 The logic here is that one cannot hope to restructure the social relations of colonialism if the inferiority complex produced by these relations is left in place. 50 But Fanon's endorsement of negritude's approach to self-recognition was by no means absolute. Indeed, as his narrative continues, it becomes apparent that the very attributes of negritude that he saw as potentially the most empowering in the subjective sphere, namely, the rehabilitation of the colonized subject based on a revaluation of black history and culture, are also the ones that threaten to undercut the movement's transformative potential in the structural sphere. What is important to keep in mind, then, is a distinction Fanon highlights between what Nigel Gibson has called negritude's objective limitations and its subjective necessity. 51. In Black Skin, White Masks, negritude's subjective worth is expressed most in Chapter 5, the lived experience of the black man. 52 At this point in the text, Fanon is faced with the realization that appealing to the white other for recognition is a lost cause, and as a result he decides to instead assert himself as a black man. 53 Since the other was reluctant to recognize me, there was only one answer: to make myself known. 54 In doing so, Fanon found himself fervently excavating black antiquity, and what he discovered left him speechless. Not only was the white man wrong, black people were not primitive or subhuman and belonged to a civilization in its own right with its own history, values, traditions, and achievements. 55 This discovery, made possible by the path forged by the negritude poets, left Fanon feeling empowered, confident, and mobilized. It provided, if only momentarily, the sense of self-worth, dignity, and respect that recognition from the dominant society had not only failed to deliver, but undercut at every step of the way. Subsequently, Fanon was no longer willing to be recognized on terms imposed by the colonizer. Accommodate me as I am, I'm not accommodating anyone. 56. Later in the chapter, negritude's subjective significance is again emphasized, this time in relation to Sartre's controversial portrayal of the movement as a mere phase in the unfolding trajectory of class struggle. 57 Fanon writes, when I read this, I felt they had robbed me of my last chance. We had appealed to a friend of the colored peoples, and this friend had found nothing better to do than demonstrate the relativity of our actions. After being denied affirmative recognition from the colonial society, Fanon now found himself having to defend his self-affirmative actions against the position of a self-professed ally. All approaches seemed to cash out in a loss. I couldn't hope to win, writes Fanon. I wanted to be typically black, that was out of the question. I wanted to be white, that was a joke. And when I tried to claim my negritude intellectually as a concept, they snatched it away from me. 58. Consequently, the foundation upon which Fanon had managed to carve out a constructive relation to self was again cut from under him. I sensed my shoulders slipping from this world, and my feet no longer felt the caress of the ground. Without a black past, without a black future, it was impossible for me to live my blackness. Not yet white, no longer completely black, I was damned. 59. In characterizing negritude's reconstruction of black subjectivity as a temporary moment in the historical narrative of class struggle, Sartre effectively stripped Fanon of his newly won consciousness. If it were not for the concluding chapter of Black Skin, White Masks, it would be easy to see how Fanon's quite visceral response to Sartre's interpretation could be read as an unqualified endorsement of negritude's plunge into the absolute of black history, identity, and consciousness. 60. However, as his narrative continues, at least three problems or limitations with negritude are revealed. The first has to do with the power of negritude resting on a simple inversion of colonial discourse. Insofar as the negritude movement sought to undo colonial subjection by reversing the binary terms of domination by reinscribing what was once denigrated and demeaned with worth and value, it remained, for Fanon, pathologically fixated around a value structure ultimately predetermined by colonial society. Thus, even though it might appear as though the empowerment derived from this process reflects an authentic instance of self-affirmation/determination, in reality this expression of resistance is still, for Fanon, overdetermined from the outside. 61. It is an expression of the colonized's ressentiment insofar as the colonizer remains the actional subject locked in their position of superiority as the creator of values, and the colonized remain the subject of reaction locked in their subordinated position whose values remain inversely bound by those of their masters. 62. As Fanon explains elsewhere, in this initial phase, it is the action, the plans of the occupier that determine the centers of resistance around which the people's will to survive becomes organized. It is the white man who creates the Negro. But is the Negro who creates negritude? 63. Instead of disrupting the Manichean value structure of savage/civilized, colonizer/colonized itself, negritude's attempt to restore the native subject as an agent of history through an inversion of colonial discourse remains comfortably within the very binary logic that has played such a crucial role in justifying the colonial relation in the first place. The second contentious issue Fanon identifies involves what we might today call negritude's essentialist conception of black subjectivity. It is generally recognized among Fanon scholars that this angle of Fanon's analysis is directed largely at the objectivist strand within negritude, represented clearest in the work of Leopold Senghor. 64. Fanon's anti-essentialist critique has two elements. The first is empirical. In Fanon's view, the unified and undifferentiated black or African subject hailed by Senghor simply does not exist. The black experience is ambiguous, writes Fanon, for there is not one Negro, there are many black men. 65. Seen in this light, it is clearly nonsense to speak of negritude as the totality of values representing black civilization as such, not only the values of the peoples of Black Africa, but also of the black minorities of America, or even Asia or the South Sea Islands. 66. There are blacks of Belgium, French and British nationality, and there are black republics, writes Fanon. How can we claim to grasp the essence when such facts demand our attention? 67. Fanon's second criticism has more to do with power. His concern here is that many of the specific characteristics and supposed cultural traits that Senghor targets for reinscription, irrationality, rhythm, animism, oneness with nature, sensuality seemed to be more the product of racist stereotyping disseminated through colonial discourse than empirically verifiable attributes of pre-contact African societies. 68 What negritude refers to as the black soul is in Fanon's view a construction by white folk. 69 Fanon's point here is that if the structural foundation of colonial rule is at least in part justified through the ideological propagation of racially essentialized binaries, then, in the long run, the logic of negritude's own essentialist revaluation of values could undermine its emancipatory potential. Fanon's third criticism is directed squarely at negritude's elitism and therefore its questionable relevance to those struggling against colonial capitalist domination and exploitation on the ground. According to Fanon, one of negritude's main problems was that it tended to inadvertently displace or downplay contemporary questions of colonial political economy by focusing too narrowly on revaluing the historical achievements of colonized cultures and societies. Relating this issue back to the exploited blacks of Martinique's sugarcane plantations, Fanon writes, "It would never occur to us to ask these men to rethink their concept of history. Indeed, the few worker comrades that I have had the opportunity to meet in Paris have never thought to ask themselves about discovering a black past. They knew they were black, but, they told me, that didn't change a thing. And damn right they were." For Fanon, the required solution for this community is to fight, to focus their struggle against the ossified structure of bourgeois colonial society directly. For Fanon, it is by taking a stand against this living death that we can hope to bring about decolonization in a truly substantive sense. 70. Taken together, then, these three limitations inform Fanon's conclusion in Black Skin, White Masks that, although the process of self-affirmative recognition at the core of projects like negritude represents a potential source of empowerment for colonized populations suffering the effects of internalized racism, this potential hinges on its ability to motivate praxis that is attentive to the structural as well as the subjective features of colonial rule. Understood this way, I suggest that Fanon's position in Black Skin, White Masks is not entirely unlike that of Sartre's in Black Orpheus, although they arrive at their respective views via markedly different paths. When Fanon reprimands Sartre for characterizing the self-affirmative reconstruction of black subjectivity as a phase in the unfolding dialectic of anti-colonial class struggle, he is challenging Sartre's deterministic understanding of the dialectic, not his claim that this process represents a stage in a broader struggle for freedom and equality. 71 Indeed, by the time we reach Fanon's conclusion in Black Skin, White Masks, it is clear that the cluster of practices associated with self recognition are valuable only insofar as they re-establish the colonized as historical protagonists oriented toward a change in the colonial social structure. 72 The moment that this process takes hold, however, the emphasis placed on revaluing pre-colonial culture and history proceeds to either lose its critical purchase in the fight for freedom, or becomes an impediment to freedom as such. This leads Fanon to assert, "In no way do I have to dedicate myself to reviving a black civilization unjustly ignored. I will not make myself the man of any past. I do not want to sing my past to the detriment of my present and future." 73 Although Fanon concedes that articulating a positive vision of the future requires some prior effort to break the hold of colonial subjection, and that this step often involves revaluing those historical and cultural forms that colonialism sought to denigrate and destroy, in the end it is only by moving beyond these historical and instrumental givens that one can truly initiate the cycle of freedom. 74 Like Sartre before him, Fanon portrays the identity politics of negritude as an important means to achieving anti-colonial struggle, but not an end to the struggle itself. In Fanon's later writings similar themes are developed and explored. For example, in his 1955 article West Indians and Africans, Fanon begins by reiterating his earlier concern regarding negritude's essentialist portrayal of an undifferentiated black subject. When one says Negro people, one systematically assumes that all Negroes agree on certain things, that they share a principle of communion. 75 However, the truth, writes Fanon, is that there is nothing, a priori, to warrant the assumption that such a thing as a Negro people exists. 76 Again, here, Fanon is not content with simply challenging the empirical validity of such a characterization, Rather, the problem is fundamentally one of power. The object of lumping Negroes together under the designation of Negro people is to deprive them of any possibility of individual expression and to put them under the obligation of matching the idea one has of them. 77 Here it appears that where Fanon was initially concerned in black skin, white masks with the ways in which self-essentialized constructions of black identity could inadvertently feed back into and justify hierarchical relations between the colonized and colonizer, now he seems to be equally attentive to how similar processes can work to constrain freedom within the colonized population itself. The problem with essentialism thus cuts in two directions for Fanon. It can serve to naturalize relations of dominance not only between but also within social groups. Yet by grounding his analysis in the concrete operation of specific power relations, Fanon is again able to maintain a critical stance toward negritude without denying its significance outright. This is made clear over the course of West Indians and Africans as Fanon begins to emphasize the social function played by negritude in mobilizing Antillean blacks against French racism in Martinique. Until this point, Fanon's endorsement of negritude rested largely on the transformative effects he saw the practice of self-affirmation having on the psychology of individuals, using his own experience in black skin, white masks as an example. This stance undergoes a slight revision in West Indians and Africans as Fanon begins to historicize the movement's influence at the societal level. This is clearest in Fanon's discussion of Césaire, whose work he claims served to radicalize the local black population in ways that would have been unheard of before the popularization of his poetry and political activism. Indeed, it was Césaire's scandalous assertion that being black was a good thing, that it was not only beautiful but also a source of truth that provided the black community with a counter-discourse to mobilize around and deploy in their efforts to collectively combat the heightened racism that came to plague Martinique as thousands of French sailors descended on the island during the Second World War. 78 Without Césaire this would have been difficult, writes Fanon, for prior to this period the West Indian identified himself with the white man, adopted a white man's attitude, was a white man. 79 This came to a grinding halt in 1939, however, for the colonized were now forced into a situation where they had to defend themselves against the derogatory images of blacks hurled at them by the stationed French troops. Césaire provided the discursive ammunition used in this defense, and as a result, a new generation came into being. Blackness was no longer considered an irrelevant category of identification, as blacks had convinced themselves it was before the influx of French sailors, nor was it seen as a stain. 81 It was now a source of strength, an emergent consciousness, and a foundation for collective action. Fanon also explores the social significance of negritude in racism and culture. 82 Written with the Algerian context in mind, this groundbreaking essay traces the historical evolution of racism as a systematized form of oppression oriented around crude assumptions of biological inferiority to a more subtle form grounded on notions of cultural inferiority. What Fanon here calls the emergence of cultural racism anticipates what contemporary critical race scholars have termed the culturalization of racism. 83 Under this new guise, the object of racism shifts from those genetically identifiable characteristics once thought to mark certain individuals or groups as inferior, to what Fanon calls entire forms of existing or ways of life. 84 In colonial situations, this cultural variant of racism is what historically served to rationalize the host of repressive colonial practices associated with policies of forced assimilation. The underlying rationale here is that, if the perceived inferiority of non-European peoples does not appear to be attributable to innate characteristics, it then follows that these groups can, in theory, be elevated to the more civilized status of their European colonizers. In order to accomplish this, however, one has to first destroy the primitive cultural values thought to impede the so-called development of the colonized vis-a-vis the more advanced settler society. According to this scheme, colonial rule was, and for some, still is, thought to be justified insofar as it serves to facilitate the moral and cultural development of the colonized group. 85. Witnessing firsthand the destructive effects of cultural racism in the Algerian context appears to have prompted a slight shift in the dismissive stance that Fanon adopts in his conclusion to Black Skin, White masks towards strategies that seek to revalue pre-colonial history and culture as an ongoing feature of the decolonization process. This change is reflected in racism and culture and then again in the chapter on national culture from the wretched of the earth. Fanon's argument in both texts can be stated like this: because colonialism tends to solidify its gains by normalizing the injustices it has perpetrated against the colonized population through a direct attack on the integrity of pre-contact history and culture, it follows that strategies that attempt to break the stranglehold of this subjection through practices of cultural self-affirmation can play an important role in anti-colonial struggle as long as they remain grounded and oriented toward a change in the social structure of colonialism itself. What distinguishes Fanon's previous position in Black Skin, White Masks from the position articulated in Racism and Culture and the Wretched of the Earth, however, is that the arguments developed in the two latter texts were based on observations Fanon made while in Algeria, where expressions of cultural self-affirmation appeared to emerge organically among the colonized population as a whole, as opposed to being articulated solely among the elites of negritude. This is an important distinction to recognize because I think it alleviates to some degree Fanon's previous concern regarding the disassociation of cultural revitalization movements from questions of colonial political economy. This is why in Racism and Culture and the Wretched of the Earth we see Fanon's most biting criticisms directed more squarely at negritude as a specific practice of cultural self-affirmation, and less toward these types of practices as such. However, even though Fanon is willing to assign a slightly more substantive value to practices of cultural self-recognition in his post-Black Skin, White Masks writings, he does so without abandoning his previous apprehensions entirely. Indeed, one of Fanon's lingering concerns is that the cultural forms and traditions exuberantly reclaimed and affirmed by the colonized no longer reflect the dynamic systems that existed prior to the colonial encounter. Rather, this culture, once living and open to the future, has become closed, fixed in the colonial status. 86 The problem here is that the cultural practices that the colonized passionately cling to as a source of pride and empowerment can easily become a cluster of antiquated attachments that divert attention away from the present and future needs of the indigenous population. 87 In other words, what was initially empowering can quickly become a source of pacifying, ressentiment-infected nostalgia. This problem is compounded further in the activism of negritude elites like Senghor, whose work, Fanon claims, racializes and abstracts the past cultural achievements of the colonized to such a degree that it bears little resemblance to the specificity of struggles occurring at the local, national level. 88 What ultimately needs to be realized in both cases, then, whether it be in relation to the self-affirmative activities undertaken by the colonized intellectual or by the grassroots freedom fighter, is that the native's hand-to-hand struggle with his culture must be geared toward the total liberation of the national territory. 89 According to Fanon, it is only under these radically transformed material conditions that a truly national culture can emerge. 90 A fighting culture that does not leave intact either the form or substance of previous cultural practices, but instead strives toward the construction of a totally new set of social, cultural and economic relations. 91 Insofar as the plunge into the chasm of the past provides a possible means of achieving this ultimate end. 92 Then Fanon is more willing than he was in his conclusion to Black Skin, White Masks to attribute a transformative function to cultural self-affirmation in the fight for freedom against colonial domination. Conclusion. In her recent book on Anishinaabe political and cultural resurgence, Dancing on Our Turtle's Back, Leanne Simpson suggests that while non-indigenous critical theoretical frameworks still have much to offer our analyses of contemporary settler colonialism, they are fundamentally limited in their ability to provide insight into what a culturally grounded alternative to colonialism might look like for indigenous nations. While theoretically, we have debated whether Audre Lorde's The Master's Tools can dismantle the Master's House, writes Simpson, I am interested in a different question. She continues, I am not so concerned with how we dismantle the Master's House, that is, which set of theories we use to critique colonialism, but I am very concerned with how we rebuild our own house, or our own houses. 93. By now it should be clear that although Fanon saw the revaluation of an indigenous past as an important means of temporarily breaking the colonized free from the interpellative stranglehold of colonial misrecognition, he was less willing to explore the role that critically revitalized traditions might play in the reconstruction of decolonized indigenous nations. Subsequently, his work tends to treat the cultural in a manner inappropriately similar to how Marxists treat the category of class, as a transitional form of identification that subaltern groups must struggle to overcome as soon as they become conscious of its existence as a distinct category of identification. In my concluding chapter, I explore a different way of understanding the significance of indigenous cultural politics in our struggles for national liberation, a resurgent approach to indigenous decolonization that builds on the value and insights of our past in our efforts to secure a non-colonial present and future. Conclusion. Lessons from Idle No More: The Future of Indigenous Activism. Personal and collective transformation is not instrumental to the surging against state power, it is the very means of our struggle. Tayaic Alfred, Ways. In writing this book, I set out to problematize the increasingly commonplace assumption that the colonial relationship between indigenous peoples and the Canadian state can be reconciled via a liberal politics of recognition. I characterized the politics of recognition as a recognition-based approach to reconciling indigenous peoples' assertions of nationhood with settler state sovereignty via the accommodation of indigenous identity-related claims through the negotiation of settlements over issues such as land, economic development, and self-government. I argued that this orientation to the reconciliation of indigenous nationhood with state sovereignty is still colonial insofar as it remains structurally committed to the dispossession of indigenous peoples of our lands and self-determining authority. My conceptualization of settler colonialism as a structure of domination predicated on the dispossession of indigenous peoples' lands and political authority drew significantly from two theoretical resources: Karl Marx's writings on the primitive accumulation of capital and Frantz Fanon's anti-colonial critique of Hegel's master-slave parable when applied to colonial situations. With respect to Marx, I argued that three issues must be addressed within his work to make his writings on colonialism relevant for analyzing the relationship between indigenous peoples and liberal settler polities like Canada. First, I argued that Marx's thesis on primitive accumulation must be stripped of its rigidly temporal character, that is, rather than positing primitive accumulation as some historically situated, inaugural set of events that set the stage for the development of the capitalist mode of production through colonial expansion, we should see it as an ongoing practice of dispossession that never ceases to structure capitalist and colonial social relations in the present. Settler colonialism is territorially acquisitive in perpetuity. Second, I argued that Marx's theory of primitive accumulation must be stripped of its early normative developmentalist character. While it is correct to view primitive accumulation as the condition of possibility for the development and ongoing reproduction of the capitalist mode of production, it is incorrect to view it as a necessary condition for developing the forms of critical consciousness and associated modes of life that ought to inform the construction of alternatives to capitalism in settler colonial contexts. I also suggested that Marx himself came to acknowledge the problematic character of this early formulation of his thesis and worked to correct it in the last decade of his life. And finally, I argued that the forms of colonial power associated with primitive accumulation need not be understood as strictly coercive, repressive, or explicitly violent in nature. Rather, the practices of dispossession central to the maintenance of settler colonialism in liberal democratic contexts like Canada rely as much on the productive character of colonial power as it does on the coercive authority of the settler state. Seen from this angle, settler colonialism should not be seen as deriving its reproductive force solely from its strictly repressive or violent features, but rather from its ability to produce forms of life that make settler colonialism's constitutive hierarchies seem natural. To tease out the productive character of settler colonial power, I turned to the theoretical contribution of Frantz Fanon. I used Fanon's work because it implicates the role played by recognition in the reproduction of settler colonial forms of rule in a manner that still resonates today. More specifically, I used Fanon's critical engagement with the dialectic of recognition theorized in Hegel's master-slave narrative to identify the neo-colonial function played by contemporary recognition politics in maintaining the settler-colonial relationship between indigenous nations and the Canadian state. I drew three insights from Fanon in particular. First, I claimed that Fanon's critique of Hegel's theory of recognition convincingly unpacks the ways in which delegated exchanges of political recognition from the colonizer to the colonized usually ends up being structurally determined by and in the interests of the colonizer. Second, Fanon also identifies the subtle ways in which colonized populations often come to develop what he called psychoaffective attachments to these circumscribed, master-sanctioned forms of delegated recognition. For Fanon, these psychoaffective or ideological attachments create an impression of naturalness to the colonial condition, which he referred to as internalization or internalized colonialism. Third, Fanon showed how colonized populations, despite the totalizing power of colonialism, are often able to turn these internalized forms of colonial recognition into expressions of indigenous self-empowerment through the reclamation and revitalization of pre-colonial social relations and cultural traditions. In the end, however, Fanon viewed these practices of indigenous cultural self-empowerment, or self-recognition, as insufficient for decolonization. They constitute a means but not an end. In this chapter I conclude my analysis by turning our attention to the contributions that indigenous scholars and activists, particularly but not necessarily limited to those working within the emergent theory and practice of indigenous resurgence, have added to our understanding of the entanglement of contemporary recognition politics with the operation of settler colonial power. Point 1. I feel that it is important to conclude my study in this way because indigenous contributions to anti-colonial thought and practice have been generally underappreciated for their transformative value and insights. Indeed, as we saw in the previous chapter, even Fanon viewed the decolonial potential of indigenous cultural politics as fundamentally undercut by its ressentiment-directed orientation toward the past. We should not therefore be content to delve into the people's past to find concrete examples to counter colonialism's endeavor to distort or depreciate, writes Fanon in The Wretched of the Earth. Point 2. Colonialism will never be put to shame by exhibiting unknown cultural treasures under its nose. 3. I suggest that it is on this point that we reach a limit to Fanon's anti-colonial analysis, especially when applied to the settler-colonial dynamics that inform our current circumstances. Although Fanon eschews an evolutionary anthropological theory of historical development in which societies are viewed as developing along a linear path from primitive to civilized, he remains wedded to a dialectical conception of social transformation that privileges the new over the old. When this dialectic is applied to colonial situations, the result, I claim, is a conceptualization of culture that mimics how Marxists understand class, as a transitional category of identification that colonized peoples must struggle to transcend as soon as they become conscious of its existence as a form of identification. This view simply does not provide much insight into either what motivates indigenous resistance to settler colonization or into the cultural foundations upon which indigenous non-colonial alternatives might be constructed. The concluding thoughts I offer in this chapter are organized into three sections. In the first one, I examine the work of two theorists of indigenous resurgence, Taiaiak Alfred and Leanne Beta Samasake Simpson, and parse out their significant contributions to our understanding of the dynamics that shape settler colonialism and indigenous decolonization in Canada. In the second section, I use the emergent Idle No More movement as a backdrop against which to explore what a resurgent decolonial politics might look like in practice. And finally, I conclude with 5 theses on indigenous resurgence and decolonization, in light of what we have learned throughout the preceding chapters. Indigenous resurgence. To my mind, the most explicit theorization of the indigenous resurgence paradigm can be found in the writings of two indigenous scholars/activists working here in Canada, Mohawk political scientist Taiaiak Alfred and Anishinaabe feminist Leanne Simpson. Point 4. Like Fanon's quasi-Nietzschean invocation of self-affirmation in black skin, white masks, both Alfred and Simpson start from a position that calls on indigenous people and communities to turn away from the assimilative reformism of the liberal recognition approach and to instead build our national liberation efforts on the revitalization of traditional political values and practices. Point 5 We must choose to turn away from the legacies of colonialism, writes Alfred in Ways, and take on the challenge of creating a new reality for ourselves and for our people. 6 For Simpson, decolonization requires that indigenous communities reorient our collective labor from attempts to transform the colonial outside into a flourishment of the indigenous inside. In other words, we need to decolonize on our own terms, without the sanction, permission, or engagement of the state, Western theory or the opinions of Canadians. 7. Unlike Fanon's notion of self-affirmation, however, the resurgence paradigm defended by Alfred and Simpson does not require us to dialectically transcend indigenous practices of the past once the affirmation of these practices has served to re-establish us as historical protagonists in the present. For Alfred, the struggle to regenerate traditional values is assigned a far more substantive value. We have a responsibility to recover, understand, and preserve these values, not only because they represent a unique contribution to the history of ideas, but because renewal of respect for traditional values is the only lasting solution to the political, economic, and social problems that beseech our people. 8 The same goes for Simpson's work, building diverse, nation culture-based resurgences means significantly reinvesting in our own ways of being, regenerating our political and intellectual traditions, articulating and living our legal traditions, language learning, creating and using our artistic and performance-based traditions. Decolonization requires us to reclaim the very best practices of our traditional cultures, knowledge systems, and life ways in the dynamic, fluid, compassionate, respectful context in which they were originally generated. 9 In Peace, Power, Righteousness, Alfred refers to these ethico-political practices of indigenous resurgence as a form of self-conscious traditionalism, that is, a self-reflective program of culturally grounded desubjectification that aims to undercut the interplay between subjectivity and structural domination that help maintain settler-colonial relationships in contexts absent pure force. Point 10. For Alfred, colonial recognition politics serves the imperatives of capitalist accumulation by appearing to address its colonial history through symbolic acts of redress while in actuality further entrenching in law and practice the real basis of its control. 11 As we have seen, over the last 40 years Canada has recognized a host of rights specific to Aboriginal communities, including most importantly to land and self-government. Canada has always used this recognition, however, as evidence of its ultimately just relationship with Indigenous communities, even though this recognition continues to be structured with colonial power interests in mind. Simpson levels a similar charge against the more recent turn to reconciliation in Indigenous politics. As reconciliation has become institutionalized, writes Simpson, I worry our participation will benefit the state in an asymmetrical fashion. 12 In Simpson's view, the state's approach to reconciliation serves to neutralize the legitimacy of Indigenous justice claims by offering statements of regret and apology for harms narrowly conceived of as occurring in the past, thus offloading Canada's responsibility to address structural injustices that continue to inform our settler colonial present. In doing so, the state can claim that the historical wrong has been righted and further transformation is not needed. 13 In the end, the optics created by these grand gestures of recognition and reconciliation suggests to the dominant society that we no longer have a legitimate ground to stand on in expressing our grievances. Instead, Indigenous people appear unappreciative, angry, and resentful, as we saw in Chapter 4. The optics of recognition and reconciliation can also have a colonial impact on Indigenous subjects. For both Alfred and Simpson, settler colonial rule is a form of governmentality, a relatively diffuse set of governing relations that operate through a circumscribed mode of recognition that structurally ensures continued access to Indigenous peoples' lands and resources by producing neocolonial subjectivities that co-opt Indigenous people into becoming instruments of their own dispossession. According to this view, contemporary colonialism works through rather than entirely against freedom. In the new relationship, writes Alfred, the rusty cage of colonialism may be broken, but a new chain has been strung around the Indigenous neck. It offers more room to move, but it still ties our people to white men pulling on the strong end. 14 Alfred's concern here is that many indigenous people, particularly those leaders and community organizers heavily invested in the colonial politics of recognition, have come to associate this externally imposed field of maneuver with freedom or decolonization itself. The biopolitics of settler colonial recognition can also problematically inform our efforts at indigenous resurgence. For both authors, recognizing this demands that we remain cognizant of the pitfalls associated with retreating into an uncritical essentialism in our practices of cultural revitalization. As Alfred states in Peace, Power, Righteousness, working within a traditional framework, we must acknowledge the fact that traditions change, and that any particular notion that constitutes tradition will be contested. 15 A similar insistence on cultural dynamism informs Simpson's work. Resurgence does not literally mean returning to the past, insists Simpson, but rather recreating the cultural and political flourishment of the past to support the well-being of our contemporary citizens. 16 For Simpson, this requires that we reclaim the fluidity of our traditions, not the rigidity of colonialism. 17 Acknowledging culture's malleability, however, does not mean that we cannot still identify certain beliefs, values, and principles that form the persistent core of a community's culture, writes Alfred. It is this traditional framework that we must use as the basis on which to build a better society. The resurgence Alfred and Simpson advocate is thus a critical one, an intellectual, social, political, and artistic movement geared toward the self-reflective revitalization of those values, principles and other cultural elements that are best suited to the larger contemporary political and economic reality. 18 Resurgence, in this view, draws critically on the past with an eye to radically transform the colonial power relations that have come to dominate our present. In ways Alfred expands on the foundational critique he develops in Peace, Power, Righteousness in a way that provides more depth to our understanding of both the complexity of power relations that give shape to settler colonialism and the types of practices we might engage in to transform these relations. To my mind, one of the more important layers of complexity Alfred adds in ways has to do with the placement of gender in his theoretical framework, which was largely absent in previous work. I would suggest that there are two reasons that inform the inclusion of a gendered component to Alfred's more recent position. First, and most importantly, the crucial interventions of indigenous feminist scholarship and activism over the years have made it impossible for any credible scholar working within the field to ignore the centrality of sexism to the colonial aims of land dispossession and sovereignty usurpation. This crucial area of work has also made it impossible to credibly ignore the impact that colonial patriarchy continues to have on our national liberation efforts. Second, I also think that gender figures its way into Alfred's more recent work because of the explicit collapse of any ends/means distinction in his notion of resurgence. One of the central problems with indigenous politics, insists Alfred, is that there is no consistency of means and ends in the way that we are struggling to empower ourselves. 19 For Alfred, we must remain cognizant of the subtle ways our methods can come to discursively shape the ends we seek to attain through our decolonization strategies. 20 This is why Alfred is quick to insist that the struggles of indigenous peoples today cannot hold onto a concept of struggle that is gendered in the way it once was and that is located in an obsolete view of men's and women's roles. Instead, indigenous struggles must be rethought and recast from the solely masculine view of the old traditional ways to a new concept of the warrior that is freed from colonial gender constructions. 21. Critically, Simpson extends this gendered analysis to interrogate the subtle infiltration of heteropatriarchal norms in our practices of national liberation and resurgence. Drawing off the insights of recent scholars working at the intersection of queer theory and indigenous studies, in particular the writings of Chris Finley and Andrea Smith. 22 Simpson challenges the perpetuation of heteropatriarchy within our movements on several fronts, including through the construction of rigid, colonial, gender roles, pressuring women to wear certain articles of clothing to ceremonies, the exclusion of LGBTQ individuals from communities and ceremonies, the dominance of male-centered narratives regarding indigenous experience, the lack of recognition for women and LGBTQ2s voices, experiences, contributions, and leadership, and narrow interpretations of tradition used to control the contributions of women in ceremony, politics, and leadership. 23. Although I am speculating here, I suspect that Simpson's important call to queer resurgence represents her own response to concerns raised by Métis feminist Emma Laroque regarding the heteronormative conception of indigenous womanhood that underwrites certain aspects of recent indigenous feminist reclamation projects. Of particular concern to Laroque is the manner in which Cree feminist Kim Anderson appears to foreground her particular view of indigenous motherhood as central to Aboriginal women's epistemology in general. Although Laroque recognizes that Anderson takes great pains to include as many non-mothers as possible in her analysis, including extended family members and other indigenous women caregivers who do not have children, Anderson's normative privileging of maternalization nevertheless ends up being totalizing and exclusionary. Laroque's point here is not to dismiss the emancipatory potential of Anderson's invocation of a maternal-based ethical practice, rather, she is simply highlighting the way in which a specific practice of cultural empowerment can itself discursively rule out or constrain other equally legitimate and potentially empowering ways of being indigenous in the present. 24. I think that Simpson's argument in Queering Resurgence is meant to clarify the decolonial role she attributes to her own experience of motherhood and childrearing in Dancing on Our Turtle's Back. 25. Perpetuating these heteronormative exclusions cannot be part of our nation-building work, states Simpson unequivocally. This is not resurgence. 26. Alfred's call for a consistency between the means and ends of decolonization implicates more than oppressive gender constructions. It also has ramifications in the realm of political economy and governance. In relation to political economy, for example, Alfred's resurgent approach to decolonization demands that we challenge the common-sense idea that one can construct an equitable relationship with non-indigenous peoples and a sustainable relationship with the land by participating more intensely in a capitalist economy that is environmentally unsustainable and founded, at its core, on racial, gender, and class exploitation and inequalities. 27. The same can be said regarding our attempts to negotiate a relation of non-domination with a structure of domination like the colonial nation-state. For Alfred, the best aspects of traditional indigenous governing practices stand in sharp contrast to the dominant understanding of the state. There is no absolute authority, no coercive enforcement of decisions, no hierarchy, and no separate ruling entity. 28. In our 30-year effort to achieve recognition of a right to self-government, we have come to accept the liberal democratic state as a legitimate, if not normative, mode of political organization. In doing so, Alfred claims that we have allowed indigenous political goals to be framed and evaluated according to a statist pattern. 29. In light of the productive capacity of the colonial state to call forth modes of life that mimic its constitutive power features, Alfred's concern is that our negotiations for self-government will end up replicating the worst manifestations of the state's power within the intensified context of our own communities and governance structures. We also saw in Chapter 3 how a similar concern came to animate the late Mohawk legal theorist Patricia Mancha's critique of the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms as an appropriate tool in the gender justice struggles of Indigenous women. For Mancha, when Native women seek legal protection from the patriarchal colonial state as a means of ameliorating the gendered violence that the state has disciplined into the minds and bodies of our citizens through the Indian Act, they risk refeeing the subjective and structural relations required for their continued domination both as Indigenous women and as members of Indigenous nations. 30. To my mind, Mancha's insight here adds a crucial gender dynamic to Alfred's claims that structural change negotiated in a colonial cultural context will only achieve the further entrenchment of the social and political foundations of injustice, leading to reforms that are mere modifications to the pre-existing structures of domination. 31. By contrast, the resurgent approach to recognition advocated here explicitly eschews the instrumental rationality central to the liberal politics of recognition and instead demands that we enact or practice our political commitments to Indigenous national and women's liberation in the cultural form and content of our struggle itself. Indigenous resurgence is at its core a prefigurative politics. The methods of decolonization prefigure its aims. Idle no more, a history. Below I want to turn our attention to the Idle No More movement that burst onto the Canadian political scene in the late fall/early winter of 2012/13. To my mind, Idle No More offers a productive case study against which to explore what a resurgent Indigenous politics might look like on the ground. Before I turn to this analysis, however, providing a bit of context to the movement is required. On December 14, 2012, the Canadian Senate passed the Conservative federal government's controversial Omnibus Bill C-45. Bill C-45, also known as the Jobs and Growth Act, is a 400-plus page budget implementation bill that contains comprehensive changes to numerous pieces of federal legislation, including, but not limited to, the Indian Act, the Fisheries Act, the Canadian Environmental Assessment Act, and the Navigable Water Act. 32 From the perspective of many Indigenous people and communities, the changes contained in Bill C-45 threaten to erode Aboriginal land and treaty rights insofar as they reduce the amount of resource development projects that require environmental assessment. They change the regulations that govern on-reserve leasing in a way that will make it easier for special interests to access First Nation reserve lands for the purposes of economic development and settlement, and they radically curtail environmental protections for lakes and rivers. 33. Indigenous opposition to Bill C-45 began in the fall of 2012 as a grassroots education campaign initiated by 4 women from the prairies: Jessica Gordon, Sylvia McAdam, Sheila McLean, and Nina Wilson, under the mantra "Idle No More." The campaign's original aim was to provide information to Canadians about the impending impacts of Bill C-45 on Aboriginal rights and environmental protections before the legislation was passed by the Canadian Senate. Then, on December 4, Chief Teresa Spence of the Attawapiskat Cree Nation announced that she would begin a hunger strike on December 11 to bring attention to the deplorable housing conditions on her reserve in Northern Ontario, to raise awareness about the impacts of Bill C-45, and to demonstrate her support for the emerging Idle No More movement. During her hunger strike, Chief Spence consumed only liquids, a combination of lemon water, medicinal teas, and fish broth, which she claimed she would continue to do until she secured a meeting with Prime Minister Stephen Harper and Governor-General David Johnston to discuss treaty rights. Her hunger strike took place in a teepee on Victoria Island, near Parliament Hill in Ottawa, and lasted from December 11 until January 24, 2013. By the second week in December, the movement had exploded on social media under the Twitter hashtag #IdleNoMore, or #INM for short, with the first National Day of Action called for December 10. Protests erupted in cities across the country. At this point, the tactics favored by Idle No More participants involved a combination of flash mob round dancing and drumming in public spaces like shopping malls, street intersections, and legislature grounds, coupled with an ongoing public education campaign organized through community-led conferences, teach-ins, and public panels. On December 21, an Idle No More protest involving thousands of Indigenous people and their supporters descended on Parliament Hill in Ottawa. During roughly the same time, Idle No More tactics began to diversify to include the use of blockades and temporary train and traffic stoppages, the most publicized of which involved a 2-week railway blockade established in late December by the Omgionag First Nation near Sarnia, Ontario. 34. By late December it was clear that something truly significant was underway with the Idle No More movement. Indeed, Canada had not seen such a sustained, united, and coordinated nationwide mobilization of Indigenous nations against a legislative assault on our rights since the proposed White Paper of 1969. What had begun in the fall of 2012 as an education campaign designed to inform Canadians about a particularly repugnant and undemocratic piece of legislation had erupted by mid-January 2013 into a full-blown defense of Indigenous land and sovereignty. By early January, the momentum generated by Idle No More, in combination with the media attention paid to Chief Spence's hunger strike, had created such a national stir that the Prime Minister's office was forced to respond by calling a January 11 meeting with the Assembly of First Nations, although the Prime Minister never explicitly stated that his decision to call the meeting was a result of pressure mounted by the escalating protests. 35. At the height of the protest activities leading into the January 11th gathering, political analyses of the movement ranged from the entirely asinine to coverage that was both engaged and critically astute. Exemplifying the former, right-wing ideologue Christy Blatchford referred to Chief Spence's peaceful hunger strike as an act of intimidation, if not terrorism. She is, after all, holding the state hostage to vaguely articulated demands. 36 The claim that Idle No More's demands were somehow abstruse was, and, at the time of writing this chapter in March 2013, continues to be, popular among mainstream media critics. In an especially laughable piece written for the National Post in January 2013, Kelly McParland speculated that Idle No More's lack of focus and clarity was a result of the movement having been seized by the forces of Occupy Wall Street. What are the aims of the cause? Asks McParland condescendingly. No one is really quite sure. Just as with Occupy, the idle forces are disparate and leaderless. 37 For others, however, it is precisely the diversity and bottom-up character of the movement that make decolonization movements like Idle No More so potentially transformative. Idle No More is not led by any elected politician, national chief or paid executive director, explains McCamick legal scholar Pamela Pomader. It is a movement originally led by Indigenous women and has been joined by grassroots First Nations leaders, Canadians, and now the world. 38 Similarly, for Leanne Simpson, the strength of the movement lies in the fact that it is not led from above, but rather has hundreds of eloquent spokespeople, seasoned organizers, writers, thinkers, and artists acting on their own ideas in any way and every way possible. This is the beauty of our movement. 39. As with any grassroots political movement, the diversity at the heart of Idle No More resulted in debates and disagreements over what types of strategies and tactics to use in our efforts to forge meaningful change. These debates intensified in the days leading up to the January 11th meeting. On the one side, there was the perspective among many Native people working within mainstream Aboriginal organizations that saw the January 11th meeting as an important space to get Aboriginal issues and concerns on the federal government's political agenda. On the other side of the debate, however, were the voices emanating up from the communities, with some chiefs following suit, that saw the turn to high-level political negotiations as yet another attempt by the state and Aboriginal organizations, in particular the Assembly of First Nations, to co-opt the transformative potential of the movement by redirecting it in a more moderate and reformist direction. 40 Longtime Secwepemc activist and leader Arthur Manuel gets to the core of the debate when he writes that one thing is clear, that certain Indigenous leaders only know how to meet with government and not fight with government. In situations like Friday, January 11th, they say that it is important to engage with government when they open the door to discussion. The real problem is that you get sucked into basically supporting the government's position unless you walk out. In this case it is just another process and not change in policy that the AFN left the room with. 41 There is much historical evidence to support Manuel's concern. If we take a step back and look at the history that led to our present juncture, especially since the late 1960s, the state has always responded to increased levels of Indigenous political assertiveness and militancy by attempting to contain these outbursts through largely symbolic gestures of political inclusion and recognition. Indeed, as we saw in Chapter 4, this was precisely the manner in which the federal government attempted to address the fallout of the decade-long escalation of First Nations militancy that culminated in the Meech Lake Accord and the conflict at Kanesatake in 1990. And if we push our view back a bit further yet, we see a similar strategy used by the federal government to quell the upsurge of struggle that eventually defeated the White Paper of 1969. It was at this time that the entire policy orientation of Canada's approach to solving the Indian problem began to shift from willfully ignoring Aboriginal people's rights to recognizing them in the manageable form of land claims and eventually self-government agreements. I suggest that Idle No More is an indication of the ultimate failure of this approach to reconciliation. After 40 years, the subtle lure of Canada's vacuous gestures of accommodation have begun to lose their political sway. All of this is to say that the January 11th meeting did not transpire without major controversy. One of the most significant points of contention involved the refusal of Prime Minister Harper to include the participation of Governor-General David Johnson in the meeting, thwarting the demand of Chief Spence and a growing number of First Nations leaders and Idle No More supporters. As the Crown's official representative in Canada, the Governor-General's roles and responsibilities are today largely symbolic in nature. However, from the perspective of Treaty First Nations, securing a meeting with the Governor-General would have emphasized the nation-to-nation character of the relationship between First Nations and the Crown. This is especially important given the manner in which Canada has failed to live up to the spirit and intent of these historic agreements. Prime Minister Harper's refusal to concede to Chief Spence's demand on this point signified a refusal by Canada to take the treaty relationship seriously more generally, which was the central point of demanding a meeting with the Governor-General's participation to begin with. Combined with the previously mentioned concern of co-optation, the failure to invite the Governor-General resulted in a boycott of the meeting by a number of prominent leaders within the Assembly of First Nations, including the Assembly of Manitoba Chiefs, which represents 64 First Nations in the province of Manitoba. 42 Chief Spence also declined to attend the meeting as well as break with her hunger strike. Native anger and frustration in the immediate lead-up to the January 11 gathering resulted in a call among some Idle No More supporters for an escalation in land-based direct action, including by Grand Chief Derek Nepanak of the Assembly of Manitoba Chiefs. The Idle No More movement has the people, warned Nepanak at a January 10 press conference. It has the people and the numbers that can bring the Canadian economy to its knees. We have the warriors that are standing up now that are willing to go that far. 43 Apparently many activists shared Chief Nepanak's sentiment, and on January 16 another National Day of Action was called, this time focusing on more assertive forms of Indigenous protest. Actions including rallies, railway blockades, and traffic stoppages swept across the country, including railway barricades erected in Manitoba, Ontario, and British Columbia, highway and bridge stoppages in British Columbia, Ontario, New Brunswick, and Alberta, as well as the now regular display of marches, flash mob round dances, drumming, and prayer circles. 44. By the last week in January, media speculation was beginning to circulate about the possibility of Chief Spence ending her hunger strike after securing a declaration of commitment by the Executive Committee of the Assembly of First Nations, the Native Women's Association of Canada, and the caucuses of two of Canada's federal opposition parties, the New Democrats and the Liberals. On January 23 it was confirmed that Chief Spence, along with Raymond Robinson of Cross Lake, Manitoba, who was also on a hunger strike, would be ending her strike the following day. The declaration of commitment that ended the two hunger strikes was the culmination of a week's worth of negotiations led by Native leader Alvin Fiddler and interim Liberal Party leader Bob Rae. Among the 13 points of the declaration is a call for a national inquiry into the hundreds of cases of murdered and missing Aboriginal women that have gone unsolved in Canada, improving Aboriginal education and housing, fully implementing the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, reform of the federal government's comprehensive lands claims policy, the establishment of an implementation framework for First Nations treaty rights, and, of course, a comprehensive review of Bill C-45, undertaken with meaningful consultation with Aboriginal peoples. 45. As I was a close observer of the movement in general and a regular participant in the Idle No More events and teach-ins in the Vancouver area in particular, by late January it had become clear to me that a relative decline in Idle No More's more overt and thus publicly conspicuous forms of protest was underway. Somewhat predictably, this was interpreted by many outlets of Canada's corporate media as a decline in the movement itself. In newspeak, Idle No More had lost its legs. At that time, I sensed that a moment of pause and critical reflection was underway. Yes, but this should not be interpreted as a deterioration of the movement's spirit and resolve. Prime Minister Stephen Harper has stated that, despite the outcry of informed concerns emanating from Indigenous communities and their allies through spring 2013, Bill C-45 is not up for negotiation. Business, in other words, will proceed as usual. As long as the land remains in jeopardy, Supporters of movements like Idle No More will continue the struggle. We're in this for the long haul, explains Pamela Pomader. It was never meant to be a flashy 1 month, then go away. This is something that's years in the making. You'll see it take different forms at different times, but it's not going away anytime soon. 46 Indeed, the recent escalation and increased public visibility of indigenous anti-fracking protests in places like Elsipogtog, New Brunswick, along with the ongoing anti-oil sands activism led by native communities in northern Alberta, and the unrelenting anti-pipeline campaigns mounted by First Nations communities across British Columbia, are a clear demonstration of Indigenous peoples' continued resolve to defend their land and sovereignty from further encroachments by state and capital. 5 Theses on Indigenous Resurgence and Decolonization. As a conclusion to this study, I want to critically reflect on the Idle No More movement in light of what we have discussed up to this point. With this as my aim, I will organize my thoughts around 5 theses on Indigenous resurgence. These theses are not meant to be overly prescriptive or conclusive. Instead, I propose them with the aim of both consolidating and contributing to the constructive debates and critical conversations that have already animated the movement to date. They also indicate areas where future research is required. Thesis 1, on the necessity of direct action. I am going to structure my comments on direct action around a discursive restraint that has increasingly been placed on movements like Idle No More, both from within and from without, since the debates that emerged leading into the January 11 meeting with Prime Minister Harper and the January 16 National Day of Action. This constraint involves the type of tactics that are being represented as morally legitimate in our efforts to defend our land and rights as Indigenous peoples, on the one hand, and those that are increasingly being presented as either morally illegitimate or at least politically self-defeating because of their disruptive, extra-legal, and therefore potentially alienating character, on the other hand. With respect to those approaches deemed legitimate in defending our rights, emphasis is usually placed on formal negotiations usually carried out between official Aboriginal leadership and representatives of the state, and if need be coupled with largely symbolic acts of peaceful, non-disruptive protest that abide by Canada's rule of law. Those approaches that are increasingly deemed illegitimate include, but are not limited to, forms of direct action that seek to influence power through less mediated and sometimes more disruptive and confrontational measures. In the context of Indigenous peoples' struggles, the forms of direct action often taken to be problematic include activities like temporarily blocking access to Indigenous territories with the aim of impeding the exploitation of Indigenous peoples' land and resources, or in rarer cases still, the more or less permanent reoccupation of a portion of native land through the establishment of a reclamation site which also serves to disrupt, if not entirely block, access to Indigenous peoples' territories by state and capital for sustained periods of time. Even though these actions may be oriented toward gaining some solid commitment by the state to curtail its colonial activities, I think that they still ought to be considered direct action for 3 reasons. First, the practices are directly undertaken by the subjects of colonial oppression themselves and seek to produce an immediate power effect. Second, they are undertaken in a way that indicates a loosening of internalized colonialism, which is itself a precondition for any meaningful change. And third, they are prefigurative in the sense that they build the skills and social relationships, including those with the land, that are required within and among Indigenous communities to construct alternatives to the colonial relationship in the long run. Regardless of their diversity and specificity, however, most of these actions tend to get branded in the media as the typical native blockade. Militant, threatening, disruptive, and violent. The following positions are typical of those that emerged in the wake of the January 11 meeting regarding use of these direct action tactics to defend Indigenous peoples' land and interests. The first position is drawn from a statement made by the former National Chief of the Assembly of First Nations, Ovid Murcredy, at an Aboriginal leadership gathering in the spring of 2013. In his speech, Murcredy boldly stated that it is only through talk, not through blockades, that real progress will be made. 47 The assumption here, of course, is that the most productive means to forge lasting change in the lives of indigenous people and communities is through the formal channels of negotiation. The second example is slightly more predictable. It is drawn from a statement made by Prime Minister Stephen Harper: "People have the right in our country to demonstrate and express their points of view peacefully as long as they obey the law, but I think the Canadian population expects everyone will obey the law in holding such protests." 48. There are three arguments that typically get used when critics rail against the use of more assertive forms of Indigenous protest actions. The first is the one clearly articulated by Macready in the statement I just quoted: "Negotiations are, objectively speaking, simply more effective in securing the rights and advancing the interests of Indigenous communities." This is simply false. Historically, I would venture to suggest that all negotiations over the scope and content of Aboriginal people's rights in the last 40 years have piggybacked off the assertive direct actions, including the escalated use of blockades spearheaded by Indigenous women and other grassroots elements of our communities. For example, there would likely have been no negotiations over Aboriginal rights and title in British Columbia through the current land claims process, as problematic as it is, if it were not for the ongoing commitment of Indigenous activists willing to put their bodies on the line in defense of their lands and communities. There would have likely been no Royal Commission on Aboriginal Peoples without the land-based direct actions of the Innu in Labrador, the Lubicon Cree in Alberta, the Algonquin of Barrier Lake, the Mohawks of Kaniesatake and Conowick, the Haida of Haida Gwaii, the Anishinaabe of Temagami, and the countless other Indigenous communities across Canada that have put themselves directly in harm's way in the defense of their lands and distinct ways of life. Likewise, there would have likely been no provincial inquiry, there has yet to be a national one, into the shameful number of murdered and missing Indigenous women in Vancouver and across the province if it were not for the thousands of Native women and their allies who have formed lasting networks of mutual care and support and taken to the streets every year on February 14 for more than 2 decades to ensure that state-sanctioned sexual violence against Indigenous women ends here and now. All of this is to say that if there has been any progress in securing our rights to land and life, including through the largely male-dominated world of formal negotiations, this progress is owed to the courageous activists practicing their obligations to the land and to each other in these diverse networks and communities of struggle. The second argument that gets used to denounce or criticize more disruptive forms of Indigenous direct action involve these actions' supposedly self-defeating or alienating character. 49. The idea this time is that insofar as these tactics disrupt the lives of perhaps well-intentioned but equally uninformed non-Indigenous people, First Nations will increasingly find themselves alienated and our causes unsupported by average, working-class Canadians. I have 2 brief points to make here. First, I think that getting this reaction from the dominant society is unavoidable. Indigenous people have within their sights, now more than ever, a restructuring of the fundamental relationship between Indigenous nations and Canada. For more than 2 centuries the manifestations of this relationship have run roughshod over the rights of Indigenous peoples, which has resulted in a massive stockpiling of power and privilege by and for the dominant society. Land has been stolen, and significant amounts of it must be returned. Power and authority have been unjustly appropriated, and much of it will have to be reinstated. This will inevitably be very upsetting to some, it will be incredibly inconvenient to others. But it is what needs to happen if we are to create a more just and sustainable life in this country for the bulk of Indigenous communities, and for the majority of non-Indigenous people as well. To my mind, the apparent fact that many non-Indigenous people are upset or feel alienated by the aims of decolonization movements like IDLE no more simply means that we are collectively doing something right. My second point is that this criticism or concern smells of a double standard. I suspect that equally disruptive actions undertaken by various sectors of, for example, the mainstream labor movement, including job actions ranging from the withdrawal of teaching, transit, and healthcare services to full-blown strike activity, does not often undergo the same criticism and scrutiny by progressive non-natives that Indigenous peoples' movements are subjected to. When these sectors of society courageously defend their rights outside of the increasingly hostile confines of imposed labor legislation, actions that also tend to disproportionately disrupt the lives of ordinary Canadians, it is crucial that we educate ourselves about the causes that inform these efforts. All Indigenous people ask is that the same courtesy and respect be offered our communities in our struggles. The third critique involves what we might characterize as a neo-Nietzschean concern over the largely reactive stance that such acts of resistance take in practice. On the surface, blockades in particular appear to be the epitome of reaction insofar as they clearly embody a resounding no but fail to offer a more affirmative gesture or alternative built into the practice itself. The risk here is that, in doing so, these ressentiment-laden modalities of Indigenous resistance refy the very structures or social relationships we find so abhorrent. In Nietzsche's terms, insofar as this no becomes our creative deed, we end up dependent on the hostile world we have come to define ourselves against. Point 50 We become dependent on external stimuli to act at all. Our action is fundamentally reaction. 51. This concern, I claim, is premised on a fundamental misunderstanding of what these forms of direct action are all about. In his own creative engagement with Nietzsche at the end of Black Skin, White Masks, Frantz Fanon exclaims that, yes, man is an affirmation. And that we shall not stop repeating it. Yes to life. Yes to love. Yes to generosity. But man, he continues on to insist, is also a negation. No to man's contempt. No to the indignity of man. To the exploitation of man. To the massacre of what is most human in man, freedom. 52 Forms of Indigenous resistance, such as blockading and other explicitly disruptive oppositional practices, are indeed reactive in the ways that some have critiqued, but they are also very important. Through these actions we physically say no to the degradation of our communities and to exploitation of the lands upon which we depend. But they also have ingrained within in them a resounding yes, they are the affirmative enactment of another modality of being, a different way of relating to and with the world. In the case of blockades like the one erected by the Anishinaabe people of Grassy Narrows in northwest Ontario, which has been in existence since 2002, they become a way of life, another form of community. They embody through praxis our ancestral obligations to protect the lands that are core to who we are as Indigenous peoples. Thesis 2, Capitalism, No More. What the recent direct actions of First Nation communities like Elsipogtog in New Brunswick demonstrate is that Indigenous forms of economic disruption through the use of blockades are both a negation and an affirmation. Point 53 They are a crucial act of negation insofar as they seek to impede or block the flow of resources currently being transported to international markets from oil and gas fields, refineries, lumber mills, mining operations, and hydroelectric facilities located on the dispossessed lands of Indigenous nations. These modes of direct action, in other words, seek to have a negative impact on the economic infrastructure that is core to the colonial accumulation of capital in settler political economies like Canada's. Point 54 Blocking access to this critical infrastructure has historically been quite effective in forging short-term gains for Indigenous communities. Over the last couple of decades, however, state and corporate powers have also become quite skilled at recuperating the losses incurred as a result of Indigenous peoples' resistance by drawing our leaders off the land and into negotiations where the terms are always set by and in the interests of settler capital. What tends to get ignored by many self-styled pundits is that these actions are also an affirmative gesture of Indigenous resurgence insofar as they embody an enactment of Indigenous law and the obligations such laws place on Indigenous peoples to uphold the relations of reciprocity that shape our engagements with the human and non-human world, the land. The question I want to explore here, albeit very briefly, is this: how might we begin to scale up these often localized, resurgent land-based direct actions to produce a more general transformation in the colonial economy? Said slightly differently, how might we move beyond a resurgent Indigenous politics that seeks to inhibit the destructive effects of capital to one that strives to create Indigenous alternatives to it? In her recent interview with Naomi Klein, Leanne Simpson hints at what such an alternative or alternatives might entail for Indigenous nations, people within the idle no more movement who are talking about indigenous nationhood are talking about a massive transformation, a massive decolonization. They are calling for a resurgence of indigenous political thought that is land-based and very much tied to that intimate and close relationship to the land, which to me means a revitalization of sustainable local indigenous economies. 55. Without such a massive transformation in the political economy of contemporary settler colonialism, any efforts to rebuild our nations will remain parasitic on capitalism, and thus on the perpetual exploitation of our lands and labor. Consider, for example, an approach to resurgence that would see indigenous people begin to reconnect with their lands and land-based practices on either an individual or small-scale collective basis. This could take the form of walking the land in an effort to refamiliarize ourselves with the landscapes and places that give our histories, languages, and cultures shape and content, to revitalizing and engaging in land-based harvesting practices like hunting, fishing, and gathering, and/or cultural production activities like hide tanning and carving, all of which also serve to assert our sovereign presence on our territories in ways that can be profoundly educational and empowering, to the reoccupation of sacred places for the purposes of relearning and practicing our ceremonial activities. A similar problem informs self-determination efforts that seek to ameliorate our poverty and economic dependency through resource revenue sharing, more comprehensive impact-benefit agreements, and affirmative action employment strategies negotiated through the state and with industries currently tearing up indigenous territories. Even though the capital generated by such an approach could, in theory, be spent subsidizing the revitalization of certain cultural traditions and practices, in the end they would still remain dependent on a predatory economy that is entirely at odds with the deep reciprocity that forms the cultural core of many indigenous peoples' relationships with land. What forms might an indigenous political economic alternative to the intensification of capitalism on and within our territories take? For some communities, reinvigorating a mix of subsistence-based activities with more contemporary economic ventures is one alternative. 56 As discussed in Chapter 2, in the 1970s the Dean Nation sought to curtail the negative environmental and cultural impacts of capitalist extractivism by proposing to establish an economy that would apply traditional concepts of Dean governance, decentralized, regional political structures based on participatory, consensus decision-making to the realm of the economy. At the time, this would have seen a revitalization of a bush mode of production, with emphasis placed on the harvesting and manufacturing of local renewable resources through traditional activities like hunting, fishing, and trapping, potentially combined with and partially subsidized by other economic activities on lands communally held and managed by the Dean Nation. Economic models discussed during the time thus included the democratic organization of production and distribution through indigenous cooperatives and possibly worker-managed enterprises. 57. Revisiting indigenous political economic alternatives such as these could pose a real threat to the accumulation of capital on indigenous lands in three ways. First, through mentorship and education these economies reconnect indigenous people to land-based practices and forms of knowledge that emphasize radical sustainability. This form of grounded normativity is antithetical to capitalist accumulation. Second, these economic practices offer a means of subsistence that over time can help break our dependence on the capitalist market by cultivating self-sufficiency through the localized and sustainable production of core foods and life materials that we distribute and consume within our own communities on a regular basis. Third, through the application of indigenous governance principles to non-traditional economic activities we open up a way of engaging in contemporary economic ventures in an indigenous way that is better suited to foster sustainable economic decision-making, an equitable distribution of resources within and between indigenous communities, Native women's political and economic emancipation, and empowerment for indigenous citizens and workers who may or must pursue livelihoods in sectors of the economy outside of the bush. Why not critically apply the most egalitarian and participatory features of our traditional governance practices to all of our economic activities, regardless of whether they are undertaken in land-based or urban contexts? The capacity of resurgent indigenous economies to challenge the hegemony of settler colonial capitalism in the long term can only happen if certain conditions are met, however. First, all of the colonial, racist, and patriarchal legal and political obstacles that have been used to block our access to land need to be confronted and removed. Point 58. Of course, capitalism continues to play a core role in dispossessing us of our lands and self-determining authority, but it only does so with the aid of other forms of exploitation and domination configured along racial, gender, and state lines. Dismantling all of these oppressive structures will not be easy. It will require that we continue to assert our presence on all of our territories, coupled with an escalation of confrontations with the forces of colonization through the forms of direct action that are currently being undertaken by communities like El Sapigtag. Second, we also have to acknowledge that the significant political leverage required to simultaneously block the economic exploitation of our people and homelands while constructing alternatives to capitalism will not be generated through our direct actions and resurgent economies alone. Settler colonization has rendered our populations too small to affect this magnitude of change. This reality demands that we continue to remain open to, if not actively seek out and establish, relations of solidarity and networks of trade and mutual aid with national and transnational communities and organizations that are also struggling against the imposed effects of globalized capital, including other indigenous nations and national confederacies, urban indigenous people and organizations, the labor, women's, GBLTQ2S, gay, bisexual, lesbian, trans, queer, and two-spirit, and environmental movements, and, of course, those racial and ethnic communities that find themselves subject to their own distinct forms of economic, social, and cultural marginalization. The initially rapid and relatively widespread support expressed both nationally and internationally for the Idle No More movement in spring 2013, and the solidarity generated around the El Sapigtag anti-fracking resistance in the fall and winter of 2013, gives me hope that establishing such relations are indeed possible. It is time for our communities to seize the unique political opportunities of the day. In the delicate balancing act of having to ensure that his social conservative contempt for First Nations does not overwhelm his neoconservative love of the market, Prime Minister Harper has erred by letting the racism and sexism of the former outstrip his belligerent commitment to the latter. This is a novice mistake that liberals like Jean Chrétien and Paul Martin learned how to manage decades ago. As a result, the federal government has invigorated a struggle for indigenous self-determination that must challenge the relationship between settler colonization and free market fundamentalism in ways that refuse to be co-opted by scraps of recognition, opportunistic apologies, and the cheap gift of political and economic inclusion. For indigenous nations to live, capitalism must die. And for capitalism to die, we must actively participate in the construction of indigenous alternatives to it. Thesis 3, Dispossession and Indigenous Sovereignty in the City. In Canada, more than half of the Aboriginal population now lives in urban centres. 59 The relationship between Indigenous people and the city, however, has always been one fraught with tension. Historically, Canadian cities were originally conceived of in the colonial imagination as explicitly non-native spaces as civilized spaces, and urban planners and Indian policy makers went through great efforts to expunge urban centers of native presence. 60 In 1911, for example, Prime Minister Wilfrid Laurier announced in Parliament that where a reserve is in the vicinity of a growing town, as is the case in several places, it becomes a source of nuisance and an impediment to progress. 61 This developmentalist rationale, which at the time conceived of native space, particularly reserves, as uncultivated wastelands, justified an amendment to the Indian Act a month later, which stipulated that the residents of any Indian reserve which adjoins or is situated wholly or partly within an incorporated town having a population of not less than 8,000 could be legally removed from their present location without their consent if it was deemed in the interest of the public and of the Indians of the band for whose use the reserve is held. 62 This situated Indian policy in a precarious position, as by the turn of the 19th century the reserve system, originally implemented to isolate and marginalize native people for the purpose of social engineering, assimilation, was increasingly being seen as a failure because of the geographical distance of reserves from the civilizational influence of urban centers. 63 Here you have the economic imperatives of capitalist accumulation through the dispossession of indigenous peoples' land come into sharp conflict with the white supremacist impulses of Canada's assimilation policy and the desire of settler society to claim the city for themselves and only themselves. 64. The civilizational discourse that rationalized both the theft of indigenous peoples' land base and their subsequent confinement onto reserves facilitated a significant geographical separation of the colonizer and the colonized that lasted until the mid-20th century. 65 As Shireen Razak notes, the segregation of urban from native space that marked the colonial era began to break down with the increase in urbanization that took hold in the 1950s and 1960s, which resulted in a new racial configuration of space. Within this new colonial spatial imaginary, the city belongs to the settlers, and the sullying of civilized society through the presence of the racialized other in white spaces gives rise to a careful management of boundaries within urban space. Planning authorities require larger plots in the suburbs, thereby ensuring that larger homes and wealthier families live there. Projects and Chinatowns are created, cordoning off the racial poor. Such spatial practices, often achieved through law, nuisance laws, zoning laws, and so on, mark off the spaces of the settler and the native both conceptually and materially. The inner city is racialized space, the zone in which all that is not respectable is contained. Canada's colonial geographies exhibit this same pattern of violent expulsions and the spatial containment of Aboriginal peoples to marginalized areas of the city, processes consolidated over 300 years of colonization. 66. The dispossession that originally displaced Indigenous peoples from their traditional territories either onto reserves or disproportionately into the inner cities of Canada's major urban centres is now serving to displace Indigenous populations from the urban spaces they have increasingly come to call home. To this end, I suggest that the analytical frame of settler colonialism developed throughout the previous chapters offers an important lens through which to interrogate the power relations that shape Indigenous peoples' experiences in the city, especially those disproportionately inhabiting low-income areas. As we learned in previous chapters, defenders of settler colonial power have tended to rationalize these practices by treating the lands in question as terra nullius, the racist legal fiction that declared Indigenous peoples too primitive to bear rights to land and sovereignty when they first encountered European powers on the continent, thus rendering their territories legally empty and therefore open for colonial settlement and development. In the inner cities of Vancouver, Winnipeg, Regina, Toronto, and so forth, we are seeing a similar logic govern the gentrification and subsequent displacement of Indigenous peoples from native spaces within the city. Commonly defined as the transformation of working-class areas of the city into middle-class residential or commercial spaces, gentrification is usually accompanied by the displacement of low-income, racialized, Indigenous, and other marginalized segments of the urban population. 67 Regardless of these violent effects, however, gentrifiers often defend their development projects as a form of improvement, where previously wasted land or property, rooming houses, social housing, shelters, small businesses that cater to the community, etc., and lives, sex trade workers, homeless people, the working poor, mentally ill people, those suffering from addictions, etc., are made more socially and economically productive. This Lockean rationale has led scholars like Neil Smith, Nicholas Blomley, and Amber Dean to view the gentrification of urban space through a colonial lens, as yet another frontier of dispossession central to the accumulation of capital. 68 Through gentrification, native spaces in the city are now being treated as urbs nullius, urban space void of Indigenous sovereign presence. All of this is to say that the efficacy of Indigenous resurgence hinges on its ability to address the interrelated systems of dispossession that shape Indigenous peoples' experiences in both urban and land-based settings. Mechamic scholar Bonita Lawrence suggests that this will require a concerted effort on the part of both reserve and urban-based indigenous communities to reconceptualize indigenous identity and nationhood in a way that refuses to replicate the colonial divisions that contributed to the urban/reserve divide through racist and sexist policies like enfranchisement. 69 Although Lawrence's work has shown how Native individuals, families, and communities are able to creatively retain and reproduce indigenous traditions in urban settings, she also recognizes the importance for urban Native people to have some form of mutually agreed upon, structured access to land-based communities. 70 Access to land is essential. Similar struggles are seen in land-based communities, which would no doubt benefit from the numbers and human capital offered through the forging of political relations and alliances with the over 50% of indigenous people now living in cities. 71 For Lawrence, all of this suggests that urban Native people and First Nations need ways of forging national alliances strategically in a manner that does not demand that First Nation governments endlessly open their membership to those who grew up disconnected from the life and culture of their original communities, or urban indigenous people having to engage in the arduous struggle of maintaining an indigenous identity cut off from the communities and homelands that ground such identities. 72 In other words, we need to find ways of bringing together through relations of solidarity and mutual aid the strengths that urban and reserve-based Native people have developed in their different circumstances, in the interests of our mutual empowerment. 73. Thesis 4, Gender Justice and Decolonization. According to Anishinaabe feminist Dori Nason, if Idle No More showed us anything, it is the boundless love that indigenous women have for their families, their lands, their nations, and themselves as indigenous people. This love has encouraged indigenous women everywhere to resist and protest, to teach and inspire, and to hold accountable both indigenous and non-indigenous allies to their responsibilities to protect the values and traditions that serve as the foundation for the survival of the land and indigenous peoples. Nason is also quick to point out, however, that the same inspirational power of indigenous women's love to mobilize others to resist settler colonial misogyny's inherently destructive tendencies has also rendered them subjects of epidemic levels of violence, sexual assault, imprisonment, and cultural and political disempowerment. 74. The violence that indigenous women face is both systemic and symbolic. It is systemic in the sense that it has been structured, indeed institutionalized, into a relatively secure and resistant set of oppressive material relations that render indigenous women more likely than their non-indigenous counterparts to suffer severe economic and social privation, including disproportionately high rates of poverty and unemployment, incarceration, addiction, homelessness, chronic and/or life-threatening health problems, overcrowded and substandard housing, and lack of access to clean water, as well as face discrimination and sexual violence in their homes, communities, and workplaces. 75 Just as importantly, however, the violence that indigenous women face is also symbolic in the sense that Pierre Bourdieu used the term, gentle, invisible violence, unrecognized as such, chosen as much as undergone. 76 Symbolic violence, in other words, is the subjectifying form of violence that renders the crushing materiality of systemic violence invisible, appear natural, acceptable. As we saw in Chapter 3, the symbolic violence of settler colonial misogyny, institutionalized through residential schools and successive Indian acts, has become so diffuse that it now saturates all of our relationships. The misogyny of settler colonial misrecognition through state legislation, writes Bonita Lawrence, has functioned so completely and yet so invisibly along gendered lines that it now informs many of our struggles for recognition and liberation. 77 In such contexts, what does it mean to be held accountable to our responsibilities to protect the values and traditions that serve as the foundation for the survival of the land and indigenous peoples? To start, it demands that indigenous people, in particular Native men, commit ourselves in practice to uprooting the symbolic violence that structures indigenous women's lives as much as we demand in words that the material violence against indigenous women come to an end. This is what I take Nason to mean when she asks that all of us think about what it means for men, on the one hand, to publicly profess an obligation to protect our women and, on the other, take leadership positions that uphold patriarchal forms of governance or otherwise ignore the contributions and sovereignty of the women, indigenous or not. 78 Here, the paternalistic and patriarchal insistence that we protect our women from the material violence they disproportionately face serves to reinforce the symbolic violence of assuming that indigenous women are ours to protect. Although many native male supporters of Idle No More have done a fairly decent job symbolically recognizing the centrality of indigenous women to the movement, this is not the recognition that I hear being demanded by indigenous feminists. The demand, rather, is that society, including indigenous society and particularly indigenous men, stop collectively conducting ourselves in a manner that denigrates, degrades, and devalues the lives and worth of indigenous women in such a way that epidemic levels of violence are the norm in too many of their lives. Of course, this violence must be stopped in its overt forms, but we must also stop practicing it in its more subtle expressions in our daily relationships and practices in the home, workplaces, band offices, governance institutions, and, crucially, in our practices of cultural resurgence. Until this happens, we have reconciled ourselves with defeat. Thesis 5, Beyond the Nation State. We are now in a position to revisit the concern I raised at the end of Chapter 1 regarding a problematic claim made by Dale Turner in This Is Not a Peace Pipe. Turner's claim is that if Indigenous peoples want the political and legal relationship between ourselves and the Canadian state to be informed by and reflect our distinct worldviews, then we will have to engage the state's legal and political discourses in more effective ways. 79 This form of engagement, I claimed, assumes that the structure of domination that frames Indigenous, state relations in Canada derives its legitimacy and sustenance by excluding Indigenous people and voices from the legal and political institutional/discursive settings within which our rights are determined. Seen from this light, it would indeed appear that critically undermining colonialism requires that Indigenous peoples find more effective ways of participating in the Canadian legal and political practices that determine the meaning of Aboriginal rights. 80. Yet, I would venture to suggest that over the last 40 years Indigenous peoples have become incredibly skilled at participating in the Canadian legal and political practices that Turner suggests. In the wake of the 1969 White Paper, these practices emerged as the hegemonic approach to forging change in our political relationship with the Canadian state. We have also seen, however, that our efforts to engage these discursive and institutional spaces to secure recognition of our rights have not only failed, but have instead served to subtly reproduce the forms of racist, sexist, economic, and political configurations of power that we initially sought, through our engagements and negotiations with the state, to challenge. Why has this been the case? Part of the reason has to do with the sheer magnitude of discursive and non-discursive power we find ourselves up against in our struggles. Subsequently, in our efforts to interpolate the legal and political discourses of the state to secure recognition of our rights to land and self-determination, we have too often found ourselves interpellated as subjects of settler colonial rule. What are the implications of this profound power disparity in our struggles for land and freedom? Does it require that we vacate the field of state negotiations and participation entirely? Of course not. Settler colonialism has rendered us a radical minority in our own homelands, and this necessitates that we continue to engage with the state's legal and political system. What our present condition does demand, however, is that we begin to approach our engagements with the settler state legal apparatus with a degree of critical self-reflection, skepticism, and caution that has to date been largely absent in our efforts. It also demands that we begin to shift our attention away from the largely rights-based/recognition orientation that has emerged as hegemonic over the last 4 decades, to a resurgent politics of recognition that seeks to practice decolonial, gender-emancipatory, and economically non-exploitative alternative structures of law and sovereign authority grounded on a critical refashioning of the best of Indigenous legal and political traditions. It is only by privileging and grounding ourselves in these normative lifeways and resurgent practices that we have a hope of surviving our strategic engagements with the colonial state with integrity and as Indigenous peoples.